Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Sort of Studio. It's quite early, isn't it?
Well, no, it's not now, but it was when we started.
I've been up. I was up too early this morning.
It is 8 a.m. here in London, and it is Black Friday. So today, we thought we would change things up, because Black Friday is all about filling your inboxes with offers and sales and making you spend money, and we thought we would devote 8 hours of our Friday, from now until 4 p.m, here, live, all day, sharing tips and tricks and hacks on how we can give back, how collectively we can all find the very best hacks to save money, as well as spend it on the things you want to on Black Friday.
We're treating this like a hackathon. We need as many hacks as possible from you guys, and we need you to comment to us with the hashtag HackFriday on Twitter. And we also have a WhatsApp number, which you can get in the description box down below. Copy, paste it, give us a message. Send us a voice note, and we'll pick some of them out to try and work out what hacks we should be focusing on today.
We've got an amazing team here. It's obviously not just Barry and I in the kitchen. We also have Mike and Jamie in like Stat Social Corner over there.
Hello, I looked at the microphone instead of the camera.
How long have you been doing this?
About 3 minutes.
So they're going to be fielding all of the input that you guys are going to be having. Plus, we've got Emma at the back. She may not be sat there all 8 hours, but certainly she is at the moment. She's also looking through your comments. She'll be fielding the WhatsApp voicemails and making sure that we've got all your suggestions. That we're not just here to deliver and show you hacks all day. We want to learn some too, and they're going to be testing. So they won't all work, but that's kind of the point. We're just going to get to the bottom of the ones that are worth you doing, and we couldn't do all of this without a lot of food. So we've also got Kush head of our food team. He's also, just stick your head around there. He's also here.
Inception.
Oh no!
Oh, Chris, don't do that. It hurts my head. Also, like again, we're here for 8 hours, so sit back, relax. That's what we need to do. I'm talking to myself. So throughout the day, we're going to be having coffee breaks, toilet breaks.
Probably.
The works. It's a long time.
Come hang with us, basically. Don't consider this like a performance or anything. We're literally hanging out and finding the best hacks together, and we'll work them out. But
So you say it's early. Callan Girl Kitten on Twitter has got a nice big G&T ready.
Oh,
excellent.
Where in the world are they?
I mean, she says it's 6 p.m. there in Brisbane, in Australia. But she said if we want to have a cheeky drink at 9 a.m, she won't judge.
All I'm saying is a breakfast martini would be a lovely option, but should we save it for a bit later in the day so we get through 8 hours? And that's rich coming from me. I'm normally the first to jump on a breakfast martini.
Right.
It's also just worth clarifying that once we get our volume of tested hacks, we're then going to take those and publish them. We're going to make shorts out of them. We're going to turn them into really actual, useful, valuable content for you. So you can watch us test it, hopefully pick up a few hints, tips and tricks, but then we are going to take them and then put them in a place where you can actually view them in your own time and they be useful.
Yeah, so there's a bit of a challenge to be able to do a live stream, and we're going to try and film some reels and shorts at the same time.
Right, Ebbers, let's get going before we get the martinis out.
Make me breakfast.
So number one, we thought, literally walking here this morning, it was still dark from the station. I must have walked past a dozen places that were trying to sell me pastries, hot porridge, coffees, bacon baps, sausage baps. You could easily have spent £5 before you even get to your place of work or school or uni or whatever. So let's look at some really affordable breakfast ideas that we can cook without getting bored of them, that are really easy, that will save us some money. And the first of those, well, I think eggs are obvious, right?
Yeah.
But I think eggs is something we're going to have to tackle later on in mass. So we're going to need all of your egg tips. Keep commenting, start sending your egg hack voicemails. But while we're waiting for this to come in, let's make porridge and let's do it like 12 different ways. So you won't get bored.
Oh my goodness. Well, this is so weird. Usually, like in a video, we've got like 10 minutes to get across as much as possible. Now we have 8 hours. We can sit back and make porridge as many times as we like.
And can I just clarify, Ebbers, are you counting this as 12 hacks?
No,
Good.
probably.
Good.
I'm going to count it as two hacks.
Okay.
I'll explain the second one in a bit. But also worth pointing out, there will be some things we do today that we won't have here as I made earlier. We might start with a sourdough, we might come back to it 2 hours later, and then again and again and again, we might do some roasting of things that
Porridge
take hours and hours
sandwiches.
and hours. But all is good.
So
What are you wincing at already?
let's look at the basics of making
Ramekin, chef.
a porridge.
Yeah.
My tip is simply oats, milk, cook it.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. And a little squeeze of honey at the end, and that's all I'm doing. Yeah.
How'd you hack that?
How do you hack that? I don't see how you can make that any simpler.
All I'm going to do is make it idiot-proof so you get it right every time. I think if you're making porridge at home, what you don't want is a huge, great big bowl where you eat enough and you think, oh, I'm a bit full now, I'm going to throw away the last little bit, it's getting a bit stodgy. Yeah, or you finish it and you go, oh, it wasn't quite what I was hoping for, it wasn't quite enough. So pick a container that works for you, and you'll find, based on your belly and your appetite and how much you want to eat in the morning, find a container that works and do 1 of porridge. And then it's a simple ratio, it's 2 of liquid. Now if you're in Scotland, they would say 2 of water and a pinch of salt, keep it plain. If you want a really indulgent option, you might go for milk. 2 milk, pinch of salt. It's kind of rich. I like to go 1-1. 1 water, 1 milk.
Yeah.
Obviously you don't have to use milk from an udder. From an udder.
Okay,
from an udder.
Interesting way.
Right.
From a mammary gland of any animal.
Stop it.
You could squeeze oats, you could squeeze almonds, you could squeeze milk, potatoes, peas. Yeah. You can do pea milk. Any plant-based milk also works. But I'm going to start with camel, because you've got some.
Nick's saying that he's still got 2 boxes of oatmeal from COVID, which he needs to use up. Ren Angle is saying that they do need a good hack to make breakfast martinis, because the hack needs to be, how can I have a breakfast martini and still be productive for the rest of the day?
I think the important
Stop at 1, I think is the answer.
Right.
Important thing to remember that drinking rum in the morning doesn't make you a bad person. It makes you a pirate. So rum is okay.
Right.
Okay. Right. Let's just remember that. So whilst we come up with the excuses for martinis, we know that rum's okay if you're a pirate.
Good to know.
Good to know.
So the other thing we've got to do throughout this is like we've kind of challenged ourselves. Can we create really useful shorts and reels for people for after this event? As a hack, Ben, already this is kind of one of those.
You've
ones,
missed 2 of the close-ups.
Exactly. I missed
one job.
Because I said there and go, this is a really useful hack that everyone should know how to make porridge.
Correct.
Because it's not very interesting. Like visually, like how do you? The problem, the challenge we have sometimes as sorters is how you capture people's imagination with around content and go, okay, that's something I need to know. So with this, like it's trying to work out a way. It's all about ratios, isn't it?
Yes.
And the hacks you're doing today around this all about different types of ratios?
We will dip in and out of ratios throughout the day because I think they're really important. I think that's often how chefs think, either in percentages or ratios or how to flavour pair things that you just know you're on safe ground. Okay. There's some things you'll just want to look at a recipe for to get it right. But I think to start off with, this is one that I do because when you get up in the morning, if you do want to make porridge or oatmeal at home, you might still be a bit bleary-eyed, you haven't quite woken up, the coffee machine might not have yet warmed up. Therefore, you don't want to think about it. It's 1 ramekin of oats, it's 1 of milk, rinse that out with water, but it's 1 of water. By rinsing it out with water, you've nearly washed it up. Quick swill in some hot water, job done. 1 pan, slowly heat it up with a pinch of salt, and then you can do what you like with it. And I think this is where we're going to do loads of different flavour combinations or suggestions, and you guys will have better ones than we do. Yeah. And if we like that, then I've got a second hack, which actually comes from our Can't Be Asked with Rules cookbook, which is don't tell me when to have breakfast.
Ooh.
Because I think
Ebbers puts his foot down.
Don't tell me when to have breakfast.
That's a rule I don't like. Stop telling me when to have breakfast, because I think porridge or oatmeal could also be a savoury lunch or dinner. So we're going to do a savoury version.
Oh, now, yes, specifically porridge or breakfast. Because
all day breakfast. Yes, all day, right?
I say that because in the endless stream of comments, which is incredible.
Yeah, hi everyone. This is amazing.
Everyone.
My word, there's like over 1,000 of you.
Yeah,
2,000 people here.
Yeah, I'm reading through the comments.
Tell Barry to speak up and stop mumbling.
Sorry, I thought there was about 5 of us watching. I was kind of getting casual.
I'm reading through the comments. I'm trying to pick out all of the best bits that I can. Harhan has said they love to make savoury curry oats with an egg on top.
Curried oats?
Yes.
Yes. Ooh. I've never heard. So I was going to
we've got 8 hours to try it out.
we've got some guanciale left. I was going to do guanciale, like mushroom, tomatoes, all the things of a full English in a porridge, but I prefer that idea. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Oh, okay. I'm filming this bit.
I like how today could go because we don't really have a plan. we've got a load
Ghee
of
would be a
food,
luxury. We don't have any of that at the
and
moment, do
we
we?
have the incredible store cupboard that Sorted has built up over the years.
Yeah.
And
So,
now we have thousands of
butter,
people online going,
spices.
have you tried cooking this?
Make
and
this.
and
Try
Ebbers,
this.
Ebbers has no reason to say no.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, I was
I
going
love
to put some of that in, and then just
This is how it works in real life.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's mini chop, but I reckon we'll grate it, right? Great.
Ben basically just asks Kush what to do, and we cut that bit out in the YouTube videos.
I mean, that's not an entire lie. What was the question?
So this one's is
How to
still-
be a chef.
Can we have a block of butter, Kush, please? I know we're not short of those.
Or Ian has said that his porridge sin is adding some clotted cream.
I'm here
That
for
doesn't
it.
sound like a sin.
No,
that sounds
that's good.
That sounds-
indulgence.
So you know when I said I don't like it too rich, so do half milk, half water. I think
Yeah.
that's for the base, but 100%. Then dollop on, then dollop on that, or yogurt, Greek yogurt at the end, clotted cream, wonderful, and then all your seasonal fruits.
So, just as a recap, hello everyone. Welcome to Hack Friday. We've gone live, and we will continue to go live for 8 hours. And we are essentially just going to test a load of hacks, tips, tricks that Ebbers and Kush have in their little weird chef brains, but also stuff that you've suggested. This is just a pure hackathon. It's about testing stuff that will hopefully teach us a few tips, tricks, and hints in saving money in this really quite rubbish point of life.
Well, that's the thing, because Black Friday is generally all about spending money whilst people are telling you how much money you're saving. But
Yeah.
you end up buying things that you didn't necessarily need.
Except for Sidekick.
Oh, well, yes, but the point of Sidekick is to save you money.
Yeah, yeah.
So, yes, we do have a Black Friday offer as well, but we know that that will save you money over the year that you use it. So,
But
I'm
whether
okay
or not
with
you
that.
use it, that's fine. Hopefully what we're doing today will be equally as useful and free.
And people get to see behind the scenes of how we make content.
Exactly.
Because look at that.
You are like a fly on the wall. Essentially, what I'm going to do, sorry, what was the name of the curried oatmeal? The suggestion?
Han,
Hohan. So basically, taking that idea and running with it. We've put some butter in a pan, which could well be ghee if you've got some. It keeps for ages, clarified butter. We're going to add in some grated ginger, some grated garlic. You'll notice I'm not peeling either of these because it's fine enough when it goes to a grater. And then some cumin seeds, and we'll fry those all off. Then we'll go in with a little bit of our milk, water, and some curry powder. We'll cook out the curry powder in the butter and then combine it all. Same ratios. And I think we'll finish it with a poached egg and some fresh picked coriander.
So you put a poached egg on porridge.
Yeah, why not?
That's wet on wet.
Barry,
Yeah.
it's 16 minutes into this live stream.
I know.
Mr. Negative
Stop.
here.
No, but I bet poached
Stop.
egg.
Yeah.
Now's not the time to be a D. You've got many hours
No.
to continue to be a D.
But I'm quite like with my porridge. I'm quite particular. I know I like. I'm not sure if I like savoury porridge. I like mine covered in lacy sugar, honey, chocolate chips,
Think
some
outside the
berries.
box. Think outside the box.
I'm trying, but this is confusing me.
Some parts of the world wake up to a rice porridge, congee, which is incredible.
Yeah,
I
don't
remember
like
having
it.
some amazing congee in. I mean,
You're right,
people are allowed to not like things. That's okay. A few cumin seeds,
Yep.
and they'll just toast off. This is the same kind of approach I would normally take to beginning like a rice dish. Butter, salt, cumin, then in with basmati, and use the ratios there. But this is going to be our porridge. Another cheat. Did I bring it over? There we go. We're going to use lots of these kind of cheats throughout the day. It is a curry powder that somebody else has already put in the perfect ratio of spices. And it's good enough for 99% of the things you need. You could go garam masala, which has got some more sweet, fragrant spices, but this has also got the heat. And do you know what? You can personalise curry paste, of course you can, and there's thousands of different types, but this is good enough for most.
That is not a smell I'm used to at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Have you ever had kedgeree?
I have, yeah.
But that's just like curried rice with smoked haddock and
You know
eggs.
what? But I've not made it myself at home. I've had it out of restaurants. It's that smell of cooking curry flavours in the morning is unusual to me, but very, very luxurious.
Baz, I don't want this to become a running thing throughout the 8 hours of live stream, but I know it's been a running thing for 35 years of your life. But when you speak, can you speak up?
Yes.
It's early in the morning. Flipping heck, stop doing things. Go for it.
Remember our ratios, 2 to 1. So one of those, and because the water went in after, it's pretty much washed up. So we'll dry it out and use that for our porridge oats.
So, Ebbers, can we just recap the hack?
So
That's going to catch on, isn't it?
Recap the hack. Yes.
So, the hack for this is stop spending money on the way to work. Either make something at home quick and easy that you take with you, or this is the kind of thing that if you've got a small kitchenette at work you can do. You can even do it in a microwave. Make porridge and have it a different way every day for 2 weeks. The hack is a simple ratio, 1 part oats, 2 parts liquid. And for that liquid, I like to go a mixture of milk and water, pinch of salt, cook it out nice and slow. That is the hack for the sweet stuff, and you can take any way you want. But we've had a great suggestion. Why don't we make it savoury? Why don't we do curried oats? And that I'm on board with.
Right. Message from Louise from Denmark. She's actually a big fan of cold soba noodles with soft-boiled eggs in the morning.
Ooh.
Or you
Love
can
a
throw it
soft-boiled
together
egg.
real quick, or make it ready the day before.
Yeah, overnight oats.
Yeah.
Great suggestion. You just cold soak them and they cook a lot quicker, or you don't even need to cook them at all.
No, Ebbers, not oats, noodles.
Oh,
Noodles.
Soba noodles.
Yeah. Cold noodle. I remember in Vietnam having incredible cold noodle dishes for breakfast. Khao lao. Khao lao? Slightly like spiced with star anise and cinnamon and deliciousness. Right.
Who's heading to Hawksmoor for lunch today? Hal is heading to Hawksmoor for lunch today.
Oh.
Hal is heading to Hawksmoor for lunch today. Hal, he's living the flipping dream.
That is amazing.
Sounds like a good Friday to me.
That is a good breakfast there.
Right. Should we serve up porridge number 1?
Yes, yeah, let's.
Porridge, oatmeal number 1, and obviously lots of different toppings. This is where, and I said we could do 12, really you could probably do 144, because there's a gross number of porridge and oatmeal that you can do. I like to keep the porridge plain and then top it. So honey and mixed spice, maple and pecan. If you wanted to keep it, we've got some, what else? We've got brown rice syrup with some pistachio,
See, my take is
sliced banana, frozen fruit.
My take is I take the porridge a little bit further to be a bit drier, and then I take the frozen berries,
Yeah,
defrost them straight in there,
nice.
so then it turns like the most vibrant purple, and it also loosens it again. Finish with a bit of cream, honey, chocolate chip. Bob's your uncle.
And I think the best sort of point of that is that frozen berries are cheaper. If you have access to hedgerows and stuff to pick your own in the autumn, it's all very well you laughing. I've got a freezer full of them, and they were completely free. They were completely free, which is like, why wouldn't you?
Right, I'm just gonna. Oh, Mike's left me in charge of the camera. Oh. Yeah, there it is. I just want to say, because boys, you're not able to see the stream and the comments and stuff. at the
No,
moment.
I'm trying to keep up, but there's loads of them.
There's loads. Also, we've never done one of these live streams before, and I forgot that one of the things that people can do is send like a super chat where they're giving money because of the live stream.
What?
Yeah, that's not something that I realised would happen.
You have to rely on a technician to give you that kind of information.
Yeah, I know. So some there are people that are. Is it donating? I don't know what it is. I don't want to accept that money. I don't know about you. So on behalf of all of us, I'm saying that we will take that money, and any money that comes through in this live stream to us from you, we will donate to charity, and we'll total it up at the end. YouTube totals it up at the end.
Planned for that.
We'd not planned to get
What a
paid for this.
What a wonderful bonus.
Which
For
is-
charity, not us.
Which is great. So, yeah, any money that comes through to us, and there's already quite a bit that's come through, we will donate that to a food charity in the UK after the stream.
Oh, you guys are amazing.
What's even more amazing is it's coming in all the global currencies.
Oh, okay. Is 100 DKK a lot? I don't know.
I don't even know what currency it is.
What's a DKK?
It's Denmark.
Is it?
The krona.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay. Blimey, again, you give that. You guys are too kind, too generous.
Wet on wet, says Ben Francis. Pea milk. Absolutely, plant-based milk could be the way forward.
This is remarkable. Also, do we have any WhatsApps as well? So, in the description box, there is a phone number to this phone. Send us your WhatsApps, voice memos, any hacks that you have for us throughout the day, and we'll be reading them out or playing them. What are you doing now?
I could see that there was stuff happening in bowls, so I wanted to put this on myself and get right in there so that everyone in the audience can see it.
So that is a classic. That's how I often serve it at home. And if I'm feeling really generous to myself in the morning, squeeze one of your 5 a day in, banana. So I slice it and put that on top too. Or you can mash it and stir it into the oatmeal much like you would do the berries, and then the whole thing is like a banana oatmeal-y deliciousness. That's kind of cool. But this is really simple. A little bit of sweetness and mixed spice. So like the curry powder, a blend that somebody has already mixed in perfect combinations. Hashtag not an ad, but these kind of things are really useful.
Oh, yeah,
mixed
just
spices. Just spices. So I particularly like these because they're really accessible, but coffee kiss, pancake spice, sweet all-rounder, they are blends of ground almonds, cocoa powder and cinnamon. They are blends of sugar, cinnamon, lemon peel, cardamom and ground vanilla, or hemp seed, cocoa beans, ground cinnamon, cocoa powder, sea salt, vanilla and almonds. Like, they are perfect to take to the office, and once you've made your porridge, you're good to go.
Nice.
You're good to go.
I pressed the wrong button. I'm sorry. Boys, since I said about the money, more people have started. No, honestly, the point of this was not to do with money in terms of you giving money. It's about us helping you to save money. Yes, we are now going to donate all of this money to charity, but please do not feel obliged to send money. Please. This is brilliant. This is so good. This is so good.
There was backwards messaging whatsoever. Don't send us any money, please. We're trying to save you. Stop spending money.
It's £200.
What? We've got £200 so far.
Yeah.
No, but that right. You're missing the point. That £200 could be in your back pocket by using these hacks. Stop giving us money.
But like I said, it's all going to go to good cause if you do. Suddenly, as a community, that's
brilliant.
I continue to be amazed by the sort of community.
Right. So how's your curried porridge looking?
Curry porridge isn't bad.
What are you doing now?
Just don't worry, I'll come back to this.
Well, I am worried because I'm meant to be filming this bit.
Don't worry about it. Oh, this is the hack.
Go on.
I'm going to poach some eggs, but these are fridge cold, and I hate poaching fridge cold eggs, so I'm just giving them a bit of a head start.
So wait a minite, what do you mean?
That's it, I've moved. Where's it been moved to?
It was a bit dirty outside. So what do you mean you're giving them a head start? But you've started cooking them. And
No. I'm just taking the edge off.
You're just warming them up.
So my hack for poached eggs, so that they are really, really simple, because I do keep eggs in the fridge. Why? Increases their shelf life. Yeah. Less chance that you get to the end of a week or 2 weeks, you haven't got around to use them, you think, oh, best before, not sure, throw them away. Food waste. If you keep them in the fridge, they will last longer. They stay fresher and they're easier to cook if it's a fresh egg. However, cooking eggs from cold is always going to be a bit more of a challenge because you've got further to take it from 4 degrees at a fridge to 63 degrees of cooked egg. Longer distance to go, more chance of it spreading, seeping, breaking up in the pan. Yeah. So what I like to do is while I'm waiting for a pan of water to come up to the boil, I just dip my fridge cold eggs in a cup of warm water.
Yes. Yeah.
And just at the tap. Yeah. Tap temperature, and that just begins to take the edge off it, so that when you break it into the pan, it helps to hold it together.
Otherwise, it just seeps everywhere, and it's very hard to get a nice spherical poached egg.
It can do, and it will also depend on the freshness of your egg, but in theory, tiny bubbles at the bottom of the pan. We're looking for a poach, not a boil. It's salted, and then just break it in. Don't let it fall too far, and it should just hold together. If it's a fresh egg, B, the water's not so rapid it messes it up, and C, it's warm.
Mike.
Yeah, Mike, you're listening to that.
Just don't.
How is it after like 25 years of cooking? You haven't got the hang of this bit yet.
I can poach eggs. I prefer fried.
Okay, okay. And fry a fried egg on that also would be lovely.
So good, especially if you've got a really crispy bottom.
Yeah.
It would be lovely. This one we're going to poach. Finish up with some fresh coriander. Let's get a little bowl. So this is the first one that we've got a bit off piece on.
Ben's still talking, so I can't
It's,
be here. but
it's
he's still
number
talking.
one, Ebbers.
Huh? No, this is number 2. Number 1 is your porridge ratio hack. If you've got it in your back
Okay,
pocket, you'll
porridge
never
ratio
forget it.
hack.
You'll get it right every time, and you'll know exactly what one portion is for you,
Okay.
and then you can flavour it 101 ways.
Okay.
Hack number 2 came from you guys, which is let's curryfy them. Could still be breakfast or brunch, but also now lunch or dinner. This is a great suggestion.
Barry, you have one job.
Well,
We're on hack 2.
we haven't completed them. We're going to tally these off once they are completed. Oh, don't let me film it.
Right, if you're just, again, I looked at the microphone. If you're just joining us, we are doing Hack Friday. We think this is the perfect antidote to Black Friday, which is where everyone and their dog is trying to get you to spend money, and the chances are it's on things that you don't need. So we wanted to come up with a way of saying, cool, let's spend the day testing hacks in the kitchen that could potentially save you money, save you time, save you effort. Let's do something that's helpful. So we want to see how many hacks we can test today. We're just about to get onto the second hack. We've been doing this for about half an hour, and we're going to be doing this until 4 o'clock today, UK time. There are about 2,400 people watching us at the moment, which is incredible. The bit that surprised us so far is that people have started spending money and doing super chats, and we've now raised over £400, which is incredible, but isn't why we're here. So what we've said we're going to do is any money that comes through on that, we will donate to a UK food charity. But please don't feel obliged, because that's not why we're doing this. Anyway, back to the studio.
The studio being here we are on oatmeal and porridge. It started off as a breakfast idea, and we went sweet. So simple ratio, twice as much liquid to oats. This has just been honey and mixed spice on top, but you can go with any seasoning spice, cocoa nibs, fruit, you can mix through it, absolutely delicious. But then someone suggested, why don't we make curried oats? So this was butter, ginger, garlic, cumin seeds, toasted off in the butter, then in with a bit of curry powder, the oats, still 2 to 1, and now we're going to put poached egg on top. Poached egg, crispy onions.
Which everybody should have knocking around at home.
We have these kicking around because they are an excellent cheat. Why? Every single bit of this onion is now sweet and delicious. It's also got that dextrinization, that colour and that caramelly, not caramelised,
Yeah.
the coloured goldenness, which is depth of flavour.
Yeah.
So it's done all the hard work for you. You can hydrate them and just put them into things, and it gives you that sticky, as if you've been sweating onions down for ages.
One hack at a time. If we wanted to go into pre-made onion hacks, we've got plenty. But let's stick to porridge.
Plus, we want to be tallying that.
Yeah.
We'll come back to that. We'll come back to that.
Baz, I've just seen a great poached egg hack. Poach your eggs using a crumpet ring
Using a crumpet.
to keep the
Poach
shape.
it. What, like in McDonald's?
What?
Well, no.
We wouldn't
It's
know,
half-
would we?
Half fried and half steamed, isn't it? They do that.
Yes. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
okay, gotcha.
So,
That is some good looking porridge.
there we go. What we have is our first 2 hacks. One is the hack on how to make oatmeal perfect every single time. And by perfect every single time, I mean this kind of consistency for me, but obviously it is personal. But I like something that will just sort of fall off the spoon. It's not like something you could build a house with. You don't want like cement, but neither do you want it like soup. So for me, that's a good consistency. And it's just that lovely warm. It's not like boiling hot.
Yeah.
Certainly not cold porridge. Mummy, Daddy Bear wouldn't like that.
Can we get that? It's just right.
It's just
Just
right.
right.
It's just right.
Just right.
It's just
All right, Goldilocks. And then you can do whatever you want with it. Sweet.
Yep.
Hack number 2 is why limit yourself to sweet oatmeal and for breakfast. So this has got some curried flavours in it, and it's finished off with crispy onions, a poached egg, and some parsley. Would you like to get a breaking egg shot for your sexies?
Yes, please.
Are we doing like a clap at the end of each hack?
Have
Is
we got
that-
a bell? Where's the bell?
clap the
I'll
hack?
put the bell away.
Clap the hack, recap the hack.
Stop with your rubbish rhymes.
And for everyone else at home who's watching along who doesn't realise, we are filming all of these on a different camera as well to make sure we get the perfect content to share with you later if you haven't had a chance to join us for the entire thing, which is why Barry is double filming everything. It's a kind of a fly on the wall in how we shoot a lot of our stuff, but it means it might be a little slower for you, but hey, we've got 8 hours. Tell me what you think.
Curried breakfast.
Cheers. It's really warming.
Do you like it?
That is unbelievable.
Is it?
It's I love a creamy curry the best of times, but again, it's not. It's a little bit. I love a creamy curry. It's a little bit spiced, but it's it's definitely a breakfast.
Yeah, for me, it kind of edges into dal. It's kind of lentil, that kind of lentil dal kind of texture, but it's with oats rather than lentils. But the creaminess is great. Pass that to Jay with a spoon and see what he thinks.
Yes, try that.
I'm coming in.
Baz, mark off 2 hacks on
Yes,
our thing.
this is going to be great. All of your comments are absolutely incredible. There are so many hacks coming through. Baz, we're also going to need you to check the pinned WhatsApps, because the WhatsApps, if you haven't seen, there's a link and a phone number in the description box. You can send us voice notes, and Emma, who is sat at the back of the studio, is pinning some of the favourite comments for us to read. So Baz is going to come to those.
Right, I got one.
This is our first voice note.
This is terrifying. Playing a voice, but having no idea what it's going to ask for.
So we're putting, hang on, before we do. So we're about to broadcast live
Yeah.
a note from one of you guys.
Yeah.
It's like a phone-in radio.
Good morning, everyone from Salted, and hello from the Netherlands. I was wondering if you could try out some mug cake hacks. I have been trying some of them, and they never end up tasting quite right. So I was wondering if you had any tips to make great mug cakes in a really short amount of time. Thanks.
So this is an excellent...
This is back to the one of our original videos.
Yeah, this is an excellent throwback on the basis that cake in a mug was something we did right back at the start, and it was a genius way of getting a sweet treat in your belly in no time at all without baking. Now, what I always said, it's a bit of a sacrifice because they're not always the best cake, and that might be what you're suggesting, is you've made some and they're never quite that good.
Yeah.
There is a sacrifice, but we can absolutely do some mug cake recipes. Let's do...
Because for me, it's about eating it quickly and what you put with that mug cake to give it more life.
Yep, 100%.
Right.
So let's do some of those.
So we've got... Sorry, wait, I thought we were doing breakfast.
We were doing breakfast, but this is the beauty of this. There is no plan, and you guys have control. We are literally puppets today, and you are pulling our strings. We're now doing mug cakes.
Cake for breakfast.
This is brilliant because we've put Barry in charge of counting how many hacks that we do. One thing I do want to reference, though, is that we vetoed my suggestion of how we count the hacks. Is that still the case?
How did you want to count
So
hacks?
basically, we thought there are going to be hacks that work, there's going to be hacks that don't work, and there's going to be ones that they work, but they're not going to save you any time, money, or effort, and so we probably shouldn't back them. So what we said was, there's hacks, we can back them, we can sack them off, or we can crack on with something else. So do we back it, sack it, or crack on with something else? Is that?
Right.
But apparently that got vetoed.
Yeah,
I wasn't in that conversation because that's borderline genius.
Jamie had one good idea of going, oh, hack rhymes with black. That's a good idea. And we went, blimey, Jamie, you've had one this year. Let's run with that.
And where are we?
You should have
Where
stopped
are we?
there.
Here we are.
It's knowing when to stop, Jamie.
Right, I'm just reading all of your comments coming through. There's so many. Use a chicken stock cube to season a roast chicken. Chicken on chicken, I like that flavour. Mud cake, soak porridge pans. Miss How's That asks, can we hack cloud eggs? Do we think that's a thing? Hacking a cloud.
I have an opinion on cloud eggs, and it's when you've lost your coffee.
I lost my coffee.
My coffee glass.
Cloud eggs, again, I have had good cloud eggs at restaurants. At the same time, they are
They're
not.
They're trying to be something for the
Exactly,
sake of...
exactly. But it's all like, they're acceptable, they're flamboyant, and so on, and that's why they're good for pass-it-ons. But they don't actually add anything to the dish, really. So, I don't know. I don't want to get into cloud egg gate at all.
Barry, you're already in cloud egg gate.
No, I'm trying to get out of it. I'm trying to get out of it. Right, cake in a mug then. I'm guessing ratios?
Are you happy you've got everything of the last 2 hacks?
Yes, I have.
Good.
Well, I need to do your deliveries to them, but we need to make a note. Are you making a note of all the hacks?
Oh, we said I was going to do that, didn't we?
Yeah, so we got the two porridges.
Right, but what I'll also say is that I'm managing YouTube comments, tweets, charity donations.
Baz, you can watch it back tomorrow,
Instagram,
the 8 hours, and make
yeah.
a note then.
Yeah. Oh, and I'm doing the camera. I'm in charge of the switchboard for the camera,
Okay.
which is really dangerous because I can just do this. Woohoo! Hello, hello,
Okay.
hello. Right, Baz, we're on you.
What?
We're on you.
Oh, okay, cool. So I'm guessing
Tell the story of the cake in the mug.
cake in a mug. Right. So cake in a mug. Why the hell did this first come up? Why did this first come up? Why did this come up then?
That's the fourth time you said it. Do you want to?
I have no idea why we did it in the first place.
Because Sorted began as a student channel, student cooking for students by students.
Where did you hear the idea in
And
the first place?
it wasn't original to me. All I did was change some of the ratios and some of the flavours to get to a place where we thought it was closer to a delicious cake.
Right.
Because
okay.
some of them aren't. When you think about what cake is, it
Yeah.
is a combination of fat, sugar, flour, egg sometimes, and then baked. But the problem is you need to preheat an oven, which actually we're probably going to use today, so I might preheat it now.
It offers you,
You have to wait for it.
instant gratification from a cake, but that cake will go stale really, really quickly. And it worked back when we started Sorted. Like we started 4 students, and it was appealing to that audience because a lot of the dorms only had a microwave to cook with, not an oven. So it kind of resonated to that audience really quickly. And then we started making videos, and that particular video was our first. Oh,
No, it definitely
well,
wasn't.
it wasn't viral, but it got a lot of engagement for back then.
With somebody who was not really a part of Sorted either.
No, it was.
No, funny
she was a
that.
teacher at our old school.
Yeah, well, yeah, not our teacher.
Well, we could say that. It really annoyed her.
Just a dollop off in a little jar.
I don't think Nikki knew what she was signing
She
up
ages well.
for. Yeah.
Right, cake in a mug ratios.
So
Evans.
you want a good one. And the voicemail came in and says, I've tried lots and I'm not entirely sure if you're doing something wrong or whether they're just not that great. I think on the whole,
Yeah.
I'm going to say it, they're just not that great.
Yep.
However, there are things you can do to make them a bit better rather than just dry sponge. Now, we do have, and today we're going to be doing a lot of this referencing because I don't have every recipe off the top of my head. And I used to when we had like 400, but now we've got near
Your
4,000. I'm
capacity.
slacking. So there is a whole chapter in here that devotes itself to microwave cooking or cooking without a kitchen.
Yeah.
So kettle, toaster, microwave. And we have one in here which is a bit different to a cake in a mug. It is cake in a bowl. So it's not that different.
Okay, but using the same ratios and so on, so you're going to still try.
No, completely different.
So you're not going to cook this in a mug.
Yeah.
I know, I'm double checking.
So we're gonna cook this in a mug?
There's a mug. Okay, yeah.
But what I'm saying is there are lots of different ways
Yes.
of making things
Yes.
in a microwave. And
Okay.
the one that exists in a bowl here, which is a brown
Yes.
butter brownie
Yeah.
almost,
Nice.
is incredible. We did one recently that involved putting an entire jar of Biscoff into the microwave and creating a sauce that is incredibly sweet and claggy but deliciously sweet and offsets the sometimes dry sponge. What I'm going to try and show you, but again, we're doing this off the cuff, is what I think is the better option. And that is go for all the same cake ingredients. A classic Vicky sponge. Victoria sponge is equal. So I always remember in ounces, I was about to translate it, but 4 ounces, which is about 100 grams of sugar, 4 ounces of butter, 4 ounces of self-raising flour, and 2 eggs. A little bit of vanilla. So if you kind of keep that same ratio, what I've done is put a tablespoon of butter in here with a tablespoon of sugar. I'm going to put in 1 egg and then a tablespoon of flour. But to keep it really rich and indulgent, and this is the cheat to stop it drying out, chocolate spread. So you can add in cocoa powder to make
right.
it cocoa-y,
Yeah.
but cocoa powder can dry it out and make it even drier than
Yeah.
normal. Whereas,
The oils in that keep it moister.
yes, I'm not saying it's like a molten
Yeah.
middle cake, like a
Yeah.
molten lava cake by any means, but it just gives it a bit more unctuousness throughout.
That is a great show.
Quick question: from when we made the porridge, did we have any leftover porridge?
Yes.
Boys, I don't want to preempt something, but once you've done this cake,
Yeah.
we've got a tip from Germany that we can use leftover porridge for pancakes.
Excellent. I think what happened is it's quite early here and Kush ate it for breakfast.
Kush!
What I'm going to do is ask this boy.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but Kush, we're not here to eat.
Also, Kush, we've got 8 hours to eat.
Oh, chorizo. Lovely.
It's just the
Why is he just walking around with chorizo in his pocket?
distraction techniques. Jamie was having a go at Kush for having eaten the porridge, but he distracted him very quickly with snacking chorizo.
I can't waste that, can I?
No. So we're just going to quickly whip up a single portion of porridge, because Kush is amazing, and then we will do porridge pancakes. And I need to learn a bit more about that. I think I've heard similar. I don't know. So more details would be great.
I've got it. Just fry the porridge in butter or mix an egg into the porridge before frying.
That was my thinking. Is
That's
you
from
need to add a little bit of egg or something to bind
Because
it. I would imagine.
Leftover porridge rolls can get really claggy.
Yes.
You have to loosen it again before to turn it into a batter, I guess. Yes.
Is that a chef? Is that a chef standing there next to Evers?
Are you getting all this?
He's got the same personality.
Yeah. Has he filmed any of Ben making this?
No, I just confused.
Well, he
He's already
does
got
it
bored.
when I'm facing the other way. I need you to tell me that it's happening. And I missed the first step, so there's no point me getting the rest.
Right, tablespoon of flour. This is self-raising flour. Huh?
Huh?
So I'm going to sidetrack. I'm going to do a lot of this today as I think of things that are useful.
This is why it's so hard to film you.
Because my mind is scatty. But normally we have a plan and we're talking about
Yeah.
one video at a time.
Yeah.
Today we're going to do dozens. If you have something like these are spoon measures and they give you a very accurate measurement because they're deep and you make sure they're level and you know that is a tablespoon.
I find they're useful for cooking sweet stuff, baking, not much else. The rest you can kind of do by eye.
And I think with spices, with oils, things like that for sure. Now
Yeah.
here we are baking. So it's kind of a bit more important.
Okay.
But I would also say that a confidence thing is also great
Yeah.
because this isn't a flat, but neither is a tablespoon.
Yeah.
But the important thing is it's the same ratio to our butter and our sugar that's already gone in.
Okay, cool.
So this started, just for context, with a tablespoon of cold butter and a tablespoon of sugar. And I put it in the microwave to soften up and become liquidy. So if you were making cake batter, you'd beat it together until it's light and fluffy.
Yeah.
Then I added some of the Nutella because it was still warm, it melted a bit and you mix it all in equally. Then I added in an egg. Same situation. It's melted, it's combined because it's slightly warm. Now in with the flour, and in theory, that will give us a cake batter.
Uh-oh.
Now, you could go in with some vanilla. You could go in with any other flavourings, some lemon oil,
Yep.
some orange flavours, some peppermint flavours. You can do whatever you want. The fact that we've got the Nutella in here, other chocolate paste brands are available. You've already got that richness and chocolate. Is there anything else, Barry, we want to add to this?
I want to add a bit of booze.
It's what time is it?
Barry,
We're making cake in the morning.
Evers, can we put some mint in it?
Mint.
Yeah, mint choc.
yeah.
Chocolate mint.
cake.
Yeah, can you submit it?
Barry, I know it's 12 o'clock somewhere. 5 o'clock, is that the phrase? It's 5 o'clock
It's
somewhere.
5 o'clock somewhere,
But-
especially if you're a pirate.
We'll do that on top. We'll leave it. We will. So the
Finish your
mint.
sentence.
The mint.
What's my sentence?
I don't know.
The mint is an interesting one. I wouldn't put fresh mint in here.
No.
It won't do its good thing. You want like a peppermint extract oil thing,
Yeah.
which it probably does exist in the studio in the little cake thing up on the top shelf. But maybe
Are you talking to Kush?
no.
Kush is,
You just say.
Kush is full of porridge. He's got the energy.
Oh, so much slow releasing carbs.
Right.
But what I'm going to do instead is add our pancake spice mix because that has already got cinnamon, lemon peel, cardamom, and vanilla.
So in terms of hacks, Evers, would you say that using pre-mixed spices might also be a hack in itself?
So far, we've used 3 this morning. So we've used curry powder, mixed spice, and now this is a spice blend that's already been done for you. Sometimes they can be a more expensive way of buying spices by the gram. But by doing them all together, you're kind of saving having to buy 6 different individual jars and then mix them yourself. So it's cheaper in the short term. It is more expensive in the long term. So I'd say it's a more convenience thing.
Okay.
But you're leaning into the expertise that someone's got those ratios right. I use them a lot. Curry powders, mixed spice, lots of different spice blends from around the world. And in this case, pancake spice, which is so generic, but has in here some deliciousness, including cardamom, lemon peel,
Brilliant.
cinnamon. We're kind of good to go.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we've reached a threshold. So there are now over 3,000 people watching us concurrently live. Hello!
You're nuts.
Also, Cooper Mail has just told us that it's 5 p.m. in Western Australia, and therefore perfectly fine to have a drink there because it's Friday.
Cool.
But also,
Get some Baileys in that.
at the same
I'm
time,
trying,
Cooper
but-
Mail also gave us 50 Australian dollars,
What are you doing?
which has taken us over £500
Well, this is not the point.
No, this
in
is
Super
great.
Chat,
This
which
is amazing.
which was never the point. And if you have, because I don't know on the live stream whether people can see that money is coming through, so I just want to make sure that I'm referencing. People are sending money. The point of us doing this today is to help people save money. But if people are sending us money, then we're just going to donate that money to charity because that is the right thing to do. And so Barry set up a foundation. And it's going to go to a UK food charity. Please don't feel obliged to send us money. It's not going to go to us. It's going to go to charity anyway. Fine. But we're here to save you money, not help you spend your money.
But thank you.
But thank you.
That's amazing. What's going on?
They're looking
So
at his.
we've got another hack that's come through. That you keen for it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Right.
So whilst that cake is in the microwave, let's talk about another something in a mug. We've had a recommendation to try shakshuka in a cup. Put the So put the spices and some oil in a cup and toast in the microwave for a minute. Then put a small egg on top and microwave for another 30 seconds to a minute, depending on the power.
Look at Ben's face. He's not
So
convinced.
it's a
He is not
Poached
convinced.
egg
No, I am
Toast-
so convinced. I'm thinking.
poached egg in a microwave already incredible, but spiced poached egg in a mug.
So what I'm thinking here is a bit like our porridge that we began the day with, and I said you could go 12 different ways. It's probably hundreds.
Yeah.
I like this already because you can go in so many different ways. Let's do a version. Kush, can you lay another egg? and one more cup. Thank you, chef. In fact, okay, yeah, I'll take a couple we are thinking
Yes.
alike. We are thinking
Yes,
alike. And we're
Kush.
here. I love it when we actually think the same.
Oh, chef
Some
off.
harissa.
I don't want
You don't want to be part of a chef off?
And I do not.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
So
We're gonna
we're going to do different flavoured eggs in mugs.
Oh, sweet.
I've seen this already, like a lot on TikTok, of people microwaving poached eggs, and it seems to work. But again, you've got to try it to believe it. But the idea of having spiced eggs or flavoured eggs is absolutely incredible.
But before we
yes,
get on
okay.
to savoury eggs,
Oh, thank goodness. This was starting to run away from me.
I know.
before we get onto the spiced eggs, this is the cake in a mug
That
that
looks great.
somebody suggested we did, and somebody said it's really difficult to get ones that are nice and that work. And I agree. Not yet. Because
Barry.
he's like a.
Calm
Come
it,
on.
Kermit.
You know, Ebbers gets.
Barry! He said not yet!
It's like a
What's really important is I show you how dry the base of this cup is.
Well, it's too
too
late
late.
now, isn't
If
it?
you just put.
it's a coffee liqueur drizzle cake.
What's the point in doing this if we're not going to teach these lovely people?
You can tell them they'll believe you're a chef.
That's true. I mean, that's how it's worked for the last 12 years. So what I want to do is just turn it out, because I know the whole point of cake in a mug is that you eat it in the mug, and it's all there. And actually, this kind of volume, so remember, it's a tablespoon of butter, tablespoon of sugar,
Yeah,
teaspoon of chocolate spread,
yeah.
an egg, and a tablespoon of self-raising flour. Mix it all together, a little bit of the spice, which had the lemon peel, the cardamom, and the cinnamon already combined.
By the way, the more you talk, the more that sinks down into the cup.
Well, it will do. It will do.
Exactly, yeah.
And I think that's important to talk about, because in a cup this size, that has given us the perfect space to now put on a dollop of ice cream, but you're still eating it out the cup, or a dollop of yogurt,
Yeah.
or a dollop of sour cream. Now, sour cream with sweet things is really, really delicious. But the idea, and you wouldn't normally turn it out, but I want to show you that it's cooked all the way through. It was until you gave it a soggy bottom with alcohol.
That is delicious.
And this is the reality here, is that it is not the most attractive looking cake.
What would you say to that? I think you'd say, ta-da,
It's a leaning tower of. Yeah.
But I think
steaming
what's-
pile of.
And it looks soggy at the bottom, but that is literally only because he's just poured liquid into the bottom of it. But if we cut through the middle, and let's show you this. I want to show you the texture inside. Because what you get...
That is a very good looking cake in a mug.
I know.
Surprised yourself, didn't you there?
No. What do you mean I surprised myself?
He's done it a few times where it really hasn't gone right.
Well, do you know what? We try and test so much stuff so that we get it right every single time with you guys.
Yeah.
However, today we don't have that luxury. So we're kind of arcing back to what we think we remember. But the key here is that chocolate spread.
Yeah.
Because it keeps it really unctuous. But you should have that very spongy consistency.
Brilliant.
And if you then dollop it with yogurt or sour cream or ice cream, you're on to an absolute winner. Have a taste, see what you think. Then you can put some more booze on it if you really think at 9 o'clock that's a good decision. We've got 8 hours of this.
Ben, just because there's a lot going on, and I just want to double check. Did you put an egg in the microwave?
Yes.
Okay. Lots of comments saying, is that egg not going to explode?
Sorry, misunderstood. I didn't put an egg in the
yet.
microwave.
Right.
I cracked the egg into the cake mix, and
Right.
the cake mix went in the microwave. And the cake mix was about here on the cake, on the mug, and it rose up to about here. And then it very slowly sank down because what we have is lots of pockets of air, and as the air expands, they're going to be bigger. It is cooked all the way through. Mike, have a little bit of cake. Jamie, have a little bit of cake. Tell us what you think.
Whilst we eat this cake, can you recap the hack?
Oh, yes. He was actually hoping that he could clear
that-
down instead, but
Is that not you?
no, that's Barry. You're.
I know. I'm just
We're
wondering-
live streaming here. I don't know if you know what we're.
He literally does what he
Where's
wants.
the pen?
One
Right.
job, Barry.
How is this cake? Cheers.
Are we on them or are we on? I don't know what's going on.
It's
It does the job.
65% there for a sponge.
Exactly. It's
Which-
what you want.
If you're cooking it in a mug, in a microwave, you're willing to accept.
You have to set your expectations at the right level.
Food is about compromise.
Exactly. Well, it doesn't have to be about compromise.
Well, we just
That
done.
is
We
a
compromised.
Yeah, but we compromised on, but we saved on time
Yeah.
and we saved on effort.
Yeah.
But what we got was a cake that is not as good as if you'd spent.
Exactly. We were willing to compromise
So compromise.
due to our circumstances,
Yes.
which is that we have just over 7 hours of this remaining, and we've done 3 hacks.
I thought
Flying.
when we talked about this earlier in the week, did we reckon we would do one every 10 minutes? We thought 10 minutes is a good span of time to talk about one subject.
Look, it's breakfast. What we need is slow release. We're doing slow release energy and slow release hacks.
Okay.
We're going to pick up the pace when we get a sugar spike.
Oh, well, we've just had some cake. So I'll tell you what, in 5 minutes, on the top of the hour, we'll do like the 9 o'clock news, shall we?
On the top of the hour. I haven't heard
top,
that.
Top of the
I'm not
hour.
even sure I've heard that phrase in my lifetime. I'm aware of that phrase because it took part in decades before I was born.
Right.
At the top of the hour.
At the top of the hour, why don't we do like the 9 o'clock news?
Okay. Bong. Ebba's makes a cake in a mug. What you mean like that? We'll recap the hacks.
We'll recap the hacks. We'll explain to people
Top
what we-
hacks at the top of the hour.
Right.
We're being creative over here.
Yeah.
And Barry, you're not. I can't capture you there. So get in the kitchen.
Because this next bit, I'm going to need your help.
No. Barry, get in the kitchen.
What is that? Cooks? Next up.
You're lowering the production value of this right now. Get in the kitchen.
Nobody needs to see that mop
Get
of hair
in the
that
kitchen.
close.
I need to film this bit from this side.
Right.
Would you mind getting in the kitchen with Ben?
You have to leave Creative Corner.
You're going to have to be
No, I
in
don't need
charge.
anyone with me.
I'm
but
in
you just
charge
need
of
to not
Creative
block that
Corner
camera.
again. Look at this. This is
no,
great.
I'm gonna be
Welcome to Creative Corner. How do you think it's going so far, boys? Good chat. Yep,
So far,
excellent.
I'm disappointed with this because I think we've done a lot more than 3 hacks.
Yeah, because you've given the maths job to someone who can't even stand on
Sorry.
the right side of the kitchen.
We've done two porridges and a cake in a mug.
Mixed spices. We've talked about poaching eggs.
This is a celebration. Hang on, mixed spices.
Use mixed spice blends to save you the effort.
Way!
Warm your eggs up before you poach them. Make sure they are super fresh. Increase shelf life by storing them in the fridge. Correct. That's fine. That's fine. Five's good.
There you go. We need to celebrate these wins.
I've pressed the wrong button again.
I'm really excited. You can tell I'm here because I'm excited by this next hack.
You can't get in the way of this though.
It's fine. I'm going to be here on this bit. Get on with it.
To explain those who've just joined us, today we are shooting through a number of different cameras, and you are kind of a fly on the wall as collectively we work this out and get some hacks. So you might get the back of Barry's head for a bit, but hey, we're on this together.
You're going to see how we genuinely argue in real life.
Also, can I just ask, Ebbers, when did you start that timer on your thing? Because that's not going to finish at 4 o'clock.
What's the time now?
8:57.
It's not a timer, it's a YouTube video. Is it one that's just not synced up properly?
Well, we've had that problem before, haven't we, in the Pass It On Live, where our timer was not.
Someone's made a timer where the seconds aren't actually seconds. I love that.
Is it Ed?
We have been punked. Right, Ebbers, recap the hack. This was sent in by one of you guys, wasn't it? That we should make essentially shakshuka in a mug in the microwave. So we are making our own version now. Ebbers, recap the hack. What have we got?
So in this one, and we're going to do 3 different flavours here from 3 different corners of the world. So this one, we've put in a little bit of rose harissa oil,
Lovely.
some chopped pepper, and some cured ham.
Great.
Now I'm going to put it into the microwave to give it a head start, so we begin to cook the pepper, cook the ham, and infuse it all together. Obviously, as always, a little bit of salt, but we'll come back to that because we don't know how salty the ham is and the fact that it's been cured. I'm just going to give it 30 seconds while we do this.
Oh, wow.
The next one.
If you're just joining us, I would like to apologise for the fact that half of your frame in the other shot is taken up by Barry
Lots of chilli.
and his main. Barry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, there you are.
We're testing how spicy the chili. It's not that bad. At
No,
all.
that's more like
At
a
all.
jalapeno.
That's
That's lovely.
lovely.
So we've got some spring onion and a little bit of chilli in there. Some mirin,
So what's the logic here? Why the mirin? Like,
a little bit of sweetness.
give me some like layering blueprints.
Kind of also want, I will do exactly that when I've got what I need. Bear with me.
I don't think he's ever going to get what he needs.
Sesame oil. So what we've got here, each time is a little bit of fat. So
Right.
the first one was rose harissa oil. The second one is sesame oil. And then a couple of other flavours that we're going to give a 30-second head start on. So this one has got some spring onion, some chilli, and some mirin. So we're kind of thinking...
A fresh element somewhere. We've got peppers in the first one. We've got spring onions and chili in the second one.
Yep.
Gotcha.
And a little bit, we know how hot this is. I'm going to put a little bit now and a little bit on the top at the end as a garnish. We have already got chilli in here, but this is also a little bit of togarashi, which has got sesame seeds, black and white. It's got some orange peel in there. It's got some absolute deliciousness. That is going to need 30 seconds in the microwave.
Right, welcome to Hack Friday. Oh, Barry, what are you doing? Welcome to Hack Friday. We are Sorted Food. Today we are spending 8 hours of our day providing the perfect antidote, an escape to Black Friday offers where companies are essentially selling you anything and everything on offer. But you might not need those things that they're selling, but you might be tempted to buy them because they're on offer. What we want to do is give you a way of actually saving money when it comes to food. And so we are spending 8 hours of our day testing a load of different food hacks to save you time, save you money, save you effort. We are 1 hour into this. How many hacks have we done, boys?
5.
Depends who's counting, I think 5.
Right.
We've done
And
5.
if Barry was counting?
3.
Excellent.
3 dishes, 5 hacks. And our third one, so this is eggs cooked in a microwave. Somebody suggested shakshuka in a cup, which is genius. We've done exactly that for this one, but we're also doing 2 different flavour variations. This one, the fat, is butter, and the flavouring is chopped up shallot, garlic, chilli, and curry leaf.
Oh, amazing.
Now, the curry leaf is something that we always have in the studio, frozen if not fresh, because they keep really well, and it just transforms
It does, doesn't it?
food. It takes it, makes it so much better. Again, seasoning, and then into the microwave for about 30 seconds.
One of the other things, and this for people who may have just joined, what I have learned in the last hour, apart from some incredible food hacks, is that super chats are a thing, and that people can see how much money is being donated to Sorted Food through the live stream. I would like to provide some reassurance that A, we didn't know that was going to happen, and B, now we know that it's happening, we will be donating that money to a food-based charity in the UK. Again, we are here to save you money. Please do not feel obliged to send money. And if you do send money, it won't come to us, it will go to charity. So it's all good.
Oh.
Back to the studio.
So by my odd timer, we're nearly at an hour's mark. Where are we actually?
9:02.
Excellent. Right, with that case, that is absolutely pointless. Right, so here are our 3 different eggs. We now have one that has got rose harissa, pepper, and some cured ham. Here we have got sesame oil, mirin, spring onion,
And
And
chili.
chili.
And togarashi.
and togarashi. And here we've got butter with curry leaf, chili, shallot, and garlic. Now an egg into each.
I'm learning some nice rules here as well.
A little bit of fat, a little bit of fresh, and then see what happens.
Oh, right. A little bit of... Which one's fat and which one's fresh?
Fat and fresh, it can be our stage name.
That can be our drum and bass group.
However,
Fat and fresh.
a moment ago, Jay, you said that someone was really worried that we put an egg in the microwave and why didn't it explode?
There are still people that are worried about that.
So if you put an egg in the microwave, it may well explode. If it's mixed into the cake batter we did before in a mug, less of an issue. This is something we need to now think about because if you put this in the microwave now, there is a chance that the yolk will explode. Now, I don't know if this is a myth, but I'm not prepared to take the chance. So I'm just going to do a little stab. Boop,
It'd be great if we could see that, but there's a barrier in the way.
Pop in the yolk.
boop. Literally just with the tip of a sharp knife, just break the yolk. What that does is prevent the yolk from cooking quicker than the white and go pop.
Yep.
And then we put it back in the microwave. I would suggest 30-second blasts
Okay.
at a time because it will probably need a minute to 90 seconds, but we're not sure. But then you've got control of it. There's nothing worse than overcooked eggs.
This is a test. So we're testing to get it right so that we can publish these so that you can actually read through them and have a comprehensive list of great hacks
This
for you
fo-
to apply in the future.
This feels like the first one where we
Get in this kitchen!
Oh, here he comes. He's not happy. Look at that face.
So Mike is our head of production,
I don't
likes
like
to make
being
things look
spoken
good.
to like that.
Hello, how you doing? Sorry, what were you saying?
This is the first one where I think it could go wrong.
I know, I love it.
Like I can tell when Evers is a little bit like on the edge here.
Yeah.
He's running with confidence, going, you know what? If this comes off, he's going to look like a genius. At the same time,
It was suggested by a community member, so they're getting all the genius
exactly.
points.
Well played.
I love it.
The other suggestion that's coming in is why don't we just put an egg in a microwave and see if it explodes?
It does.
Oh, he does.
It does.
Oh, okay.
Kush says it does.
But then we'd have to use that afterwards so as not to waste food.
Just lick it off the edge of the microwave.
Poached egg.
So, how long are you going for, Evers?
Because we've got 3.
Yeah.
So the rule with microwaves. Just because you put 2 things into a microwave, it doesn't double the requirement for time. That's not how a microwave works, but you will need to increase the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't say this exact ratio of stuff, but for 3 cups, I doubled the time.
I've got
So
you.
I gave a minute for 3 and we'll see where we're at. This is where we're at. So it's just started whoop, to set around the edge, but still
Yeah.
very liquid in the middle. So we're going back in, say it again.
30-second blasts.
Do you think if this works, would you do this?
There are times, yeah, do you know why? Because there are times where I'm hungry. Oh no, it's live, so here we go,
Yeah.
embarrassing times. There are times when I'm hungry and I just go, I need to eat something really quick now, but it can't be a meal.
Yeah.
And I'll do something borderline, a borderline recipe. It started with packet rice, and I would just do packet rice. I'd open packet microwave rice, and I would dump it into a bowl. I'd microwave it, dump it into a bowl, and then put some spices on it. Ever since going to Carolina, South Carolina, Jay, going
Yeah.
to Charleston, and we had Charleston red rice, which is essentially rice and tomato paste and all these amazing flavours.
Yeah.
When I got hungry, but only for something small, I now do like my version of a Carolina red rice, which is like tomato paste, spices, oils,
Oh, brilliant.
and it's amazing. It's really sweet,
Yeah.
tomatoey. So something like this, if I had like some scraggy spring onions left in the thing, I'll always
Yeah.
have a pepper and I'll
Yeah.
always have spring onions. Chop, 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 chop. Chuck those in. I'll always have an egg. Like this is the type of thing that I'd go. It's 4 p.m. It's not dinner time, and I've had lunch, but I'm hungry.
Yeah.
But also, I like to think that I've got standards, even though we all know that I don't. This would make me not only feel good about myself, like I'd actually cooked something like delicious, but it would be hacky and lazy enough for me to actually bother doing it.
Yeah. And I think you could, if this works, you could turn this out and turn it into a proper meal.
I've got all of the first mug. I've got all of the ingredients in my store cupboard.
You're not sure. You're going to go a bit more.
I'll give it another 30 seconds.
So how long's that had so far?
It's difficult because we're doing 3, and most people will be doing 1, but so far it had 2 minutes in total.
Gotcha.
But
So I had a minute the first time, then 30 seconds, then 30 seconds.
Brilliant.
And that's working for 3. What's important in the microwave, you can see them spinning. Microwaves might have hot points and cold points. So one hack, straight off, top tip, if you are cooking just one thing in a microwave, don't put it in the centre of the microwave. The point of the turntable is it's going to move through hot and cold spots to give it even cooking.
I'm owning it.
So put it on the edge and let it move
You
around.
can't. You say that's a hack.
That's
You're saying that's an instruction manual on how to use a microwave.
Have you read one?
No.
Exactly.
It also says don't put your cat in it. Is that a
Does
hack?
it? Does it? Does it? Well, I'm claiming that.
I think it's important. I think these are the kind of things that people
Oh, mate, that looks good.
need to
That
know
looks
about.
Good.
6.
Can we see that in the camera as well?
So yeah,
I'll
what I'm
do
just
that.
what I'm just trying to work out is I had them in a very set order, and then the microwave very naturally rotates them, and it's like find the lady. I can't remember which one's which. I have to sniff them. Oh, that's pretty obvious when you sniff them. There we go.
Okay, Evers. Throw them to camera and I'll zoom in from here.
So this one, you can see the yolk just here, but it's got the harissa oil. It's got pepper and cured meat. 1 egg. This one, and this is why we're testing these, quite rich. I overdid the sesame oil, so what it's done is because it's sesame oil and mirin, it's quite liquidy. So I think once we mix it in, it'll be lovely and soupy. But right now, it's quite liquidy and it's separated, but it smells incredible.
Yeah,
so that's
delicious.
sesame oil, mirin, spring onion, and chilli. And this one, again, you've got that curry leaf chopped up.
Wow.
If you keep curry leaf in your freezer, you have always got them. So buy a packet, and it's got too many you need off the bat. But then you can just take them out. They defrost because they're literally a leaf in no time at all, and then you can use them as fresh. I would say that's another hack. Curry leaves, lemongrass stalks, kaffir lime leaves, and bay leaves. Buy them all fresh, not dried, but then freeze them and take them out of the freezer in the small portions you want, and you'll have that fresh flavour bomb that is authentic without having to worry about constantly buying another packet of all of them, and I'm only going to use 4 in this recipe, and the rest get wasted.
So what do you reckon now? Eat them out of the cup, or would you turn these out?
No, I think this is the cup thing, which makes it really difficult for everyone at home to see. We could turn one out so people can see.
If you can, if you get a big spoonful, lift it to the camera for this camera and that camera, it'd be amazing.
And there's the egg pop, because if you get it right,
Yeah.
in fact, that's what you need to do. You just then mix it all up. Yeah, because the yolk is still unctuous and had a bit of a dribble to it. The pepper in the bottom, because it had the head start. Remember, all of these had a head start first.
Yeah.
30 seconds to heat up the fat and heat up the small things we put inside.
Right.
Everything that went in there was cooked.
Yeah.
There was nothing in there that you couldn't have eaten raw. I think that's important. All you're doing is warming them up and softening them. So this one has got the pepper, slight bite still, but they've softened. This one, again, gonna have to cut down and get the green stuff, and I think the mixing helps.
It's looking good.
That one, okay, so that one, I think the extra liquid has kind of helped to steam it a bit more.
Yep.
So the yolk is a bit harder.
Very nice. Very nice.
And the last one, that's a really big spoon. Again, you've got the runny yolk.
Oh, yeah.
So that runny yolk is good. The outside is cooked, the middle is still nice and runny, but once you've kind of mixed it all together, the eating experience is better.
I can see why on the voice note it was kind of comparing it to a shakshuka.
Well,
Like that's what you're trying to create, that
Have
type
that
of
wobble.
flavours and eggs and mixing together later on. Yeah, great.
egg cooked in stuff, and that should be absolutely delicious. Any
Should.
preference on flavour? Would you like our rose harissa, our kind of sesame mirin spring onion one, or our kind of Indian style version? So basically, harissa, togarashi, or curry leaf.
I'll take a togarashi for tea, please. Tea for togarashi.
Togarashi tea. There
Thank you
are.
very much. Thank you very much.
It's a bit lumpy.
Now's probably a really good time as well to talk about some of the comments that are coming through, because I don't want to keep going back to the money thing. Because this isn't about the money in that respect. But there are a lot of people commenting saying that YouTube takes 30% of super chats. So when we're saying that we're going to donate it to charity, some of that charity is called YouTube, which isn't the best thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the fundraising options, and we can actually set it up as a fundraiser. So if people do want to send money, it will go directly to the charity than via YouTube and stuff. I've had a quick look. I can only see US-based charities at the moment. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but we are in the UK, and that might be a better thing for us to do. So I'm on it. I'm going to have a look at it. Don't worry about it.
This is what we like. I mean, this is literally evolving. We started here, the crack of dawn this morning, it wasn't even light, and we decided to go live without much of a plan. My only plan was porridge and eggs for breakfast. We've now done both of those, so we are out of plans. But this was one of your ideas, and it was doing a kind of savoury shakshuka-style dish in a mug. This is not a full meal. This is a delicious, quick, simple breakfast, snack, lunch. You've got an egg, some flavour, some fresh veg, and what one I'm eating is really good.
And what I'm about to eat is the Indian one, where the egg has been essentially poached in butter.
Yes, there's a knob of butter in there with the curry leaf, with the chilli, and with the shallot.
Is it good?
And spring onion.
It's an egg in a mug. I keep telling myself that, but that is unflipping-leavable.
Remember, always season. Eggs love a little bit of seasoning, so
Genuinely.
each one had a pinch of salt.
Genuinely,
Suddenly.
that's mind-blowing. Because
Hot, spicy,
yeah,
the chili's got a kick, but that was absolutely delicious.
Like the hack I know is that I now need to poach my eggs in butter. Flipping incredible!
Years ago, do you remember we did butter poached chicken? That was a
Yeah.
silly thing to do.
All right. So, out of interest, how many hacks do we have out of that? There was a lot going on. Is that
I
one
think
hack?
the
Or is that
hack
three?
is one hack, but...
Now it's one hack.
No, because we've already put the curry leaf,
Yeah.
lemongrass, cafe lime down. That's one hack of how to cook the egg.
Okay.
Roughly 90 seconds.
Yeah.
Give it 30 seconds at a time. A little bit of fat.
Yeah.
A little bit of flavour.
Yeah.
A spice blend or paste or something, and something fresh.
Clever.
One egg. Prick the yolk.
Yeah.
So it doesn't explode. 30 seconds at a time. Roughly 90 seconds.
I love how, as well, from a lazy point of view, minimal washing up. Just whack all your flavours, your fats, and your egg in there.
Yep.
Get that right. Whack it on your toast, or
I mean, that
your
would
rice, or your porridge.
Especially once you cut it up, that would absolutely go on toast or
Yeah.
toast to serve with. The only other thing to remember is the 30-second blast before the egg goes in.
Gotcha.
Just to heat up the fat and
Yeah.
begin to soften and heat up the mug. So when the egg goes in, it's all kind of combining nicely. But
Eggy flavour blast you can put on anything.
we've licked the spoon, Emma, but would you like any of these?
You're right. I'll wait for the next round.
Next round.
Next time we need to remember to feed
Okay,
Emma, because
sorry,
so far
Emma.
Kush has eaten the porridge, we've eaten the cake and the eggs. We're feeding Emma next.
Okay.
Right, everyone, thank you very much for joining us. There are currently over 3,500 of us here. This is Hack Friday. This, for us, is our kind of perfect antidote for Black Friday. We're trying to find all the ways we can actually save money when it comes to the food that we buy and how we plan, shop and cook our meals. Now, like any good organisation, we also have a Black Friday offer on our Sidekick app where you can actually get 40% off. I know, it is pluggy, plug, but the reason for saying that is we know that that will save you money by helping you to reduce your food waste and buy less food in the first place and get incredible meals on the table every single day. All the links are downstairs. Also downstairs, there is a link to a WhatsApp where you can send us some voice notes. I don't know, Emma, have we had any rude voice notes yet? No, so don't encourage that. Is what Emma's saying is don't encourage the rude ones because she's listening to them all.
And that's a red. If we have to wave the red flag, it's not good.
So, going back to one of the hacks that was recommended earlier, we made porridge first thing. We had some left over. Kush ate all that porridge.
So we made some more.
And then a comment came in saying, here's a hack for some leftover porridge. So Kush made some more porridge.
So that we have leftovers.
So we have leftovers. And that hack was about turning leftover porridge oats into
Pancakes.
pancakes.
So, remember if you saw the first hack, if not, you can always go back and see it, I'm sure. But the point of that is having something like a ramekin or a cup or an egg cup, depending on what your portion size is. So that if you make it in the morning, you always make exactly the right amount you want.
Yep.
So there isn't any left over.
Yep.
But if you're going to the effort of making porridge, maybe do make double the amount, and then you have got leftovers. And this is something you can do with it. So this is cold now, so it does thicken up and kind of go a bit more stodgy than what it was earlier.
Yep.
Cold porridge. The oats are all cooked out. What we're going to do is turn it into pancake.
Right.
So
You've got a lot of the ingredients already for a pancake in there, plus some oats.
Well, what are the ingredients for pancake?
Or it's a
Milk,
test.
Flour.
egg,
It's a
flour.
test.
Milk, egg, flour.
That's it.
So at the moment we've got milk and flour.
Yeah.
Except the flour is oat flour.
Yeah.
It just hasn't been ground.
Milk, yeah.
But
Yeah,
essentially the oats are going to do that binding.
Yeah.
We are now going to add egg, which will help to enrich it because you've got a little bit of dairy fat
Yeah.
in there. We've now got a yolk fat, but also the egg, as it cooks, will begin to set up. And then we just need to flavour it. Now, flavouring wise, and you will begin to realise this across the 8 hours, we are very fortunate here in the studio that we do a lot of cooking, a lot of testing. Everything you get on the YouTube channel that is a finished recipe, everything you get in Sidekick, everything you get in the cookbooks is tried and tested, so we know it works. Some of that means we have so many ingredients kicking around. So, that's our basic mix. For this, we're going to go cheesy.
I thought we were sticking to. So far,
Welcome to my cheese box.
We've only had one. Whoa, that is a smelly cheese box. Whoa, heavens! Keep that to yourself. Flippin' heck.
Oh, I'm stepping.
So you said we're starting with breakfast, and we've had one normal breakfasty porridge.
Oh,
I'm
that's
The rest
sorry.
have been,
We've had oatmeal.
but yeah.
We've had savoury porridge, like
Oh, I
kedgeree.
can't stand here. Flippin' heck.
Have you never had cheese for breakfast? Have you never, ever been through a drive-through and had something that has cheese in it for breakfast?
Yeah, but that cheese tastes of nothing and smells of nothing.
Well, let's level it up. Let's level it up. So, two things I want to talk about here as a hack. One of those is the use of something like rocket or
Okay.
watercress.
Okay.
People think it's salad, salad's boring, I can dress it, put it on the side of a plate.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it's the perfect accompaniment to so many different dishes.
Smells beautiful.
But I would say ingredients like this pack such a punch on flavour, whether it's watercress or rocket, that you can absolutely cook with it and substitute it out for something like spinach.
Right.
So in this instance, you're adding flavour and the green freshness into our porridge mix. So rocket, watercress, think outside the salad box and start to use it in wilted ways through frittatas, through pasta dishes, finish through risottos, chop it up and put it through omelettes. I think it's a hack. Why haven't you tallied it?
I don't like being bossed around.
Oh, hey, we got another one. And can we just confirm, Barry, are you now more on board with this? Because it sounded like this wasn't a hack that you wanted.
He's decided
No.
because he hasn't filmed it.
Oh, Barry.
Honestly, you're moving so fast. I thought we had 8 hours. It was a lot of time.
No,
You're
we've already
moving
done
so
one of those.
quickly.
We've already done one of those.
No. Stop waffling
Is
your
this like a
cheese in
proper
my
treasure trove of delicious
face.
cheese?
Horrific.
Stop wafting your cheese in my face.
The only thing I have with things like rocket, we've got to be careful. It sometimes can be quite overpowering in a salad or dishes when you put too much in. With spinach, you can put loads in, it wilts down to nothing. With rocket and watercress, you can overpower a dish sometimes, I find.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think, I agree. I think spinach is often a filler and therefore green colour and thing, but it doesn't add a huge amount of flavour.
Yeah.
Unless you have it on its own with a
Yeah.
pinch of nutmeg,
Yeah.
butter, salt, pepper, and it's delicious as a side dish.
Yeah.
I think this is doing both of those things. It's adding a flavour in the dish for you. So it's the flavour you want rather than the flavour you're left with.
Is now a good time to answer some questions that are coming through?
Yep.
Excellent.
As a recap, we're just making porridge pancakes, which was a previous suggestion. Now for the questions.
Okay, so we are here. We've been here since 8 o'clock this morning, so we've been doing this for an hour and 20 minutes, boys.
Excellent.
We've got 6 hours and 40 minutes to go.
Even better.
Lovely. We might maybe extend it.
No.
No?
No, we've got a video going live at 4 that everyone wants to go and watch. So everyone will drop this and go and watch that. So we'll be left with no one.
Good point. So this brings me on to another question. Will this live stream be available on the channel after it's happened? And we don't know. And the reason for that is we don't know what this is going to be like. So what we'll do is we'll make sure that if it will either be public or it will be unlisted, and we'll make sure we get the link out everywhere so that people can watch it back if you want to watch it back. But we'll make sure that you can find it somehow. Oh, look, Barry's picked up a phone.
Yes, I'm trying my best to film all of these hacks so that we can create some shorts and reels later on. But Ben is moving at such a pace, it's really hard to keep up.
So, recap the hack, Ebbers. What's in there?
This is leftover oatmeal or porridge. So if you do make too much, then this is a use for it that was suggested in the comments earlier, which is why we're doing it. We had some left over, eventually, and what we've done is added to that egg. So about a handful of like a ramekin of porridge, 1 egg, and then any flavours you want. So I'm heavily seasoning it, salt and pepper, but we've also gone in with chopped rocket. So rocket giving it a pepperiness and a fleck of green, and then a quite strong but hard cheese. So something like that. That's got a wonderful funk. This is a Swiss cheese, but you can of course put whatever cheese you want in.
Yeah.
More likely, whatever cheese you've got left over. I would never go and buy a cheese for this. If you've got cheese left over, use it. If you haven't, it doesn't need to go in.
And quick question, because somebody thought they saw you throw the cheese rind away.
Ah, they absolutely did.
Well, Ebbers, don't toss the cheese rinds away.
Hang on,
They're so good
hang
in
on,
sauces, soups, risottos for dates. You can tell them that you got the cheese rind.
You know what? Love that.
It's going on the board.
That is a
It's
wonderful
a washed
That's-
rind. It's a washed rind.
That's
I
come
don't
from
know if we'll
Callum
get to that
Kitten
today.
on
But
Twitter.
I tell you what, if in the next 6.5 hours we do something that could be used in, absolutely, minestrone soup. So right, so right.
Well done. I love it when you catch Ebbers out. That's amazing.
We hit double digits, lads.
Yay!
To celebrate, let's put a knob of butter in a pan.
Well, oh, we don't. Yep. Yeah.
I've never done this. This is a good time to say I've never, ever done this.
Does this already exist as a recipe? Is this a thing? Is it like, because it's not going to run like a pancake. It's going to be more like, I can't work out. It's quite a solid.
It's going to be quite heavy and stodgy,
Um,
but I think it's more. It's not like a light fluffy pancake.
No.
Neither is it like a lacy
It's
crepe.
not going to rise at all.
But I think
gonna
it's
get fluffy.
not really because it's got a raising agent in it. But what it will do is have that kind of almost cross between a fritter
Yeah. Yes.
and a pancake.
Yes.
I think that's the kind of territory we're talking about. But do you know what? I've never done it before, so we will find out.
Very interesting. Right. Yep. They look great.
Porridge pancakes.
The good thing is, Baz, we don't have to eat it. We're giving these ones to Emma, so it's fine. Because so far we've all had breakfast and poor Emma sat there. And I think once we've done this, have we got another voicemail?
I'll have a look. This is one of the scary things. Is we've got a WhatsApp for this. You can get the number downstairs in the description. So send us your voice notes, your hacks, your ideas of what we could be doing for the next 8 hours. Which one do I push next? You ready?
Where
You
to
ready
go
for
to
this?
go?
Okay, turn the sound up. And next hack is.
Could you make a veloute?
So, what was it? So that's a.
Could you make a veloute in a cup?
In a cup. Oh, I didn't hear the in
velouté
the
in a
cup bit. Yeah, you could do, because there's nothing that stops. So what a velouté is, for those who don't know, and then we'll explain why it would work in a cup.
What, Jamie?
A velouté!
It is basically a bechamel, or a classic white sauce, that instead of adding milk, you add in stock.
Yeah.
So you start with flour and butter, and you
Yeah.
make a roux. So
Yeah.
you could put flour and butter in a microwave, just a few seconds just to soften it,
But
the
then
butter.
You have to cook the flour out though.
Then you need to add in a little bit of milk and put it back in. It would be a hassle, if I'm honest, because you do need to keep adding it a little at a time, and you have to keep stirring. So you're literally looking at 10-second bursts. So it can be done. That's what I'm going to say. Why would you? I think a velouté is an excellent thing, and we will have that as a conversation later on, because I'm hoping that we'll do something with chicken later,
Yeah.
and we'll show you how far we can stretch a chicken.
Okay.
And with that in mind, we'll make a velouté with the stock we make.
Interesting.
So what you're saying is we haven't necessarily backed it, but we haven't also sacked it off, but we haven't cracked it yet. Is that what we'll crack on? Is that what we're saying?
Yep, that's basically what we're saying.
Ebbers has picked crack.
Everyone's laughing at the velouté. I did see a comment somewhere about. Oh, it's gone. They go so quick. About the origins of oatmeal pancakes. Because these are very soft, so I don't know.
There is one here saying in the old days, the Scots, when travelling, would carry some oats, and when needed, would mix them with a little water and cook them as a pancake.
There we go.
Yes.
I regularly make pancakes.
Do you?
Oh, now you pipe up.
Yeah. But I blend the oats.
So you're
Into the
using it as a flour.
Yeah.
Oh, excellent.
Interesting.
And they're really good, and they look exactly the same as that. And it's just a hack.
I've got another one. Come on. Hello? Hello? Not working. Sorry, I've got technical issues.
Whilst Baz is doing this, make sure you keep sending us all of your hacks that you want to test. We've got until 4 o'clock this afternoon to test things out. So we're looking for, we've done some breakfast ideas. We're going to look for some brunch ideas, some lunch ideas, some afternoon tea ideas, dinner ideas. We've got the whole day, and we are at your pleasure. Is that the right way of disposal?
No.
There's neither of those are good descriptions, are they? We are at your.
We are disposable pleasure. That can be our drum and bass.
Yes, disposable pleasure.
So we've
I
got
quite like it.
fresh
Yeah,
and-
I like that.
Fresh and fat, disposable pleasure.
Right, I've got another voicemail coming in.
Oh,
I
oh,
love
oh,
this.
oh.
It's a lucky dip. Ready?
Here we go, lucky dip.
Come on.
Hey, sort of team, any recommendations for going egg-free for pancakes?
Oh, egg-free pancakes.
Egg free for
Free
pancakes.
for pancakes.
Evans.
There is egg
Any
shortages in the UK at the moment, isn't there?
No, it's not.
What? No. You can't just say. You can't just say. It's a massive news story at the moment. There is
Yeah, I
egg
know,
shortages. So what? Look, so you've got chickens.
Yeah,
Are they
but
still-
it's-
Yeah,
but-
because
but
he doesn't have an egg
there's-
shortage, that's
we're
why.
not going into that because there's plenty of eggs, but there's lots of stuff around.
Supply.
The farmers are suffering
Right.
through situations that we won't go into now.
As always, no, let's just talk about it.
No,
I think
I like
as always, I
Yeah,
think what's
yeah.
interesting is that we as consumers are stuck by the fact that we often buy so much of our produce from probably one of 5 main retailers.
Yeah.
And it is the food systems that have got the pressure points and the challenges and have kind of forced some of these challenges because it doesn't always, the money we pay, get all the way back to the farmers. But at the same point, as being middle entities, they also have to look after all their stuff. There's lots of challenges and complexities, so I don't think we can fob it off, but I agree it's not time for the conversation.
It's aviation flu flying around, literally. So therefore,
Well, hopefully not, they should be in barns.
Yeah, so lots, all the chickens have to stay indoors. Therefore, the supermarkets can't say that they're selling free-range eggs.
I see.
The eggs, they're still producing the same amount of eggs, and the eggs are available to use. But the supermarkets can get their eggs, free-range eggs from overseas, cheaper and more effective. So they're getting eggs from overseas. The farmers are still producing the same amount of eggs, but they're not no longer free-range, and they're producing so many eggs. The amount of eggs that are thrown away because they're the wrong shape or wrong size or the wrong
Weight.
the nutritional balance in the eggshell is wrong, whatever it may be. I get the wrong language here. And I'm just briefly reading it because I have chickens and I'm interested in it. But basically, farmers are the ones losing out in this.
Yeah.
It's
It
the
always seems
supermarket-
to be the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So therefore, I'd encourage anybody to go buy local eggs from a local farm shop or from the farm itself, and skip the supermarkets because you can get they're selling eggs at the moment at cost price that they would do supermarkets, straight to the user, trying to skip out supermarkets. That's all I say.
Did you know that Barry knew that much about eggs?
I'm genuinely really impressed, and it comes from a place of
It's a
sincerity.
place- it's a
so
place
I
of
can't
passion
even
as
take
well.
the piss out.
I have 6 chickens.
It's like he watched a
genuinely,
documentary.
It is. Yeah, but like not just
And
watched
remembered
it.
it.
Yeah. Took it
Because
in.
I'm living here. I've
I
got,
know,
I've got
yeah.
6 chickens that are living in a pandemic, and they're being confined to a tight space. They're not wearing masks. Couldn't get them on. But otherwise, they'd be confined to that space, and that's really horrible to see.
Yeah.
But the eggs they're producing, I'm still eating every single day, and they're delicious.
And look at you for it. You're a beefcake.
Do you know what I think that deserves though? A crop shot. Oh no!
Yes.
Look, so here are our little porridge pancakes. They are a lot softer than we might expect of a regular pancake. But remember, the porridge was already cooked. You could have eaten this mixture pretty much raw. All we're doing really is cooking through the egg. But we've got this cheese that's given it a lovely golden colour. We've fried in a tiny knob of butter.
You plated it 4. That hurts you, doesn't it? To plate up 4, not 3.
No.
Okay, cool. Things look best in 3s, you always say.
Well, they do, but I'm more about the waste at the moment. I'd rather
Yep,
have cooked
fair.
off 4 than thrown one away.
Right. I'm looking forward to this.
So,
'Cause it might be a failure.
are we going to eat them or are we going to give them to Emma? I thought, like,
Okay. Emma, would you like some pancakes?
Yes, please.
Try one on camera for the audience so we can see.
I'm going to try them here just so we know what we're talking about.
Oh, go on, go on.
Cheers.
What have you got there?
They're very hot, Emma. Very hot.
Whilst we're here, mate, there is one question that I think a lot of people have been asking for about a year,
Yeah.
and I think it mainly falls on your head at the moment.
Okay.
Chef skills badges.
Yes.
What's the deal?
What do you mean? What's the deal?
What is it? Is it still a thing?
We're still earning them. We're filming a video on Tuesday.
Are we?
Yeah.
Where we can earn them, but
yeah.
will it ever end?
No, it's just going to continue to go forever.
I thought there was going to be a finale.
No, forever and ever and ever.
So
no conclusion, no nothing. Because you can never stop learning, can you?
Oh.
Some of us want to stop learning, clearly, and want to make a thing of it. But I, for one, just, why put a ceiling on my own ability?
But sometimes there's a natural ceiling.
That is true. That atmosphere, I call it.
Yeah, the environment that we operate within. Thank you so much for everyone that. Oh, sorry, Baz.
I was just going to say, having tasted that pancake, it's delicious. It could take a lot more flavour.
It could take a lot more cheese, I think. I think because I grated it so fine, it is often a bit of a throwaway for that.
Do you listen to this voicemail?
Can you guys do a porridge economiyaki?
Oh!
Ooh.
In the same idea, again, seeing the.
Stop me.
So, Kush, do you have any more leftover porridge?
No. No, we're moving on now. We're still on porridge. We're an hour and a half in.
I'm joking.
But what I like as an idea is that you do what we did in the cup egg situation. So you add in all the flavours of economiyaki. So you've got cabbage, you've got some ginger in there. You finish it with the bonito flakes, the furikake perhaps. There's no reason why you couldn't put the flavours in there. I don't think what you'll get is the texture that we love of economiyaki. But that doesn't stop you adding all the flavours. And then that barbecue sauce and mayo combo. So the Japanese mayo, or make your own miso mayo, and finish it with that kind of Japanese barbecue sauce, which we know you can also cheat with ketchup, Worcestershire sauce, and allspice, a little bit of garlic. It's absolutely incredible. So flavour-wise, yes, I don't think you'll get the texture of economiyaki through a porridge pancake.
Ready for another one?
Can you guys do a porridge economiyaki?
Yeah.
No,
That's a
did
great
that one.
one, Baz.
Wrong
That's
one.
a great
Sorry.
one. Really good.
Really good.
Shut this one. Oh, no, come on.
Can you guys do
No, I don't.
One job.
Stop sending me messages, Emma. They keep moving down.
Pass the blame.
Ebbers, so would you
No,
say
no.
porridge pancakes, are we saying yay, nay, are we backing it, sacking it, or crack it on?
I'm saying yay, but I would have added a bit more cheese and or a wonderful dipping sauce that's got packs a bit of a punch. Maybe some of that harissa we used earlier through some mayonnaise, like a mayonnaise dip, so you've got that kind of thing to dip it in. Salad, you could put some capers on there. I think that as a dish it needs lifting a bit more, but as a concept, I love it. If you've got leftover porridge, 1 egg, add some flavours, pan fry it. Great suggestion.
Hack number 11.
Right, I think I found the right one.
That's very written.
You could try and throw the cheese rind in the microwave for a puffed crisp type snack. Love to see you try.
Would
Like
that
pork.
work?
Microwaving the rinds.
I don't think it would work in a microwave in that form. So I think what he's talking about is there are ways of puffing things, like a prawn cracker and stuff, but you need like tapioca starch to do that. Or you can grate it right down and put it as like a parmesan crisp or a cheese crisp. I think as a rind in the microwave, I think all it would go is floppy.
Gotcha.
And greasy, and the oils would separate.
Yeah.
I think a better choice with whoever said it before. I think adding it into soups and stocks, because I don't think it's something you actually want to eat. I think it's something you want to impart flavour into whatever else you're eating.
It's like a cheese bone.
Yeah, exactly that. It's a cheese bone. Right, should we do another big dish?
Another big dish. Wait,
Or a first big dish? Okay.
Okay.
One of the things we're talking about today is cheaper cuts of meat. So if you are going to cook meat, serve meat, find things that are cheaper cuts than the obvious fillet, ribeye, sirloins, and the alike, or lamb chops. This is a wonderful cut of meat at this time of year. So lamb is a good meat choice. It's a red meat. But I think we often forget about what time of year to enjoy lamb. We associate it with Easter because that's when the lambs are born, but that's not actually when lamb is at its best. In the UK, and again, all of these references from seasons are UK based, Lamb Day is in like the start of August. If the lamb is born in the spring, you kind of want to wait to the autumn or winter before it's at its best. So the best, most affordable lamb that's British or Welsh is going to come at this time of the year. Lamb is a very expensive meat, generally, because of the way it gets separated down and looked after and its length of life and the fact that you don't intensively rear lamb, they're always grazing. So something like a lamb chop, pretty expensive. But there are cheaper cuts, and if you do it right and bulk it out with loads of stuff, it can go so many different ways. So this is lamb breast, and it's been bought like that, already rolled and good to go. So it's got a lot of fat rolled through it, and what it will need is a really long, slow cook.
Because there's so much thick fat around. So it's a bit like a pork belly in that sense.
Yeah, absolutely. It is the pork belly of the lamb in that sense-ish. It's kind of the breast of the lamb. So we're going to do it for a long, slow cook, one that we put on now, and anybody who is still here in 3 hours' time can see the result. A long, slow cook.
Ebbers, we need to have a chat.
About?
The chat.
The chat.
Lots of people are saying that if you put cheese rind in the microwave, it does puff up.
You were wrong.
I was wrong. Well, we'll try it later. We'll try it later.
He doesn't like being wrong, does he?
He's like, yeah, we'll try it later.
Well, I'm just conscious if we don't get some of these slow cooks on, even with 8 hours, we're going to run out.
No, absolutely.
You can get your slow cook on any time.
Hey,
preferably
Mike,
early.
there's nothing stopping us testing that.
Exactly. I feel like that's a normals test,
It does. It's like that and potato skins. Like if we've got any potato skins.
Cheese back in the fridge.
Wow. Okay. This is a very impressive looking slow cook.
It's a one-tray cook, and I think we do quite a lot of these on Sidekick as quick cooks. So like 30 minutes, 40 minutes tops if it's a lot of passive time, but all in one tray so it minimises washing up. This is making use today, if you do want lamb, and this is a great option to feed an entire family as a Sunday option, but you get it all in. However, you can either roast it as it is, and then slice it almost sort of porchetta style would be the pork kind of equivalent. But here, I'm actually just going to unroll it, and you can see what we've got.
Is this a lamb-ketta?
Lamb-ketta.
Wow.
Okay, so you've got a fair amount of meat, but also a fair amount of fat.
Yep.
But all of a sudden, from that lamb roll, you've got all of that meat, which is going to go an awful long way. What we want to do is season it, flavour it, so that when we roast it off, it's absolutely delicious.
So you'll season it and you roll it back up?
We'll kind of scrunch it back up so it fits in here, but it doesn't need to be re-rolled.
I've never seen that cut of meat before.
Right, I've got a few people asking about why would we slow cook it when we've got an instant pot. That is a great question. However, I do believe maybe not everyone has an instant pot. I don't have an instant pot at home. I don't have a pressure cooker at home. In terms of hacks, I think doing it this way is going to give us the best possible result for the most amount of people.
Yeah, exactly.
And we are of the people, are we not?
Well, the three of us are.
Or we're trying to be. And Kush also said, plus we've got 6 hours, and if we did it in an instant pot,
It
then
would
we'd be done in half an hour.
So let me talk to you about the flavours that are going into this. I think, I'm looking around quickly, there are fresh ingredients. We've got shallots, garlic. This is, I didn't know we were doing this. Literally, these have just been put in front of me by Kush. I knew we were doing lamb breast. This is a great example of it. And I'll explain what I think is going on in his head because he hasn't explained it to me.
There he is.
2 peppers, a shallot and some garlic is the only fresh ingredients here. Everything else has come from your store cupboard.
Okay.
Is really cheap, keeps for ages, and complements lamb. So we've got some of these spices: coriander seeds, some paprika, some salt. We're gonna. Oh, actually, I haven't got salt. Can you put that's salt? Oh, we're gonna do that. Yes. Okay. Yep. See, he's pointed at something, and he's yep. This is a good guessing game. It's like charades. So you can rub all these spices into here, but there is one other hack that I've realised I've got in front of me, and I'll explain why I think he wants me to use it. This is great. I have no idea what's going on.
Are we adding hacks onto hacks?
This hack.
Hack and a hack and a hack.
This hack is here. So this is
Trio of hacks.
Yes.
gravy granules.
I get what?
What? Gravy granules. They bloody love gravy
I really
granules,
love
chefs.
gravy granules.
Because they're really well seasoned, full of umami. They're going to help thicken the sauce that we make around this lamb, absorb all that lovely fat. And what you'll get in the bottom of this dish is an incredible lamb gravy, as well as all the other ingredients we're throwing in.
So this is the difference, and this is, I think, because we did gravy granules in a Chef's Secrets video, didn't we, a few weeks ago, and the realisation that I had was, whereas I will use gravy granules to make a gravy, and then I will pour it over my dinner, what chefs do is say, I'll use that gravy granules to do something.
Yeah, to
They'll
thicken
use it
something
as a
or add
base.
flavour or, yeah.
Whereas I will use it as the finished result.
Yeah,
Like,
same.
same with smash, like instant mash.
Yeah.
Use that as the finished result, it's not great. But if you use it within something to do something and make something better,
Once you understand how it operates and what it does, it thickens and it has tons of really great balanced seasoned flavour.
Yeah.
Now I know that, I'm going to add it in places that will make me feel like a better cook.
exactly. Annalisa, we cannot see what Barry is filming, by the way. You are correct. Barry is filming stuff on a phone so that we can cut all of these hacks down into shorts and Instagram reels and
Red
TikToks,
shorts.
red shorts, and that should be the channel name.
That's the OnlyFans one, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
Red shorts and blue shorts, depending on your membership
Yes.
price. Sorry.
But yes, we are also filming stuff to cut down into some short form things that will come out over the next few weeks once we've actually discovered what hacks really work.
Once we've tested all these hacks, we're on 11 at the moment.
Yep.
On the 12th, well, there's a triage of hacks going on in this dish. So I can't wait to get up to lucky number 14.
Okay, so quick update on what's gone in here, because it is a one-pot cook.
There's a lot of stuff in this pot, though.
So, it is fresh pepper, fresh shallot, fresh garlic. We also threw in here some chopped spring onions and onion, because we literally had them left over from doing the egg dish an hour ago. But it's because we got it, it's going in, it's going to add flavour. I don't think you need that. Shallot, garlic, yes. Pepper, yes. Couple of big chilies, literally like that, that are just going to sit in the bottom of here. Tin of tomatoes and some prunes. So prunes are excellent with lamb. Now, my other top tip hack thing.
Right.
This is a tin of lentils. Don't drain them. They're going straight in with all of that liquid. Why would you drain all of that liquid down the sink?
Because it's yucky water.
It's yucky water, but it's flavourful, it's nutritious, and it's the water you need.
yucky water. It's yucky water.
But it is, when you open it up and you see the murky looking water, it doesn't look very appetising.
Well, you're not going to see it off straight away, are you?
I know, but I think that's why people get rid of it, is they think it's dirty water.
Yeah.
And yet, if you think
it's
about
lentils.
something, I know we've spoken about this before, but chickpeas, they come in that yucky water. And you're absolutely right, it doesn't smell that great. But drain it off, that is aquafaba, which can be whipped up into meringues, it can be put into whiskey sours as the egg foam. It's great, which means it has proteins in it, which means it has nutrition in it. So I don't see why you would throw it down the sink and then top this up with water from the kettle or from the tap. Use the water, save the nutrition, everyone is saving.
Well, also, if you're adding chickpeas to a dish, it's because you want the chickpea flavour. So why would you get
Jamie,
rid of...
stop it. We know what you're doing.
No, but why would you get rid of the water? Because all that water's going to do is add more chickpea-ness to the dish.
It's exhausting.
Okay, so we also have the balance of flavours going on in here. So we have got the sweetness of prunes, we've got the tang of tomato, but capers are also going to balance this out. This is a one-pot cook. When we come back to this in, I'm going to say about 3 hours, it might be closer to 4, the whole thing will be delicious. The lamb and the lamb breast will be actually be able to sort of pull up and mix in.
The blam.
The blam. The blam, which is now seasoned, remember, with bisto and a number of spices. The whole thing needs a good squidge, right? If you're at home and you've already got your hands all lammy and messy, don't use another utensil to start mixing stuff together. Just get involved, the whole thing. And then the lamb can go on and in. And then I'm going to put tin foil over the top so it traps in all the steam. And then at the end, a bit like pulled pork, we're going to be able to pull the lamb into the whole mix it all together. And what you're left with at the end is a perfect dish just to dip like crusty bread into, or you can make like garlic bread if you want it. But you think about the flavours. We've got lentils and tomato, we've got shallots, we've got the fruit of the prawn, the fruitiness of the prune and the capers. So I'm going to quickly wash up my hands, then I'm going to tin foil it, and we're going to get it into an oven at about 130 degrees for a few hours.
Ebbers, can you recap the hack? What are we hacking here? How's it different?
There are 3 hacks in this dish. One of those hacks is buying the right cut of meat at the right time of year. In the UK, lamb right now is its best season, but buy the cheaper cut. This is lamb breast. Sometimes it comes pre-rolled, but that's fine. Unroll it, marinate it, it's really good. That's hack number 1. Use the cheaper cuts of meat, but they will need a longer, slower cook. Hack number 2, we use things like Bisto or any other gravy granules of your choosing as a seasoning, but also as a thickener in the mix we're making.
Okay.
So it adds umami, it adds flavour. Don't worry that it might be beef when we're cooking lamb. Like, it's all going to come together as a delicious thing. And it's something we cheat quite a lot. We very recently did, coming to you soon, a dish that's jammy onions. And it's literally red onions in a pan with a little bit of marmalade, a little bit of gravy granules, a little bit of water, and just cook them off. And they become really jammy and sticky and absolutely delicious.
As a rule, where would you use the gravy granules hack?
Anywhere that you want to add that salty umami flavour, one, but also somewhere where you want to thicken and create a kind of a stewy sauce. If we didn't put that in, with all the liquid and water that's going to come out of the peppers, the lentils, the tomato, it could all be a bit wet. That's going to help to thicken it.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want it too dry because we want to be dipping bread into this, but it will help to thicken it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay.
That's hack number 2. Hack number 3 is don't drain your tins of legumes, whether it's lentils or chickpeas or kidney beans. If you're doing entree cooks, put it all in. There's no point in putting it in and then adding water from the tap if you've drained it. Use the same water.
Excellent.
Wow, that was a strong recipe with 3 very strong hacks. Love it.
Well, you say that, we don't know what it's going to taste like, but we will come back to that if you're still here, or by all means, go off, do an actual day of work and come back. Keep checking back in throughout the day.
What's this? What's this?
We're
I
just
got up at
playing.
5:30.
We're just playing.
Yeah, well, of course we're just playing. But this is Hack Friday. Hashtag Hack Friday. It's trending on Twitter.
Is it?
Is it? So, but if it's not,
Positive.
yeah, if it's not, let's get it trending on Twitter. Hashtag Hack Friday. Send us your hacks. Get people involved. You know, are you listening to the radio at the same time as doing this? Are you watching? What time is it? Are you watching This Morning? Is that on? Or Lorraine? Does Lorraine have any hacks for us? Let's.
I'm sure Lorraine has.
Lorraine
hacks.
probably has some hacks.
Probably some quiche hacks.
Let's get as many people involved with this as possible. Get your friends, get your family, get your nan. Your nan's got some hacks. Definitely got some hacks. Get her involved. Hashtag Hack Friday on Twitter. Get them commenting on here. There's over 3,500 people watching this.
That is amazing.
At the moment. And I also just saw a comment coming up saying, why are people sending these guys money? Is it a charity event?
No.
Great question. It's not, but it is now in a way because we didn't realise people would send money through Super Chat.
So thank you.
So thank you for doing that. But anything that comes through, we will donate to charity because that's not why we're here. We're here to save people money. So we will donate any money that comes through to charity. I am going to have a look at how we set it up as a fundraiser bit rather than YouTube taking 30%.
Fair dues, I would say.
Yeah,
Yes.
or Barry can make up the 30%.
I'd say fairer dues.
Fair dues.
Now, so down below there is a number to our WhatsApp, which is this phone. If you have any hacks or ideas that you want to send us, please.
Forgive us saying we don't need any more requests.
Is it all right?
We're good on those.
Apparently, apparently Emma's at capacity, so keep sending them because she loves to hear them all. keep them coming thick and fast. Right, I've got another one here.
Excellent.
Hey lads, greetings from Germany. Ebbers, I'm reorganizing my spice rack. Could you give us a list of dry spices you deem essential and or nice to have?
What an excellent
Amazing.
question.
I love Ebbers in a German accent. That's my favourite thing.
Yeah.
It reminds me how I'm getting home tonight on the space taxi.
Right, okay. Here's another hack. We won't add to the board, but after you've watched all remaining, 6 and a bit hours left of this, go and Google space taxi, watch the video, and that's German Ebbers. That was Ebbers in a previous life in Germany.
Ebbers.
Anyway, Baz, recap
Ebbers.
the request for the hack.
Ebbers, I'm reorganizing.
Sorry, I'm just enjoying Emma's in a
Can we
German
have one
accent.
more out, Ebbers, please?
From Germany. Ebbers.
Oh, brilliant. That is awesome.
Incredible.
Okay, so what's the request?
Request is Emma's. What what spices would you recommend for a basic spice setup?
Yeah, so the question was, I'm reorganising my spice rack. Firstly, alphabetical always. Because there is nothing worse, and in terms of convenience, when you get home and you go, do you know what I need? I need some fennel, and it takes you ages to shuffle them around. Fennel, you know, is 2/3 of the way through your stash, and it's there,
I
right?
have to agree with you.
It's so annoyingly.
Do you
yes,
really?
yeah.
I could not care less. I'm happy to
But you're going to
to
spend 2 minutes trying to find fennel.
Surprise any of us.
They're in the cupboard somewhere. It's the greeny looking one over there. That'll do.
That doesn't help me.
Good point.
Right.
So here are the things that I think are good. So right at the top, and bearing in mind this first one isn't even a spice, salt and pepper. So I would say you need table salt always on hand. One of the hacks we do is put it into a flour dredger. So this in itself is a hack. And the reason being...
Wait. Away! 15!
If you are cooking and you've got a pot of table salt, you don't always want to keep dipping into it, especially if you're cooking, you might have sticky or greasy fingers.
Yeah.
It's okay to pick up this, which can get sticky and greasy, and you can later clean and wipe it.
Yeah.
What it also means is you've always got a very even control. So on a black plate for demonstration, this will give you a nice even scattering of salt, which means everything gets seasoned evenly, rather than a pinch of salt which gets dumped in a place, or especially if you're throwing in if you're throwing in a pot, it's not a problem because it's getting mixed in. But if you're seasoning food, one of these is great. But it is just table salt.
And it's one of those things that we never do on the show because it would spark too many questions going, what are you doing? Like
You'd have to explain it every time.
It looks odd, doesn't it? So we kind of have to do a pinch of salt because it's more obvious on camera. But yeah, at home, we now do this and it's brilliant. An echo?
No, it's still an echo. Audio is pretty echoey.
We haven't changed anything, but there's now a horrible echo. We're trying to fix it.
Shall I mime the next section? Does that help?
Can you? What about if you isolate your mic?
Yeah, turn it off.
Nice.
It is worth having a sea salt. We are very lucky here in London that we are literally 40 miles from Essex, where Maldon salt exists. We have worked with Maldon before. I've used Maldon salt in the kitchen forever and ever. It is a wonderful sea salt, and I would say it's a finishing salt.
Yeah.
Yes, it adds an extra minerality to things, but really it's kind of more of a finishing salt that is just soft and flaky and delicious. So table salt, yes, but also in a shaker. 2.
Is it a hack? You sure
Is it a hack? It's advice. I think it's kind of a hack.
Yeah,
I like having it, and I think what it does, especially applications of it, is perhaps a better hack.
Yeah.
So knowing when to season with sea salt. Your lovely phrase does still work as much as we took the mickey out of you.
It sounds really silly, but the whole thing was about if you want to see the salt, use sea salt. It's ridiculous, but it's like finish a bit on top so you can see it.
Yeah. If you're putting it into a pot or a pan of water, less of an issue for it to be sea salt. It's a very expensive way of doing it. I would say you don't need to, but if you're right, if you can see the salt in the finished dish, use it. But it also lends itself so perfectly to things like tomatoes. Something about sea salt and tomato that has just got a wonderful combination. We did it with tuna tartare recently. It works wonderfully with chocolate, coffee, those kind of flavours as well. So right at the top, we haven't even hit the spices yet, but table salt and use a dredger, and sea salt. And then for me, black pepper.
Okay.
Get a good black pepper mill. It doesn't have to be this. This is the Canon. But
That is the most premium black pepper grinder you could ever imagine.
We also use this. It's up to you, but a black pepper grinder. There is something lovely about freshly ground black pepper, even in the most simple of dishes, like a carbonara or cacio e pepe. Like the fresh ground black pepper is a lot better than buying pre-ground pepper, which sometimes we have if you want to add it into rubs or spices or blends. It's useful. I wouldn't say it's in my top. I'd say that is more. If we're talking about a limited number, I'd say that is more important.
And why? Because the flavour's more intense?
Yeah, like any spice, it has a shelf life and it loses that potency over time. And the finer it is ground, the quicker it will lose it.
Gotcha.
So for that reason, I think it works. Chili. So I think chili is great because it doesn't play to any of our tastes or flavours.
And that's chili flakes?
It is a heat sensation. For me, chili flakes are nice. You could use chili powder, but if you are using chili powder, be careful, a little goes an even longer way because it's ground smaller.
Okay.
So a little bit of spice is important. Then I think what other flavour profiles are good, we use a lot of smoke. Now there is the option of getting things like smoked salt, but to be honest with you, that becomes too nuanced, and it's great if you've got it, and I do have it, I love it, but it's probably too nuanced if we're talking about the basic spice rack. So smoked paprika. That has a smokiness, but an earthiness. You can get hot smoked paprika, you can get sweet smoked paprika. Yeah. I prefer the sweet, because if I want a dish to be spicy, I can add my chilli.
Yeah.
But that way you can use it in the spicy smoked paprika dishes, but also the non-spicy smoked paprika dishes. And so sweet I prefer.
Do different spices have different kind of shelf lives? In terms of my smoked paprika at home loses its potency a lot quicker than everything else I find at home.
Such a good conversation, and literally one we're going to film on Tuesday with Pick the Premium, and we're going to look at what is the difference of the peppers that we buy, paprika in particular. Yeah. And one of those is where it's grown, where it comes from, but also it is how small a tub you buy. It is more expensive to buy it in a smaller tub, but it will stay fresher for longer because you'll finish a tub and you can buy another one.
Gotcha.
Buy it in a kilo bag, it's going to be cheaper, but by the time you get to the second half a kilo, it doesn't really have much of that oomph anymore.
Gotcha.
So it depends on how quickly you're getting through these spices. I would say for the average normal home cook, and most of the recipes on Psychic, where we're using a teaspoon of this or a tablespoon of that at a time, I would say a smaller pot is better. Okay. Then I think kind of what I would consider to be earthy all-rounders. I don't know why I've given it that name, but kind of cumin and coriander.
Get it.
They're kind of good for a lot of parts of the world. Whether you're going to sort of South American cooking, they work really nicely. They work really nicely, obviously, in India and Asia in general. But it's also used a lot across African dishes. It kind of crops up cumin and coriander an awful lot. For these, we do, as you saw earlier, if you've been with us since the start, we do have whole coriander seeds out back. We do have whole cumin seeds out back. I think if you're doing a limited spice rack, I'd go ground. Yeah, I think more useful midweek, ground cumin, ground coriander. The cumin gives you that earthiness. Yeah. The coriander has almost a citrusy note. It's like citrus floral spice.
It's nothing like fresh coriander at all, which people get freaked out by when lots of people don't like coriander and therefore stay away from the seeds and the powder. It's nothing.
And I actually think this is. Oh, I'm going to tread on eggshells here. I think this is the one time that I actually prefer the way that is described in other parts of the world, which is coriander is the seed and the spice, and cilantro is the leaf. In the UK, we call both the same. They're both from the same plant, and we call coriander, whether it's fresh coriander or ground coriander or coriander seeds.
That would be a lot more useful.
It makes more sense to say cilantro, you're talking about the leaf. It's from the same plant.
Yeah.
But we, in the UK, it's all coriander. We just find it as fresh, ground, or whole. Whole seeds, excellent. If you've got space to double your spice rack, then have all of these as whole seeds as well. But for me, if you're doing the bare minimum, I'd say those two are good ground. Yep. Then I would say, as we've spoken about a couple of times already this morning, spice blends. It was number 3 on our list. Spice blends. Garam masala, mixed spice, and somewhere there was curry powder, which we used earlier, but you've already seen it, it's fine. Yep. Blends that are going to do so much of the work for you. Mixed spice, yes for sweet stuff, but it's also the kind of thing that just went in our lamb. Because those mixed spices with rich fatty meats is excellent. Garam masala is just a phenomenal blend. It has things like turmeric built into it.
Bong.
He's
interrupting my flow. What are you bonging about?
Bong. I just doing my best Hugh Edwards impression here.
Dear. I really hope this isn't echoey, by the way. We think we've solved the problem,
Barry.
but we don't know. This is Top Tips
at the top of the hour.
Excellent.
Yes. So thank you very much for joining us for Hack Friday. We are now 2 hours into our 8-hour marathon. Can we call it a marathon?
Hackathon.
Marathon hackathon live stream. We want to provide the perfect antidote today to Black Friday. Rather than all of the marketing messaging that everyone's giving you from around the world to tell you how to spend your money, we want to save you money. We want to make sure that all of the food that you buy, you make the most out of, and that you get the most delicious meals. And so we're doing 8 hours of live streaming and testing as many food hacks as we can to save you money, to save you time, to save you effort. We started at 8 o'clock this morning. We've already been through porridge. We've been through eggs.
We've been through porridge. What a
We've
seller.
done porridge pancakes. Barry, how many hacks are we up to?
We are on 16.
16
hacks.
On the 17th.
But we're trusting Barry's maths on that.
Absolutely. So, interesting things that I've learnt today. You can make a shakshuka style hack in a mug in a
But
microwave.
can you say it?
I can't.
Right.
But I do know that a little bit of fat, a little bit of freshness, chuck it in to the microwave for 30 seconds, soften your peppers or your chilies or your onions, whatever you've put in there. Then crack an egg in and then blast it in the microwave in 30-second increments and you have a wonderful, delicious snack.
But what are you going to do before you put it in the microwave after you've cracked the egg in?
Pop the egg.
You're going to pop that
I'm
egg.
going to pop that
You're
yolk,
gonna
otherwise
pop
it's
that
going to
yolk.
egg explode. So that was my biggest takeaway from the first 2 hours.
I enjoyed porridge pancakes because I don't think that's anything that I've ever made before because it was talking about using leftover porridge.
Yeah, really interesting. And another good one was things like curry leaves. When you buy them fresh and they're really fresh, you're not going to probably use them all. So chuck them in the freezer. They will freeze fresh.
Barry and I did a radio interview yesterday with
All right.
BBC. Yeah, I know, big deal.
Are you going to name drop?
Yeah, BBC Radio London.
Yeah, that's actually quite-
There we go. Yeah, thank you.
quite
Yeah,
impressive.
you're welcome. And Shay, who was the radio DJ on there, said she's only recently learnt to freeze bread and how revolutionary that has been to her life. And I wonder whether we can do that as one of our hacks.
What, just freezing bread? That's not a hack.
But then how do you use it afterwards?
Put it in a
So we-
toaster.
Or
And press the little snowflake button.
in a blender.
We buy
What?
we buy 2 loaves of.
I don't know what it is.
On a big shop, we'll buy 2 loaves of bread. One freezer and one that I have for fresh sandwiches in the week. I've always frozen my bread. I use it for. I don't think if you're making toast, why bother taking fresh bread?
And I think that comes from a family of 3 who
Yeah.
are also at home a lot more. Personally, on my own, I definitely don't get through a whole loaf of bread. It always goes in the freezer. Sometimes I portion up before it goes in there. So if it's sliced bread, you don't need to. But if it's a whole loaf, what I'll do is cut off chunks and put it away for different purposes. We will come back to bread as an entire topic later on because there's at least 3 things with bread I'd like to show you.
Please finish off your spice cupboard.
This was from one of our German voicemails. Thank you very much. We were just recapping. Salt is really important. Plus sea salt. Black pepper's good to have. Then we were saying chili for heat. Smoked works. Smoked paprika is lovely. 2 earthy kind of flavours. Cumin and coriander. I prefer them ground if we're doing just this minimum selection. And then a couple of blends. And I would say mixed spice, curry powder, garam masala. And then these are kind of the 2 curveballs, which I don't think are as essential, but it's amazing how many things you can do with them. And that's cinnamon powder, yes, for sweet, but we put it in a surprising number of savoury dishes too, and allspice. Now, allspice is one of those things that I think you probably I would associate with something like a jerk spice, a jerk seasoning, but we use it an awful lot just to give like a smoky, numbing, all-rounded flavour to things. So we made a Japanese barbecue sauce, or actually we made literally earlier in the week, which is a recipe pack that will be coming to Sidekick soon, a barbecue sauce using allspice, tomato, ketchup or tinned or paste, depending on what the recipe is, and then some salty umami. So we'll either add a little bit of soy or a little bit of Worcestershire sauce, sometimes both, and that creates a cheats barbecue sauce if you haven't got any to hand. It does a lot to take, I would say allspice is the bay leaf of the ground spice.
You're not selling it to us.
And what I mean by that is, it's really important and adds to something, but you can really pinpoint it.
Okay,
And I think it adds something
I
that
see
is
what you
just,
mean, okay.
do you know what have you done so that's a bit different? It's often allspice.
It's a little chefy touch. We're like, oh, they must know what they're doing because I can't work out what that is.
Yeah, my little chefy
Like
touch
it.
from me to you. So these are like I would say 9 there. Oh, we said plus the curry powder wasn't here, 10. They are like the most basic.
Okay.
You can go into herby ones is the only other thing I would say is possibly worth doing. For me, fresh herbs are always better. Probably the only exception to that would be dried oregano and dried fennel seeds. I love those to give a real fresh herbiness to dishes. I think they're great.
It's the Italian trio, the ones that I have at home all the time.
Yeah.
That you haven't got.
Or Italian mixed spice. And look, there's loads more we haven't talked about. Mustard powder, onion powder, garlic powder to put into rubs and things. Always excellent. But ultimately, I think if you're doing spice rack and minimal numbers, those work.
Right. So all of that. How many hacks?
Well, I don't know if it's a hack. It was answer to a question. I think the hack is don't go and buy all of them on day one. But over a period of time, allow yourself to build up a staples cupboard that you can keep coming back to. And it's not about going and buying the obscure spices that only get used in one or two things. I say it's that solid base that gives you an armory of stuff to attack loads of dishes from all over the world.
Okay.
That's the hack.
I've got one more voice memo before we move on to another recipe.
Okay.
Morning, gents and Emma. Hacks, please, for people with only electric hobs. For roasting things like eggplant, garlic, tomatoes, for that nice red bell peppers, for that flavor that we can't get because we don't have gas hobs. Thank you.
I see. So you're talking about blackening things over a gas hob, which something like a baba ganoush is a great example. You said eggplant or aubergine, and the idea of sort of almost putting an entire eggplant, put the emojis in the comment, into and over a naked flame or a barbecue, and that kind of naked flame gives a real char and deliciousness, and it's absolutely excellent. You can always know that if you ask for it, it arrives. Now, because we're live, I don't particularly want to set the smoke alarm off today. But let me show you something you can do. Whoa! If you have good extraction, you can do an electric hob, because all you really want to do is really char and smoke this. Now, something this big is going to need so much charring to get all the way through, but I think you can start it off literally on your hob like that. You want to blister and char the outside and add flavour. I don't think, like this, you're going to cover and cook this all the way through. But you can give it some of that flavour and then place it into a roasting tray, into a really hot oven, or under a grill, and you can do it that way. You could blowtorch it, but again, you're not going to get the aubergine cooked the way through in the same way you would have guessed.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes, you'll get the blistering. Yes, you'll get that added flavour, the smokiness. You're still going to probably want to put it in a hot oven to roast it through.
Gotcha. Okay.
Would be my suggestion.
Cool.
But you can do it that way. Please don't try this at home unless you have good extraction and you keep an eye on it, because it will naturally smoke. But then, to be fair, so would a gas option.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
Just to point out that people can't write just the eggplant emoji in the comments section.
They can?
No, it's been flagged.
Oh.
So many comments for review because all people are putting are aubergine emojis.
Aussie Annie 62, she got a few in there.
Right. But it's just coming up with show or hide.
I've shown Annie's.
Right.
Oh no. Oh,
right.
No.
Can I talk about a great way of saving money?
Not necessarily.
Sorry, I was just listening to one. Someone's asking what do bay leaves actually do, but that's just an ongoing debate.
It is, what do bay leaves actually do is a hugely ongoing debate. They add something, and it's really difficult really difficult to explain. It is kind of, it does the same thing. If you have a pan of, and this is an example I had once before, I was back home. So I learned to cook for my parents, and they're great cooks. And they have real homely cooking, and I absolutely love going back home, feet up, mum and dad cook, great. Once I was there, and I was cooking, and mum just walks in the kitchen and went, well, what are you cooking? I was like, just onions. And she went, why do your onions always smell and taste better than mine? I was like, well, I do the same thing. Maybe I cut them a bit finer because I've had more practice. I'm cooking a combination of oil and butter. How do you do yours? And she couldn't work out. She actually had to walk in because the smell was so incredible. Why does that smell more rounded, more chefy? And then I realised there were 2 bay leaves in it. Starting off onions with a couple of bay leaves, it adds a savouriness that is so difficult to pinpoint, but it just takes it above and beyond. And if you do 2 side by side, and one day we're going to get around to doing this, there is a difference.
Great.
But like our curry leaf hack, don't use the dried ones, use the fresh ones. Buy the fresh ones, use whatever you need for this recipe, and put the rest in a freezer bag in the freezer. It means that when you take them out, they defrost super quick because they're literally leaf, and use them as fresh. Bay leaves, I don't know if we can count that, because
I quite like it though. Freezing bay leaves I hadn't thought of.
I'm putting it up there with the freezing kefir lime leaves, freezing curry leaves, freezing lemongrass. Having those authentic chefy ingredients to hand, as fresh, always.
Okay.
I'm about to save you, I reckon, £12 to £15 in the next few hours.
I wasn't planning on spending anything, but
I love artisanal breads.
Yeah.
And something like a focaccia
Yes.
is absolutely incredible.
Yes.
But when you go to those really lovely bakeries and you have those slabs of focaccia, you get a little slice, it's going to cost you a couple of quid. It's worth doing, and always support local. And you taste it, you go, oh my God, that's so good. But the ingredients don't cost a lot. So if you have the time, and today we do because we're live, we can make our own focaccia. And I'm gonna use this as a ratio. This is focaccia, but I'm also going to teach you how to make a number of different breads that you can adapt. And suddenly you've got fresh bread from what is essentially tap water.
Yep.
Pretty cheap. I'm not going to say free. We all pay for our water. Flour, strong flour, pretty cheap. Has gone up in the last few years, but not nearly as much as the cost of fresh artisanal loaves. Salt, pretty affordable. A little bit of oil. And this, which is a starter.
Yep, just starter.
A mother starter. You can just use a packet of dried yeast,
Yep.
for sure, but we're going to use this. Now, all this is a little bit of that, and a little bit of that, and a lot of time. So, essentially, you're mixing water and flour together into a glue-like paste and leaving it...
And the yeast?
No.
Not at all. Okay, cool.
Where'd you find the yeast from?
Yeah.
The air. We all have so many yeasts all over our bodies.
Stop it.
We're all
No.
very yeasty individuals.
Emma,
We
stop
live
it.
in very yeasty environments. They are in the air. They're microscopic.
Cream for that.
There is. They naturally find their way into, if you have it on the side,
Gotcha. Okay,
flour and
cool.
water. They find their way in. After a day, mix it up, pour half of it away, add in a bit more flour to feed it, a bit more, and you just keep feeding it. There are lots of ways of doing a sourdough starter. There's lots of videos out there. I would suggest go and check them out. Ed Kimber's got a great one that I used during lockdown that I followed. People like Benoit has got an amazing one. But essentially, that bit you can find out. It takes time, but it costs nothing. It's like flour and water.
The thing is, they're obviously very humble ingredients. But the thing that I think scares people a lot about making bread at home is, and especially things like focaccia, is it, technically wise, it's a very wet dough, and it does look a bit of a mess. And it involves quite a lot of arm work in it. I've made it a few times, and it's every time it's come out a little bit differently, but it's never tasted bad. So the only thing I find is just give it a go. Get your hands dirty and see where it takes you. But I'd love to see, you can use a machine, there's no hands involved.
No, not for this one, and I'll explain why. I will explain why.
Oh.
So, we started with a ratio of porridge, which was 1 oats to 2 liquid.
Yeah.
The ratio for bread that is foolproof, I'm going to tell it to you now, and then we're going to break it. Okay? But the
Do I film this bit or not then?
No. The bread ratio I'm going to tell you is foolproof, and we
Okay.
did it on Sorted for the first 10 years, and I still do it when I'm just off the cuff doing it, and that's 5-3.
Okay.
5 parts by weight of flour, 3 parts liquid, and then a bit of salt, optional sugar, and some yeast. But that 5-3 ratio gives you something that is a soft farmhouse loaf. It gives you something that you can roll out as pizza. It's not a sourdough pizza, but you can roll out as pizza. It does bread rolls. It is the most basic version, and then you can adapt that. However, focaccia is a wetter dough. Wetter is better. And in this instance, it is more than that ratio. So I'm going to also show you a focaccia ratio. But if you're literally just doing sourdough at home, 5-3 works with regular basis. With sourdough, you might want to up the water content a little bit.
Okay.
If you're using whole wheat, even more, up the water content. This is all just going in. So this is flour. Based on the ratios that I've just been given, I'm guessing that's 2 kilos. I thought you said you wanted a 10%.
Oh, this is when the chefs have a little bicker. This always happens.
Okay.
They were trained in the same place, at the same college, and they both had very different experiences. Ben came to try to educate some idiots, where Kush cooked for some of the best palates in the world.
It's very true. See, what's happened here is that I'm stood here doing it, and I've now been given stuff that isn't my normal method. So there are so many ways to make bread, and this is not the one I would normally do. I would normally hydrate the flour first, and then leave it. And then come back to it a bit later, and then add in the starter and all the other things. Would you suggest the same, or you just go all in one?
It'd be better to do that.
Yeah, better do that. Let's do that. Let's do it the proper way.
But you can just mix it all together now.
We just do an all in one.
Oh, really?
And then mix it an hour.
Fine. Let's do an all in one. So, We haven't discussed any of this today. We're doing it in live to show you how two chefs think slightly differently. We'll give you one answer.
Okay, I'm going to film it now because now you know what you're doing.
This is an all-in-one method. Now, if you're making sourdough traditionally, you might want to wait for the flour to hydrate with the liquid, but we're not going to do that. We're just going to go all in. So this is a very wet mix. If this is a kilo of flour, to my ratio of classic basic, I would say 600 millilitres of milk. Yeah, and that 5:3 ratio. This is closer to 800 ml of milk. It's about 80% hydration. It's not milk, it's water. Then this is our sourdough starter.
How much?
I reckon you'd normally go about 10% for normal bread doughs, but here we're going to go closer to 20% because it's wetter. Wetter is better.
And this is one of those ones that when you do it by hand, it does look really daunting because
This is
it's
almost too wet to do by hand, this one. You can
this
do
one,
it.
You
but
can
it's-
do it by hand, but you almost have to build up and add more water as you go by, or add more oils as you go by.
Yep. Salt, I'm not going to put straight onto the starter because you run the risk of killing it. It doesn't like that salter. So what I'm just going to do is make sure that it is pulled to one side and then mixed in. Just so it's diluted. What you're essentially looking for,
It's right. Thanks, Kush.
if you put the salt straight onto it, then you're not giving it the percentage you want.
Okay,
However, once it's mixed in a bit, as I've just done, the salt can now go in. 2%.
go.
So if it's a kilo of flour, it's about 20 grams of salt. And then some oil.
For a focaccia, that doesn't look like that much oil.
So this is only making and starting off the dough, which we're then going to knead for a long time, noisy on the back. And then we're going to let it rest and prove. We'll fold it a few times.
Yep.
Later on, we turn it into an oiled tray to bake it. So
Okay,
there's only a little bit in the batter, but the rest follows through later on.
What's the latest from Community Corner?
Community Corner takes a second to set up now. Here we go. So
Mainly because, so people seem to think, and this is so lovely because obviously the production value is so high, that we have a full team running the audio. No, we have 5 cables plugged into one laptop. And inexplicably, the echo has just started killing everything. So we can't have 2 mics on at the same time. Wonderful. It was all working so seamlessly before. So now, that's basically what we've been doing. What I've been doing in Community Corner. What's the actual community been doing in Community Corner?
lots of questions about Kush. The bickering between Kush and
Oh
Evers.
yeah, they want to fight. They want to watch a fight.
Does that bickering...
Still got a few hours to go, it's going to happen.
Does the bickering actually stem from the fact that Kush is a better chef than Evers?
Yeah, 100%.
Yep.
So I would say I have this wonderful experience across 12 years on YouTube of being a little bit of a jack of many, many trades, but I have never, ever, ever perfected anything. Our art is taking expertise and making it as super accessible for normals. Whereas Kush has spent the last decade working in some of the best restaurants in the UK with some phenomenal chefs, surrounded by people, and putting that into practice every single day. So whereas I know how to do it,
Yeah.
Kush has done it 100 times.
And Kush has
That's the
spent
difference.
a long time not talking to normals. So when you come into this world, we listen to him and go, what are you talking about? So therefore, it's fascinating for us to try and dissect what goes on in your mind. Well, when you come in here, you're standing on the outside. He'll be in here later.
He will be in here later. He's
What have I
he's
got on back?
literally the only thing that's going to allow 8 hours of hacks and tips and tricks to unfold, because as ideas come in from you guys, he is prepping them so that we can deliver them.
Yeah.
So in the same way that you are pulling our strings, Kush kind of is too.
Yeah, and also, we have Emma as well in the background. Emma, can you show your arms? Lovely arms. Yeah. Emma's also looking at all the WhatsApp messages that are coming through in community comments and pinging us over the ones that we can read out in front of you now. Oh, okay. Yeah,
That is going to be going slow to start off with till it's combined, then we'll give it a good whacking.
No,
You really want to beat that dough against the side of the bowl. It's going to be a bit loud for a minute, so we're going to lean into this and speak up if we need to. And when I say a minute, I mean about 5.
Okay. Let's have a look at some WhatsApp memos.
Yeah, I don't think you'll be able to do that, would they? That's not a good time to do this. Let's go to
Well,
comments
cool.
instead. Let's go to comments
Okay,
instead because
cool.
there's no audio. What time? So we're now 20 past 10.
How long to go for? Okay.
Where is that elsewhere in the world? Has anyone given up on this and gone to bed? Has anyone woken up and wondered what we're doing?
This is brilliant.
Andrew's in the chat. Andrew Ballman.
Oh, wonderful.
You know Andrew? I mean, we know so many of these familiar names and faces.
Yeah.
Okay, so today we have a bunch of things up our sleeves. We have an amazing dry store of ingredients. We've got a fridge full of a few fresh bits we want to show you, but also lots of leftovers from stuff we've been cooking the week. We're going to try and upscale and recycle as many of those as possible into hacks, tips and tricks that will show you all of the thinking that goes on in our food team's head. And our food team, there's three of us primarily. That's myself, Kush and Ben Slater, who's not here today. However, all of that thinking gets distilled down into simple recipes. Today, we're trying to distill them even more into a handful of definable hacks that you can apply when you are cooking at home, if you weren't to follow the Sidekick recipes verbatim. Although, I'd have to question why, because they're brilliant.
So we're trying to spell all the hacks that you've seen out there on the internet as well. So any hacks that you've seen through TikTok, on Instagram as well, send them to us and we will put them to bed. Do they work or not? So far, most of them have worked.
Yeah.
Some of them we've put on the back burner to look into later on, but there's been a few standout ones that we've been really impressed by. Also, we keep seeing these donations coming through still right now, and it's amazing.
Did they donate twice? Did it come back round?
Yeah, to be clear, this is not a fundraiser of any sort. We didn't expect this.
Or actually even consider it might happen?
No, no. But we want to make it clear that any money does come in, we're going to give straight to a food bank. And again, like, you don't have to. The whole point of this is to save money. So you don't have to give us it, but if you want to, amazing, it'll go straight to a food bank.
So everyone is now saying where in the world they are from. We need all of your tips. We've got everyone from Goat Boy in Scotland, same time difference, Australia, Canada, Japan, all over the place.
Wow.
And somebody just said, when I asked that question, the chat went effing mad. If you avoid using those words, then we won't have to filter them out, because they come in and we see them, but you guys won't. If you want your comments to be seen, avoid your P's and Q's. Right.
Avoid your P's. Mind your P's and Q's.
Mind them.
Yeah. Be mindful.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, coffees. We have coffees.
A coffee break.
And
Sweden, Romania, Thailand, Epsom, excellent. South Africa, Norway, Hungary, Sudan, Bali, Poland, Austria, USA, Philippines.
Oh, this is brilliant.
Kent, this is phenomenal,
we-
and this is the power of a global community.
We don't usually do these things in the morning, and then we're seeing a completely different side of the world because of it.
So true. Our
Amazing.
videos go live at 4 p.m, and that picks up a certain demographic, and the rest of you catch up in real time. But this is amazing.
20, I don't know what SEK is, but 20 of them, they're asking how
Thank you very much.
Tyrone is. Lovely.
How is Tyrone?
Brilliant.
Tyrone is not with us today.
Brilliant.
Fab. Okay, so we want to hear from you. What do we want to do next on our Hack Friday? We have a few ideas, but we're letting you guys steer the show. So I think next up we're going to go. I'm being shown some stuff. Can we do the chicken next? Because I want to take it all the way and end up doing a stock. We're going to stretch a chicken out.
Yeah, there's no way that I can do this by hand. What's this? I was just talking about my chickens. Have some refreshment.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Harsh. Cheers, everybody. Good morning.
So,
I thought I'd come in here for a minute
Yeah.
because I'm silent over there. And you're just using this as an opportunity to.
Yeah, no, cool. I'll stand here for a little bit.
That's all right.
Oh, what are we going to do? how are you going to cook this chicken, Ben? Are you going to cook it as a whole, or are you going to dissect it?
Put your answers in the comments. I know what I'd like to do, but we're not here to do what we
that on a
do.
live stream.
We are here to do.
Before Ben butchers this chicken, give us some ideas on what hacks you'd like to see done with the chicken.
Yeah, the point of this exercise, just so we know we end up in the right place, because we're not.
So the chicken voice note.
I'm just going to stand over this machine and try and filter some of the
You're trying to bounce the sound off it, absorb it.
sound off me. I'm wearing black.
You could unplug it and take it into the kitchen. It'll be more remote, because we don't actually need it again until we're ready for a fold, right?
Okay, ready, Ebbers? Chicken voice note.
Chicken voice note.
Hello, Sorted Food from Hong Kong this evening.
Yeah.
I have a hack that has saved my relationship because I hate chicken breast and only want chicken thigh, but my partner only likes breast and hates thigh. I now salt brine my chicken breast before I cook it, and it makes the world of difference with how juicy and succulent chicken breast can be. So that's my one big hack for everyone. Salt your chicken breast, leave it for a few hours in the fridge. It's amazing.
I love that Emma.
Thank you.
I also love that Emma quality checked that, and I'm guessing at one point went to go, this isn't safe to. Oh no, actually, it's all okay. Yeah, it's fine. We can use this one.
So that is exactly what we will demonstrate. The other thing that's good about buying a whole chicken is that it is cheaper on the whole.
Yeah.
What we'll end up with here is a breast, and we'll show you how to brine a chicken breast, and we'll talk about why that is so much better. And actually, there's other things you can do that are in parallel to that to keep breast succulent. And I think that's really important, because I agree, if you were to take this entire chicken and roast it, bearing in mind, I would still suggest you put it on a trivet of chopped vegetables so you keep it off the fierce heat of the metal tray. I would also suggest that maybe you put something inside of it, like a halved citrus, like an orange or something. I would also suggest you put a cup of water in and around the chicken. All of these things help to keep a succulent chicken as you roast. And then, also, if it comes trussed up, all tucked in, like this, untruss it. Because what you want to do is like open the chicken out so the heat can get more in and more even. Don't stuff the cavity. If you were to make a stuffing for roast chicken, do it separate. Traditionally, and you look back at a lot of the old books, breadcrumbs, softened onions, and sage, so literally sage and onion stuffing, loads of seasoning, would literally be stuffed inside the bird. Suddenly, you've got this really compact thing in the middle that is not allowing heat to move around. So I would say leave it open, spread it open, sit it on top of vegetables, and then have water in the tray, and then roast it relatively high, and cook it until it's for bed.
Ebbers, your delivery, mate. Where should I put it? Should I put it now?
Don't open it now. I don't know what it might be. I wasn't at home today, so I got things delivered here. Please don't open it. It might not be. Camera live safe.
Exciting. What's this?
It might not be. It might not be okay to be broadcast.
I don't know. How exciting. Where do you put that?
This is top quality.
That reminds me of my trip to Peru. What's in the other one?
Oh, llama, is your idea?
I've got a list idea of what this one is as well.
Exciting.
You have no idea what you're going to get.
Another one.
Oh, you might not get to see this because this might be for our Christmas live show. We're doing lots and lots of preparations for our Christmas live show. We've got so many games, challenges, tasks, all the best bits you love about the show on YouTube. We're putting with a festive twist onto stage on the 16th and 17th of December. Tickets are available. Go over to Shoreditch Town Hall. You can buy your tickets to either stream and watch from wherever you are in the world, including if you're in Hong Kong, which is what we're currently talking about with this chicken. But sidetrack, anywhere in the world you can watch it, or you can come and give us some support in the room. There's still a few tickets left for in-person. But the reason I told you about that is Kush and I are hatching all sorts of plans for our normals for that show.
It's an impossible show to plan for because we keep so many secrets from each other. Like the whole show is about surprising each other with different things. Lots of games, lots of chaos. It's going to be amazing. Back to the chicken though.
This is live. Anything can happen.
I think Haley and I do this pretty much every week. We'll roast a foot chicken because then we can use it in so many different ways throughout the week for variety as well. Also, we find it a lot easier to carve the chicken when it's cooked than doing it beforehand as well. So
Carve the chicken before it's cooked, rather
Sorry.
than doing it beforehand.
Carving it once it's cooked,
Right.
rather than doing beforehand.
Yes,
It's less
and, then,
fat.
and actually once it's cooked, you can be pulling the meat off the bone and using that for something. Here, cutting raw meat off the bone is more of a challenge. You leave some behind, so completely. However, the only thing you run the risk of cooking the leg and the breast for the same amount of time. And generally speaking, the breast will need less time to cooking than the leg. Broadly speaking, it will depend on the size of the bird. So instead, we're going to cut this up. The cost of one chicken, and buy the best that you can afford always, will always be less than buying all the component parts separately of the same quality. Plus, you end up with a carcass which is free flavour, loads of nutrition, and we can make a chicken stock, we can turn that into chicken noodle soup, we can make a velouté later on, not in a mug, but we can make a velouté. So, here's what's going to happen. First of all, get yourself a board and plenty of space. These wings become the stabilisers. If you've ever taught a child to ride a bike, I haven't, but I imagine these two have. The stabilisers are important.
I've never bought out a chicken carcass to do that bit, but...
The wings are the stabilisers.
Okay, right.
Cut through the baggy skin, the baggy flesh that goes between the leg and the breast. Are you catching any of this? This is short. This is saving people money.
I'm going to, but I'm going to get the cutting bits rather than the actual talky bits. Do talky bits later on.
Cutty
One,
here,
two, three,
cutty here.
four.
So we are also catching all the close-ups for
Someone
later
got
on.
the Stop.
So number one, we've untrussed it. Number two, we've kept the stabilisers on. We're now going to cut down into the leg. And what you'll find, really difficult for you to see at home, but you cut down the baggy skin, and then eventually you can basically fold that back on itself, and it is a ball and socket joint that will just pop straight out. So there it is, and it's popped straight out. Once it's popped out, you can hold it by the leg, and the weight of the bird will naturally find where you need to cut. So now, I'm going to cut this way, and it will naturally find exactly the spot you need to cut. And suddenly you've got a chicken leg. Now, you can either keep it like that, or you can divide that into two different component parts. So I would say this knuckly bit,
This is where you get chefy.
not much good. Knuckly bit, not much good. I would always use the heel of the knife on a board and just get rid of that. When I say get rid of it, I mean we're not going to cook it, we're going to save it for stock, because we're going to have the carcass left.
Ebbers, how are you going to sanitise that board after the raw chicken?
Wow, we love a segue, don't we? Once we've done a lot of chicken prep, I'll show you how to sanitise a board. But there's literally no point in telling you now, because I can't demonstrate it now. Thanks, Jay.
Ebbers, what are you doing tonight?
People want waffles.
Chicken and waffles. We could do chicken and waffles later. We've got chicken. Let's do some chicken and waffles. This you can either cook as a whole, and you've got the drumstick and you've got the thigh. If you're roasting it off, those will cook pretty much together. Or if you want, you can cut down in this almost like V shape, down through the middle, and again, it should find a pretty natural break point.
This one's a little bit harder, to be a bit more force.
And what you end up with is a chicken drumstick and a chicken thigh. The other advantage, always, about buying whole chicken is you get the skin on. And the skin is the bit that, especially if you dry it out, can go lovely and crispy. So if you're going to do this, I would also suggest, if you're not going to cook it all at once, lay it on a tray and keep it open, not covered, in the fridge. At the bottom of the fridge, there's no raw chicken dripping anywhere else, always at the bottom of the fridge. But what that means is the skin will dry out, which means when you then cook it, you get a crispier skin.
And I also find that the skin protects that first layer of meat.
Absolutely,
It doesn't go ridiculously dry.
Absolutely. And then we repeat, exactly the same the other side. So baggy skin, fold it back, find that ball and socket joint, it will naturally pop out, and then you can hold it, and the knife will naturally find its way around because it's already popped out. At which point, we can get rid of the knuckle, because we don't need that. Heel of a knife, and always a flat hand on the heel of a knife. No issue of cutting yourself. And then you've got this wobbly bit here. I've actually also got, I've just had another idea. I wasn't going to do this. I'm going to cut off some of this excess fat.
Yeah.
We all have it. It's very tasty.
That bit goes straight in the bin to me. It's the sinew. I've been told it's the chewy, ugly bit. Get rid of it.
So given that we've just had this fantastic suggestion from Hong Kong, how about something like Hainey's chicken?
Ooh.
Which needs that wonderful chicken fat with garlic and ginger and rice to cook down, and then you cook out chicken stock, and it's wonderful. Serve it with cucumber. It's kind of Malaysian, Singapore
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I've also had excellent versions of it in Hong Kong. In
Okay.
fact, one of the best hawker stalls in Hong Kong.
Yeah, we had
I had this.
the Michelin star one. So with that fat, is that what you use, a bit like as just a meat fat to you render it down?
Yeah, the same as you would the fat off of bacon or something like that. It just renders down.
Interesting.
Evers,
Yeah.
we've asked to point to the heel of the knife for people who don't know what it is.
Great question. Let's do a subtle segue to knives. Let me just put some hands. So, knife work, and maybe we'll come back to more precise knife work with some vegetables later, but straight off the bat, let me talk to you about the basics. The handle, obviously the tip of the knife, and obviously the blade of the knife. For all of this, we're using a straight blade, not a serrated blade. This bit here, where the handle meets the blade, is the bolster. So often when I'm holding a knife, you have more control. Don't hold a knife like that. You have the best control if you hold it and you just have a little bit of control with one finger kind of wedged over the bolster. The heel of the knife, which I've spoken about a number of times, thank you for the question, is this bit. It's the most sturdy part of the knife. It's usually not as... Obviously, when you sharpen a knife, you should sharpen the whole blade, but it tends to be firmer, perhaps slightly thicker, where it will raise to a tip in the rest of the knife, and you have more control and firmness to do the real clunky bits through bones, through shellfish. That's the heel of the knife. You can also turn it, and of course the back of the knife isn't sharp, and therefore that's good for tapping and cracking shells. But here, or bruising lemongrass sticks, but the heel is this bit. That's the rest of the blade, the tip, the bolster, and the handle.
Gotcha. Seeing
good segue, Jamie.
Yeah,
that's how you do it.
Right, yeah, I do it right. Coming back to Hainanese chicken.
Yes. Oh, yep.
Yeah. Parson's nose. We need the fat from the parson's nose if we're doing Hainanese chicken.
Excellent suggestion, and by that I mean the knowledge we need. This bit in here.
What's the parson's nose?
He doesn't know.
This bit. So that's the fat that's just been pulled out from the parson's nose. So the parson's nose. Have you ever wobbled the nose of a parson? It's a bit like this. It's this bit. See, it looks like a parson.
I own chickens. I don't like that.
Emma's red flagging.
Yeah, but you're right, because that's the thickest bit of fat out of all of it, and that's good. Great. I mean, I often rip that off once you get down to the carcass, but a great point to add that into our sort of fat that we've been trimming, because that will render down, slowly overheat to give us fat.
Okay, so where else could I use that chicken fat then? Is it, again, I do this every week, but I never take that fat off. If I was rendering it down, can you cook other things in it?
I've started doing stuff without talking. Yeah, anywhere that you would put... So pancetta.
Yeah.
If you were to start cooking something like pancetta in a dry pan and render out that fat, duck skin, face down, you want to render out that fat.
Gotcha.
Basically, this is just the same thing but hasn't yet... is detached from the meat.
Amazing.
So anywhere where you want chicken flavour, render it out before you fry chicken in like a breaded chicken. Fry breaded chicken in chicken fat, and it's just insanely good.
Okay, amazing. Yeah.
Use it everywhere. Don't throw it away.
That is so obvious.
Don't throw it away.
Brilliant.
And I did what I always do, which is just carry on. I've started to cut down the breast. So now we've got the bird, still stabilised by the wings. And what you've got, actually, it's quite handy I don't, because I can show you. There is a breastbone right down the middle. And you want to basically glide the knife down either side of the breastbone. Do one at a time, and always do the one that's closest to you. A pain for you stood there, because I'm going to have it this way. But basically, glide down and then cut around this way. Now, doing this raw is the way I always do it. If you're doing this when it's cooked and you want to carve, you're better off having taken the wishbone out. But for this, we don't need to, because we're cutting up raw. We can cut around it. And a little bit of meat left on there is not a problem, because we're using it as a stock. You're cutting all the way down, just around the wings, which are still keeping the whole thing stable. And you've now got a chicken breast with that fillet. Which if you ever buy in the supermarket, just like chicken fillets, that's literally that middle bit. In fact, let's take it off so you can see. If you go to the supermarket and buy chicken fillets, that's literally the inside bit from each of the breasts. So if you buy a chicken, it's already attached, and what you end up with is a bigger breast, enough to serve two for many dishes, especially if you slice it, skewer it, stir fry it. Or you can take that off. What I have been known to do, not at home because I don't cut through enough of them, but when we do it in restaurants, if you're cutting up 20 chickens to feed hundreds of people across a day or two, save all of those and keep them separate, and that becomes an amazing little skewered bar snack. And suddenly you're selling chicken skewered bar snacks completely free. It doesn't cost the restaurant, the hotel anything, but you're charging several quid for it in the bar.
So the bit about buying a whole chicken, it is overall cheaper, but it also enables you to buy better chicken as well. We always say buy the best you can afford. If you buy a whole chicken, you can afford a better chicken than if you were to buy all of individual pieces in the first place.
And I think you've got a better understanding of where it's come from as a whole chicken when it's cut up. Although
Yeah.
they will be labelled, they have to be.
Yeah.
You've kind of got to look at the labels of 5 different packages
Yeah.
rather than one chicken. So
Yeah.
absolutely, you can afford more, but you can also understand more about where it's come from.
Ebbers, look how beautifully laid out that is. That is wonderful.
And then you do exactly the same on the other side. So you're cutting down the breastbone, and there we go, Baz, on that side for you. Cutting down from you, away from you, using gravity to help you, and you end up with the second breast. Now, if you ever go to restaurants and you have breast with the supreme on, that little bone that's tick up, that's just the tip of the wing. In this instance, we want to keep the wings because we're going to use them for something else. There's a little bit of fat to go on the fat pile. And that is our second breast. So 2 chicken breasts, 2 chicken drumsticks, 2 chicken thighs, 2 chicken fillets. Now, this is called, French term, cutting for sauté. And it's usually done, there are chef competitions where they actually time you how long it takes you to cut a chicken for sauté, and then they look at what's left to make sure you haven't left loads of meat on the carcass and the bone, and that you've got the right cut. It's literally how chefs train. I don't think if you're doing this at home, speed is ever an issue. No. This is about saving money and stretching a chicken to get more.
You did it for us, the Chef's Challenge, and that was just about waste, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think I did really badly, didn't I? I think I lost that.
Waste and knowing where you can use each bit. You've then also got, by doing this way, chicken wings. Now, chicken wings you could divide into 2 if you want to be really fancy, like chicken winglets. But essentially, you've got not much meat on this, but it's great to hold, and the 2-part chicken wing. If you buy chicken wings, you'll often have the 2 different styles of chicken wings, and it's this bit, and they're sometimes divided. I like to keep them whole, so you've got bigger chicken wings, you can do more with them. How do you get it off the bone, off the carcass? Well, it's literally joined down here, and you can probably do it just with your fingers, but in reality, back to the heel of the knife, just in there, and 1 tap, straight through. What you shouldn't be doing is bang, 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 bang. It's 1 firm tap, and you end up with 2 wings. So what we've got is still a lot of skin here, which we can cut off, and a lot of the fat we can add to our fat pile. That was around the parson's nose, where we took that off earlier. And what I'm probably going to do is ask Kush very nicely, in the back kitchen, in a very small pan, just to slowly render that down, so we have some chicken fat later on, and we can do something with it.
Anything about doing this, it's very hard to get the oysters out of a raw chicken, or can you do that?
You can, they're here. I completely agree. On a roasted chicken, because the way you roast a chicken, typically, it is like a self-basting piece of meat. It's constantly dripping through and basting those oysters, and they are some of the best bits, but they're under here. Now, if you cut this, you can see it's there.
Yeah.
For this instance, I actually prefer to add that into the stock. Yeah. Because in this instance, that tiny little, you could take it out, but it's not adding to this. So that, for me, is the carcass that gets used. Okay. Now, just because I wear the chef's jacket, everyone presumes that's the perfect way of doing it. There are other ways of doing it. In other parts of the world, they cut it a completely different way to open up a chicken. And if you do it often enough, you'll get better and better at it. Even here, you can see there are bits that I've missed. So there are tiny, tiny bits here that could have been on that breast.
Sure.
Now, in this instance, we're still going to use this. It's not being wasted. Yeah. But if you literally put your finger along here, you can see that is all chicken. Now, there's always the joke that, like, chicken nuggets is reconstituted, or used to be, they're not anymore. Yeah. But it's basically all these bits that would otherwise get wasted. Yeah. Don't waste it. Use the back of your thumb, and that is basically chicken mince. You can make chicken meatballs out of it. There's rarely enough to warrant doing it, which is why I would actually say don't bother.
Only-
Add that as flavour and meat into the stock you're doing. But you
Only
can
done a really
see,
bad job at taking the breast off.
yeah, and also if you're doing 10 chickens,
Yeah.
which is what happens in professional chefs, they would make sure you get every last bit out, and it's just the back of your thumb. It's not a very nice job to do. It's probably not great for you to watch, but it does mean you get no wastage.
Just to come back to one of the things you were saying earlier about being able to buy a better chicken.
Yep.
What is a better chicken? Is one of the questions that people have been asking.
It's preference, really. It depends on what values you're looking at. Like, again, you can go organic, you can go free range. Look into it. There's a lot to explain about what you want from a chicken and what you care about. But mainly, it's usually about its welfare of some sort, and then you can kind of make your choices off around that.
I had no idea until today that your specialist subject on Mastermind would be chickens and what chickens produce.
It's not.
Like that.
It's not.
Like, you know so much about. Why have we never found out that you know this much about chickens?
I don't know that much about chickens compared to people who've had chickens for years. I've had them for 6 months. But it's like anything. Like we always said, unless you're cooking every day, it's hard to learn sometimes. It's like we always use the baking example.
Yeah.
Is that we are still rubbish at baking because we only bake when we're in the studio. We don't bake at home.
Yeah.
So therefore, we don't really absorb that knowledge. Everyday cooks, we're getting quite good at because we do it every day.
Yeah.
I hadn't picked up a chicken until the age of 35.
What do you mean?
I feel
Like an
a
actual
live
one.
one. Which then
Haven't we got that shot of you doing that where you're holding it and it's flapping its wings?
that was you.
Was that me?
That was you.
That a Wilkinson, wasn't it?
Yeah, never had chickens. So therefore, I was like, and I'm learning from the age of 35 about chickens.
Yes.
My little boy, he's 4 and he's picking up. He's living that life. He'll know everything there is to know about chickens. I'm playing serious catch up.
Yeah.
You just got to live it and you'll learn it.
Liver chicken.
Live, and then you start caring.
Chicken liver.
Same as like we do. Like we had the plant boys in the other week about talking about veganism, and the reason they're so good at veganism is because they live it, they breathe it.
Yeah.
We don't. We know cooking techniques to help vegans, but at the same time, we don't live that life. Therefore, we'll never know as much as they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it is.
How to sanitise? People are still asking, going, what do we do?
Yep. So while they were doing that, what I've just done, and this is the beauty you don't see on YouTube videos, is all the stuff that goes around. If you are cleaning up after yourself, you need hot soapy water for hands and knives and boards. That has been taken and will be handled over there. But also, think about, as I was cutting, there are little bits falling off or a little bit of splatter here. So the whole work surface needs to be sanitised. Now, there are lots of brands out there. We use this one. But essentially, find a kitchen sanitizer that also does a bit of degreasing because you have had chicken fat. Little spray and then a clean cloth. Tea towels, the wrong answer.
Yep.
So try not to use tea towels to clean. Use cloths to clean, then tea towels to dry. So once it is clean, then you can dry it with a tea towel. Don't go in with a tea towel to try and clean. That would be the suggestion.
Why is that a really funny image?
What,
I don't know why.
Emma with headphones
Emma's
on.
wearing headphones while carrying a bucket of water.
And having washed our hands in hot soapy water once, it's now time to replenish that with fresh hot soapy water because we haven't got running water in the studio.
Right.
We basically put raw chicken stuff into that while I was washing my hands, which was soapy and still warm, but then we get rid of that and go again fresh hot soapy water.
Whilst Kush runs the coffee machine, now's probably a really good time to say hello, welcome everyone. Thank you very much for joining us. This is Hack Friday. We're trying to take away the sparkle of Black Friday, which is where all of the companies out there try to get you to buy things on offer and make you spend money that you hadn't necessarily considered that you were going to spend. Maybe you need the stuff, maybe you don't. But we thought, why not find a time where we could come together and test as many food hacks as we can that we think can actually save you money. Or they could save you time, or they could save you effort, or they could save you any kind of things. But can we put all of these to the test? We started doing the stream just under 3 hours ago, and we're going to be going for another 5 hours. So we've got a long way to go. We put Barry in charge of counting how many hacks we've done. He reckons we've done 21. But, oh, hang on a second. Wait. there's another one there. Right, you sure?
It was another chicken one. There were two chicken things in that one, but I didn't know.
And this is what we have to deal with every single day. So thank you so much for tuning in. We do need your hacks. Hashtag Hack Friday. Send them to us on Twitter. Get writing in the comments. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell the radio places that you're listening to, radio stations, the DJs, the TV shows that you're watching. Is This Morning on yet?
Well, it is this morning.
Right. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm not usually watching it. But yeah. Let's get this out to as many people as we can because we think we can really, really help people. Some people have mentioned about microphones. Yes, we have this one microphone that we're using at the moment. This is the first time we've ever done a live stream like this. And as much as we're set up to make proper videos, we're not necessarily as set up to make 8-hour live streams. And we thought, well, this will be a laugh. Why don't we just give it a go? And now we're in it. And it's working. And could it be working better? Sure. But we are where we are. And that is what we're having to deal with. I know Ebba's asked a few minutes ago where everyone is tuning in from around the world and what time it is. It's amazing to see exactly where people are. So keep letting us know where you are. Keep letting us know what food hacks you want us to be testing. We are here for the next 5 hours at your disposal to basically teach us all about food.
Right, I've got some questions here.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to I can so Cushion Ben, this is one for you. So, hello from Sydney.
Is that name or place?
Hi, Sydney.
Hello from Sydney.
Yeah. Hello from Jamie.
I guess a bit.
Right.
We're moving back to the UK soon and looking to get ourselves a veggie patch. What are the most cheapest, easiest to look after, most versatile veggies to grow at home yourself? Rosie and Jim.
No way.
Riding along on the old ragdoll.
Yeah. You can't call them out.
And Bob who drove the boat.
Yes. Rosie and Jim. That was a great kids TV programme. This sounds like a great question for someone who might or might not own an allotment.
You've gone through a lot of veggies there.
I have, and it's been 2 years in the making. So again, every time you go through another year, another season, you grow different stuff, you learn different stuff, the weather patterns change. So we're all still learning. I have a long way to go. But for me, good bang for your buck, I would say things like, in the UK in the summer, courgettes. They just keep growing. So they're a really simple plant to start off with. They grow pretty big, but I was getting off of a single courgette plant 3 or 4 courgettes a week.
Wow.
I had 3 courgette plants because I had yellow, green, and a patty pan, which is similar. It's a kind of a summer squash. But I was getting so much out of what was essentially a space that was like 3 meters across by 1 meter, 3 plants. That's really good. Other things like lettuce, mixed salad leaves. Again, they grow really well, and you just keep picking the leaves. I think salad is quite an expensive thing to buy by the bag. And you always run the risk that it's been in the bag, it's been cut, it's been washed, it's been put in the bag, it's been taken to the supermarket, you buy. It's already 3 or 4 days old by the time you get it. Fresh salad that you pick, that when you go back 2 days later to water stuff again has regrown. I was eating so much salad with different salad dressings. I think for the amount you pay for salad leaves, excellent value. And the
finish the last one, sorry.
And the third one I was going to say was, even if you don't have an allotment or space, you can still grow fresh herbs. Because it's exactly the same principle. Now, if you grow basil and you want it for pesto and you just literally lop it off the bud, it's not going to grow back. But if you pick the basil leaves to either side, literally, all a plant ever wants to do is reproduce and try and survive and try and grow. So if you cut it right, it will always regrow to try and go again. And it is very much the same if you're picking courgettes. Basically, you cut the courgette off and the plant goes, oh God, that was my way of reproducing. I better do another one. And then you cut that one off. And I better do another. It literally just wants to keep reproducing. So it is free food once you've started and got it set up. I went through so much. Beetroot, and then you've got the beetroot tops, I would say is the other one, because people forget about the things above the ground, even though you're growing beetroots below the ground.
Brilliant. On the veggie one, there's people saying, this is from the Dutch, people who are buying veggies or growing their own, buying them in bundles. I've heard about freezing them, but they're saying blanch them first, then put them in the freezer, which makes it easier to put them in stews and soups later on. What's the whole blanching thing about? Why would that help?
Yeah, so on the topic of other free food, I don't know where we are on hacks at the moment. I would say potted herbs.
Barry doesn't know where we're at on hacks either.
And what was the last one you did put down? What was the last one? Is this a hack?
Chicken, yeah, that's down.
Great.
Chicken's down.
Great.
This is
We've
our
got
fault.
veg patch.
Potted herbs down.
Potted herbs.
And I would say, and again, this is a luxury if you've got access to it, but if you don't buy in season, every April, May, I go foraging for wild garlic, which is super expensive to buy, but is free if you know where to get it. If you don't do it with wild garlic at a certain season because you can't get access to that, then basically, like they said, buy in bulk, which is cheaper, and then blanch down. So what I would do is get a big pan of water, rapidly boiling with salt, and I take bags and bags of wild garlic. You can also use spinach, beetroot tops, you can use anything you have in mass. Runner beans, another example. For 3 weeks of the year, these beans, you don't know what to do with them. You have so many beans. I pick them when they're nice and young and tender. I like them young and tender, and then basically you don't have to re-string them. You don't have to string them. If you let them get too big, you might think you're getting more bean for your buck, but the bigger it gets, yes, it's more vegetable, but it is stringier and tougher. So instead, pick them when they are small beans, and then they are more supple. And then what you do is slice them up, wash them, and blanch them. So the question was blanching. And the reason you blanch them is you lock in the colour, you start to cook them, and they are easier to reheat when you've saved them later on. So if it is leafy, like beetroot tops or spinach or wild garlic, blanch, literally 30 seconds, then into ice cold water or a sink full of cold water to stop the cooking, squeeze out excess liquid into pellets, and then freeze on a tray. Once they are frozen, not touching, then you can put them all into a freezer bag. I have just 2 weeks ago used the last of my wild garlic pellets that I picked back in May.
Wow.
So it means they keep for 6 months. And suddenly I throw it in with pasta that's boiling for the last minute, and just enough for it to defrost, and you've got wild garlic pasta.
That is a brilliant hack.
The same with beans, maybe 1 minute.
Spinach and so on as well.
Have you?
I am now.
Just
Hello.
checking. Also, I think this live stream is...
Recap
the hack.
The hack was buy in bulk when it's cheap, or forage if it's free, and then blanch and refresh in cold water, portion up, don't freeze a whole Tupperware full of a kilo of blanched runner beans because they'll all stick together, you'll never have an opportunity to use all those. Freeze them in sandwich bags, individual portions, and then all I literally do is tip them into boiling water a minute and I've got fresh runner beans all year round.
And is it a hack about making sure that they're young and tender? I just want
Well,
to check if we... Do we need to...
On the essence of saving money, if you let them grow bigger, you think that bigger bean is just used free sunlight, a bit of rainwater, and you've now got more vegetables. So you'd think it is better. By mass, probably. They're just not as nice.
This is like the pizza debate. Do you get one 18-inch pizza or two 12-inch pizzas?
Well,
because you get more pizza out of one 18-inch pizza.
Well, that's a pi r squared conversation. Yeah. I'm just talking about, do you let something grow bigger? A courgette, if I leave the courgette on the plant, you come back, it's practically a marrow. It's not as nice to eat, it's not as nice to prepare, I think, as a smaller, younger, more tender courgette. So pick them when they are the size you want them. Don't just let them grow on because you think you're getting more. Gotcha. I think that's the point. Yeah, I know you made it really weird and awkward, but that's the point and the hack I was trying to share with these lovely people.
Bong! No way! It's another bong!
Bong! Just before the bong, I'm going to put a chicken carcass into boiling water. Over to you.
I'm not going to do 9 more bongs, but it's 11. So that's top tips.
Top tips at the top of the hour.
What have you learned? Emma's recap.
In this hour, stretch a chicken by buying a whole one and dividing it into its individual parts, because I would suggest now we have got a lot more meat.
Yes.
We haven't, we've got the same amount of meat, but you'll portion it better. So a portion now might be a chicken thigh and a chicken drumstick, roasted off with other things, whereas chicken breast, now each of those could be stripped up, diced up, put through stir fries, pies, and they'll go a bit further. Plus, we've got a carcass, which you would never buy, but we got it as a byproduct, and we're going to make excellent chicken stock, which we can then turn into soup or velouté or chicken noodle soup or whatever. That's my top tip.
Salt on the breast?
Not yet. We haven't got to that. But there was a suggestion that came in from Hong Kong that was talking about brining, which is why I have this pot.
Yes.
This jug. And this salt. Are we recapping? Or are we just moving straight on? Great.
Well, we could move on, but Barry's gone to the toilet and he's taken the phone with him that's filming all of the short form content stuff. So I just want to...
What's he filming in there?
What are you filming in there?
I went for a wee.
Yeah.
Am I a wee?
Yeah, but just don't take the filming phone with you.
Can I do a test?
Yeah.
If you send everyone over to the echo chamber, at least then we branded it and it does what it does.
Great.
And then
So,
we can do some testing.
what we want to do is, because when we started the live stream, the sound, I think we'll all agree, was superb.
World class.
What happened at about an hour in is, whilst nothing changed on our end, on your end, it became very echoey. And I'm not blaming you. But what I mean is, something happened and it went very echoey, but we didn't change anything here. So what we've done in the last hour is just turn echo corner microphone off. We're now going to test it and turn it back on and see if the echo has magically disappeared in the same way that it magically appeared.
Over to echo chamber.
Hello.
Sorry.
Hello, and welcome to the echo chamber. In the comments, hello everyone. Are you hearing us, and is it echoey? That's what I'd like to find out here, and then we can keep on coming over to here once we've figured out what's going on. Doesn't seem that. Barry, what's been your main takeout from this entire three hours?
For the entire 3 hours? You know what? Oh, the thing is, I think the same as you so far. That little flavour egg bomb.
Yeah.
That is something I will definitely do at home. Even just like having a neat way of cooking that egg in the microwave with a load of flavours, a load of fats, a load of freshness, and then chucking that on top of, well, you could put that on top of a porridge, apparently, as well, which is sounding. Mix it in with some rice, put it on toast. That, for me, was the best nugget so far.
I'm loving the WhatsApp messages coming through.
Yeah.
Anonymous WhatsApp, anonymous app. They're fantastic, so please keep them coming. The phone number is in the description box. So copy, paste it, send us a voice note.
Yeah.
I think they're brilliant.
I think if you might hear the noise of our coffee machine because I think it's coffee.
It sounds like it's coffee time.
It's 11
Which
o'clock.
is a reality of an 8-hour broadcast.
Yeah.
We need to keep ourselves fed, caffeinated, and urinated. Comment I just saw, Barry. Fine, we've checked. Loads of comments, echoes have gone, perfect sound, we're back on track. Well done, Mike.
We'll wait until 12 o'clock when it goes down again for no reason.
I'm doing some interchanging now, so now it's only the mic on me when we see this angle, hello, and only the mic on Ben when we see this angle.
Jay, do you want to find your favourite hot sauce or a hot sauce?
So any, pardon the pun, any feedback on whether that works or not would be greatly appreciated. So thank you very much.
So for those of you who have maybe just joined, a little reminder of what this is all about. This is our Hack Friday celebration when the rest of the world is telling you about all the deals that you could be getting right now to essentially make you spend more money. We're trying to find hacks to help you save money with Hack Friday.
Now, we're not shying away from the fact that we also have a Black Friday discount on our products and also the amazing Sidekick app, which we think is worth getting, but then we would say that, wouldn't we? But here's specifically why. Because the average UK couple wastes £30 worth of ingredients that they bought at the end of each month. Right now, you can get Sidekick for £30 for the year. So that is 11 months of savings by reducing your food waste.
And again, being completely candid, we are looking like there's a fee for Sidekick because we're trying to build this out. We know it can help a lot of people.
Now, having said that, lots of people might not want that or might not be able to afford it. So what we're doing today is giving loads of free tips and advice so that wherever you are, wherever we are, we can learn some stuff that will hopefully save us some cash in this tricky period of time. And what's more fun is the fact that a lot of these are pre-planned ones that Ben, Han and Kush had put together. They've done all of those now. So we're entirely testing your suggestions and stuff we come up with now. And we are so many hours remaining.
And there are 2 current hacks in process. Ebbers has saved us a lot of money by buying a whole chicken and carving it up to get the most out of it, rather than buying individual bits from the supermarket. And also, we're making our own bread, a very wet focaccia that has finished mixing, is now resting, and will be oiled up and put in the oven later on. By making your own bread and buying a whole chicken, you're saving massive money every single month straight away by doing that alone.
Thank you to everyone who's commenting and suggesting hacks and sending them through to the WhatsApp. And thanks for the 4,000 of you who are joining us. And it's been pretty steady since we started. We can't believe just how successful you've made this. So thanks. We weren't expecting it, which is why we probably would have sorted out the mic situation had we known it was so complex.
Okay,
Terribly sorry.
Let's have a bit of fun.
Okay.
So
Scooch over.
We have a WhatsApp number in the description box below. We're obviously looking for hacks as well. But also, if you could send us some fun ones. Emma is joining us on the bag table, who's looking through the WhatsApp messages. Send some fun messages that we can read out in this corner that can be hack related, but also don't have to be. And Emma, if there's any fun ones that come over, can you send it to a different stream so we can read those ones out separately if they're just fun? Feel
fun
free.
ones.
Go crazy.
Fantastic. Soon to come as well on the show. Look at us. We've just slipped straight into it. We're going to be putting cheese rinds in the microwave. Ebbers said it wasn't going to work. You all said it definitely works. So we're going to put that to the test.
And out of interest, what rinds specifically? Is it like
what rhymes with what?
What like is it hard cheese rinds or brie rinds? Let
us know.
We need to make sure we get this right, because we get one shot of this.
Yeah.
Ebbers doesn't believe it's going to work.
Ebbers has done an amazing job, and I'm saying this quietly so he can't hear. But what would be fantastic is, even if he gets through 50 plus hacks today, and we just get one success, we all feel like we've done better.
So just give us the best chance.
Give us the best chance, yeah. Teach us how to microwave cheese rinds and make them go puffy and delicious.
Yeah.
And then today will have been a success. Right, should we read some of this stuff? We got some lovely, back to the rind, lovely. Lovely ride, fantastic.
There was a super comment a moment ago with a small donation, which we will be giving to charity, which was, what are your best cooking playlists or songs to cook to?
Chef, the film, Chef, the movie soundtrack is fantastic.
Yeah.
And it makes you think of that at the time, and then makes you look at the sandwich that you're actually making and going, oh, this isn't as good.
Nothing wrong with spam, Mike. Nothing wrong with spam.
What about you, Evans?
I have a penchant for musical theatre, so I often put on Magic at the Musicals, excellent, just to unwind to. But
I've got a moment of genius. You, when using the Hobbs, should listen to a specific track from the Book of Mormon. I'll leave that there.
No, I didn't. I've not seen that one for a few years.
Have we got the rights for me to sing it?
Nope. Can I brine my breast?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Like a light. Oh, excellent. Yes.
It's okay, the best jokes are the ones you have to explain.
So back to chicken and back to, bearing in mind it was a while ago, the suggestion about brining chicken breast to keep it super succulent. If you are worried that chicken breast is drier, I would say that's probably for one reason, and that's probably because it's being overcooked. So chicken breast itself isn't generally dry. There are ways you can make sure you cook it very carefully so you get it perfect every time. However, as normal home cooks, we all like a safety net and a safety blanket, and one of those things to do is to brine it, because it gives you more leniency on making sure that you get something that is succulent when it is cooked. 10% solution. That's the simple rule. So I'm going to do nothing more than a simple brine. You can flavour your brines with spices, with herbs, with citrus peel, but today we're just going to do the bog standard, and it is 10%. And what I mean by that, we've just got a big Tupperware container. If I was to put in, say, a litre of water, I might not have a litre of water. Let's say I put in 600 millilitres of water. You then need 10% of salt. So 60 grams of salt. So reset it, re-tear it. It's going to look like a lot. It is a lot. But you're not consuming all of this. Most of this won't be used. But the 60 grams that have gone in, we'll give it a quick stir. And then we basically submerge a chicken breast in it. I would suggest if you've cut up the chicken, this is something you could do. Put the chicken breast or breasts into your Tupperware that's got the brine, put the lid back on, put it in the fridge and leave it till tomorrow. Perfect. Tomorrow you're going to be cooking breast. Today you can focus on the other cuts. But even just an hour will make a difference. What it does is season the chicken breast all the way through, and it kind of absorb is the wrong word, but basically some of that moisture gets into the chicken breast through a wonderful seasoning, and then when you take it out of the brine, pat dry the skin so that you haven't got soggy skin because you want to crisp it up. So pat that dry and then cook it. And then as long as you still don't overcook it, it will be more succulent. So what we're going to do is one chicken breast like that we're going to brine. Lid on. And that is one way of making sure you have really succulent breasts. Because we're going to cook this in about an hour's time, I'm not going to put it in the fridge. Because it is also better to try and cook chicken from room temperature. Because then what you will do is cook right the way through to the middle quicker before you dry out the outside. So that is a brine solution and one way of keeping breast moist. What's the other way, Mike?
Hello, mate. Bashing it.
Okay,
Have we done bash it?
Tenderising it, absolutely. That is a good shout. It's
or
not
marinating it? Which one would you like me to say?
No, I think the bashing one is a good one, except I've sometimes my board. So,
well, okay.
So between 2 sheets of cling film,
why don't we marinate?
We can tenderise.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
On the subject of brining, I
Don't
know we had a go at Barry for doing this, but I just want to ask.
No, while we're on brining.
As it's been Thanksgiving yesterday, I saw lots of people talking about brining turkeys and that kind of thing. And one question that I saw that people were arguing about is there such thing as dry brining?
Sorry, I am going to answer that, but that was really funny.
Is dry brining a real thing?
Dry brining?
Dry brining.
Salt bay, yes.
Yeah?
I mean, basically, like cooking...
No, salt bake.
Oh.
Salt baked, yes, as in we're cooking it in salt, but also just... We mentioned that as in drying out the skin. So earlier on, we said if you were to leave this in a tray and leave it uncovered in the fridge, it dries out. And what that will do is mean you get a crispier skin. I say the same would apply if you were to salt it, and it draws out the moisture out of the skin so it crisps up. Salting to keep chicken succulent is the antithesis of that, and it also works, right?
Yeah, you salt steak. Webcam.
I worked it out.
Yeah, so we're looking at the mic again. So if you salt a steak, the salt draws the moisture out. The moisture dissolves the salt, and then through osmosis, well, not that, osmosis, the moisture takes the salt back into the steak, so you get a seasoned steak throughout. So it is called dry brining, but the water still leaches out.
Okay.
Right, Barry, what are we doing?
While I've got you here, I've got a bunch of voice notes that I just want to run by you.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
Hi, boys. I have another freezer hack for you. I like the taste of fresh yeast, so yeast cakes, but they don't keep as long in the fridge. So when they're cheap, when they're on sale, I buy like 4 or 5 packages, little cubes of fresh yeast, and I freeze them. They keep for a few months, and you can just thaw them in the warm water you're going to use for your bread, for your pastry, and the taste is much better than instant yeast, I think. So happy hacking, and I hope you try it out.
Oh, love that. I always presumed that by sticking yeast in the freezer you'd kill it.
No, you just slow it down, you put it to sleep. So fresh yeast, if you can find it in the supermarket or a deli or a bakery, they might give you someone to sell it to you. Take it home, put it into 5, 10, 20 gram chunks, which is the amount that you need for your standard bread recipe. Freeze it, then, as you said, defrost it in the hot water, warm water, sorry. That'll bring it back to life, and then it'll go straight in, and you do get a better flavour. It's less processed.
Well, okay, amazing. Can you add that to the board, Mike? Right, another one.
Hello again. I have just discovered MSG, and I was wondering what Ben thinks about it and where it would really fit in a hack or where it would fit in just kind of everyday foods that you would cook.
Interesting. Right, so we'll get a Kush first. MSG thoughts.
MSG has been long derided with negative comments, but there's no science behind any of the negativity. Scientifically proven that it doesn't make you sick, doesn't make you sweat, doesn't make you more hungry. It just is a stable glutamic acid salt by adding sodium to it, which is umami, the flavour. So MSG is in gravy granules, packet soup, Pringles, crisps, more things than you think of.
Parmesan, tomatoes, natural things as well.
Exactly. Your fun as well, then?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's one of those things. I wouldn't personally have a pot of it kicking around, but it is in so many things we already use we don't think about. It helps with seasoning, but the seasoning triangle of salt, acid, sugar is another way of getting there. And we've had kind of like cheats MSG. When we were in Japan, we learned that garlic powder, white powder, and salt in pretty much equal quantity is almost the same, and you sprinkle it over chicken, vegetables, fish. It's just incredible.
We've used it. We made a video a while back where Jamie and I tried to make a burger using our ability and added MSG for the right seasoning, flavour, etc., against a burger that James had made with his just chefy ability, and it was chasms of difference. And as much as the MSG helped, it actually comes down to, if you can learn to do those fundamentals correctly, then MSG will just be an extra benefit to that. It's not going to solve your problem as a normal. It's not a shortcut for us, basically, is the conclusion that I came to. Basically, I just want to go, boom, 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 boom. Now it tastes amazing. And it turns out you can't live life like that. It didn't exist.
However,
I have.
If you adopt a number of these today, I think we're going to get you closer to that.
Absolutely. Haven't I done a good job of cling filming this?
You have, and this is going to save us having to re-sanitize our board. It is just a chicken breast between 2 sheets of cling film. This is a way of making tender chicken. I mean, it's also going to flatten out so it cooks more evenly. Naturally, a breast is thicker at one end than the other. So this way we can flatten it out so it all cooks evenly, which will avoid you drying out this end in order to cook this end.
Yeah.
So it's a more even cook, but also by bashing it, you are tenderizing it to some extent. Now, I'm just doing it with a rolling pin, but you can get a meat tenderizer, which literally puts like little dimples in it.
Yeah.
They will go through your cling film, but it's a good way of doing it. And the reason we're going to bash this out is not only is it a bigger surface area for more flavour, so more char and colour as you cook it, but also more marination in this, is something that you regularly did, I don't know if you still do, with buttermilk.
Yes, I use that to marinate it, to tenderise it, but also to impart flavour when you add a spicy red sauce, whether that's chilli, this is sriracha, a hot sauce of Tabasco. It doesn't taste spicy, the chicken doesn't take on the spice, but it does take on almost, again, I'll come back to it, a deep red flavour. And it's amazing. And then the buttermilk, the acid in the buttermilk breaks down some of the proteins and it makes it tender as well. I did find I'd have to marinate it for 24 hours before I noticed a difference in flavour and texture. It's not I'll chuck this in for 4 to 6 hours and it'll make a difference. I didn't really personally notice a difference when I used to do that.
I think when you think about yogurt as like a marinating technique, overnight, 2 days, that's really where you get the benefit of. You think about it's like yogurt marinades in places like India, like with lamb, with chicken.
Yeah.
You want a longer marinade on it because it will start to tenderize and help that meat. That's what this is. This isn't buttermilk, this is Greek yogurt. So it's got all that live biotic loveliness, as has this, which is literally a live sriracha.
We just filmed a video for this. Yes, it's coming out in December, but this stuff is phenomenal.
Really delicious, not too hot, but it's got that tang, lactic funk.
Yeah, that's it.
That you love of a natural and raw fermented food. I'm also going to add in some garlic into this, and it's yogurt. So it's yogurt, smoked sriracha, that's the smoked one, with garlic, and then add that, or our chicken breast, which is already been bashed out, so you've got the flavour from, or the tenderising of the bashing, you've got more surface area, and now you've got this delicious live concoction. It's all going to help to marinate and tenderise our chicken. You're right, we haven't got a day or two to do this. It won't make a huge amount of difference to tenderising, which is why we bashed it out. It will impart flavour and be super delicious.
So we are in the middle of hacking a chicken, literally and literally, but twice, 2 ways.
So I think there are a couple of more tallies to add to our chart. One is to brine drier meat, leaner meat. You can do it with a whole bird around Christmas, whether it's a chicken or a turkey. You need a big bucket. The rule is 10%, a 10% brine. Yes, you can add in peppercorns and herbs and citrus rind and all sorts of delicious things, including good point, cold brine, cold water, 10% salt. Store it. It's going to have to stay in the fridge or out in a garage that might be cold enough at Christmas, as long as it is below 5 degrees. And that is one way. We've done it with a single breast.
Will that make it taste salty?
It will season it, but it won't be salty. You might have seen we put 60 grams of salt into this water because it was 600 ml. We're not going to be consuming 60 grams of salt. But it will season the chicken throughout. But it does mean you have to think about when you're cooking, you might want to season it less because it has already got some of that in there. So number 1, brine. Number 2, tenderize meat by bashing it out. It does a couple of things. 1, it makes it more tender. But 2, it also makes it more even, more surface area to absorb more flavour, but also cook more evenly. So that process, do it on a chopping board, then sanitize after, or between 2 sheets of cling film or greaseproof paper, job done. Hacked.
All right, Baz.
And the third one we're doing is put it in some form of acidic or live environment. So this is live yogurt with smoked sriracha and garlic, but buttermilk, as you said, with any kind of hot sauce, your tip being anything red, like
red and spicy.
Hot red spicy, mellowed by that buttermilk for at least a day is also going to help.
Boom.
Why don't we bread it with some of our leftover stale bread and put it into one of those like fried chicken sandwiches?
We're interrupting because Kush has an idea.
Yeah, I think that we should go out to you, the audience. What would you like to see Ebba's pane that chicken in? Cornflakes, smashed up ramen noodles, beef jerky.
That's not a thing.
We've got ours. We've got supermarkets. What was that? Beef jerky? Yeah. What about beef jerky crusted fried chicken sandwich?
Okay, so basically,
It's over to you.
Over to you.
It can be anything. Only thing I would say, my personal thing, is make it a carb because then it's go crispy. Don't bread meat in more protein. So I'm going to rule out the beef jerky because I'm trying to give useful stuff to you guys.
Connor Murphy, thank you very much.
Bacon flavour crisps.
Yeah.
Best of both worlds.
Frazzles.
Yeah.
Happen
to have it. We have frazzles.
Cornflakes and mustard sauce, Twiglets, lavender.
Lavender, Cheetos.
Skittles.
Oh, wow, it's gone mad. It's gone mad.
Okay, right, yeah. Wow, it's going crazy.
Yeah.
Dill and cheese.
Right, should we stop the poll and get a count on it by Emma?
Yeah. Emma, can you count these, please?
And I'll run out and go get whatever it is if we don't have it already.
Okay, I reckon you look at that list and be inspired by one of them and then go get it.
Okay.
You just let us know when you found the one you want.
Who said bacon crisp? Because there's literally 4 bags.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. I don't want to run anywhere.
Just to flick back to something that at the top of the hour, I dunked our chicken carcass into water and I brought it up to the boil. Throughout the next hour or so, we're just going to keep adding bits to it as we cook stuff, but these are stuff we already had. So some onions, leeks, wonderful veg at this time of year. This bit is great. This bit is more difficult to use up, has loads of flavour, so that can go in like that.
Ebbers.
Yep.
You put the onions in their peel.
Correct. So we're not going to be serving this like a soup, we're going to drain it all off. So it doesn't really matter, and it's just adding deliciousness. When you peel carrots, parsnips, sprout tops, swede, all that kind of stuff at Christmas, onion peel, or maybe not onion roots, and the top and tail of spring onions, all that kind of stuff can go in and create flavour. And basically you're taking stuff that would have ended up in the bin, it would have been food waste, and you're turning it into flavour, then you drain it off and it goes in the bin. So it's not that you're not throwing it away, you're just getting the most out of it before you do. There is so much food thrown away in the UK, across the world, every single year. I think it equates to something like 143 kilos of food waste per person.
But I don't know what that looks like. It sounds like a big number, but I feel like I need it equated to something that I'm familiar of in volume or weight.
2 ebbers mid-lockdown when I was looking my best.
That's massive.
143 kilos. But the point is that I think, if I remember correctly, 30% of that No, 70% of that could have been edible.
Yeah.
So 30% is bones or stuff that you literally can't eat.
Yeah.
But 70% of it could have been saved and eaten, or at the very least maximised for flavour, so that suddenly a jug of water becomes tasty and becomes the basis to a delicious soup.
Amazing.
Celery.
If
one
you
of those.
have just joined us, then welcome to Hack Friday. Guess who came up with that name? Mr. Marketing Degree. We are currently in the middle of hacking up a chicken. We're counting all the hacks throughout the day that we are testing. We're currently on 29 hacks tested so far. And how long have we been live?
3 hours and 26 minutes.
3 hours and 26 minutes. We're testing loads. Some of them have worked, some of them less so. I'd say we've got probably about a 95% success rate at the moment.
I think it's pretty good.
The funny thing is, though, that we've kind of gone through all the ones that we'd planned early, and now we're basically teetering on the edge of just literally coming up with stuff, answering your questions online, reviewing and trying your hacks, and it's a lot of fun. So thank you for joining us.
Now, I've got one quick thing. We've got a new segment of the show come in. We've got... I don't know if this is a good idea. I don't know if it's a good idea. We have new auditions for the next Janice.
New auditions for Janice, great.
Okay.
This is on
voice inspired by this one.
Welcome to the Sorted Food Complaints Committee. If you would like to register a complaint, press 1. If you would like to record a message saying "Veluti," press 2. If you would like to present a hack, press 3. If you would like to personally file a complaint against the audio recordings, press 4.
Don't press 4.
I just thought from that and inspiring, like, having voice notes coming in is the perfect chance to audition for the next Janice.
So basically, we've got Janice. Janice is on the payroll, but basically, the reason that we could afford her is a few years ago we got her on a Black Friday deal. That contract actually expires on the last day of our last live show performance on the 17th of December. And we basically went via her twin sister, who also does voiceover work, Lazy Susan, but she's out of our price range as well. So basically what we're asking you to do, I think accidentally here, is send in your voice notes to us. The WhatsApp number is in the description, auditioning for Janice's replacement. And if you make it, we'll laugh at them. I'm going to say drop them into the next Pass It On. Pass It On in January 2023, we'll use the intro. You can do the hello boys. I don't know, I can't do it myself. I'm not very good at it, but the hello boys.
Yeah, really sassy, croaky.
Yeah,
you do you.
I'm not good at impressions, but anyway. Hacks, Evers.
For those people who haven't...
For Hatcher.
For those people who haven't been here since 8 o'clock, a quick reminder. We have got...
That makes it sound like you're saying, I've been here and I've been working so hard. Where have you been? That's how that came
No, I just don't want people who've just joined to feel left out. You know when you join a party late and you're on your own, you want somebody to come over and say, "Oh, come sit with us."
Great. This is what you're doing?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
So
Well,
we've got
a catcher's a great way of welcoming.
We have got a lamb, slow-cooked lamb breast, which we put in the oven about an hour and a half ago. We're probably about an hour and a half off of being able to look at it, but the whole point was it was cheaper cuts of meat that you slow cook. We also took a chicken, we've cut it down into various bits. The carcass is bubbling away here as a chicken stock. If you ask nicely, we'll probably turn it into a velouté later on. We also made a focaccia, because the best way to save money, if you've got the time, is to make your own bread, because you can make fantastic bread with relatively cheap ingredients that are a fraction of the price of buying from artisanal bakeries, which also treat yourself to occasion, they're great. So this was a dough which has got a sourdough starter in it that we beat up, thwacked up earlier on, and I say thwacked because it is very, very wet dough. The classic bread ratio of 5:3 works for like a farmhouse loaf, bread roll, stuff like this. This is going to be almost impossible to shape, but as we move on throughout the day, it will become more and more firm, and then you almost pour it. It's more of a flop it into a baking tray, and it will be great. But you can see there are some bubbles starting to form here.
Already, yeah.
We've put it in a bowl. It's got a bit of oil, it's got a bit of thyme, it's got a bit of rosemary in it, and it should be really, really sticky. In fact, I did have earlier a little bread. No, fine, I'll use my paddle. But you'll notice, fingers together, do that, you're getting all sorts of difficulty, right?
Yeah.
Always like that. And then you've got the paddle. You can use a credit card or like a bread scraper. That's clean it. Basically a flat paddle. But basically, look at that. You can see it's really stretchy. And that is beginning to come together. But what you want to do is kind of fold it. Just basically
There's the
smush it, and then put it back so it's got time to do its next prove. But ideally, you're kind of folding and stretching.
There's like the stretch and slap.
Yes.
So I think it's an actual technique because I make quite a lot of focaccia. Yeah. Well, I do it on the surface when it's unworkable.
Yeah, I think it's difficult. It's difficult in a bowl.
Like literally.
Should we just do it on the table because then you actually be able to show it, right?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Okay, boys.
And it's difficult doing a bowl because the bowl's going to move. Stretch and slap. Is this in shot?
Yes, Jamie?
I was just going to say we've done the poll. That what should we coat our chicken with? It's been running for 5 minutes. We've had over 1,100 people.
Whoa!
49% have said frazzles.
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 Bum.
Frazzles is the winner. Emma, did you just grow? I thought. Oh. No. Okay.
Oh, okay. We did have a scraper. It's in the dishwasher, so kind of like that.
This is the stickiest dough I've ever used.
Wetter is better, but then you want either wet hands, chicken stock, or oiled hands. You've
Yes.
got oiled hands. You just work it, and it will eventually come together. But look how much it's currently leaving on the table. When we come back to this in another hour or two's time, it won't be doing that. So over time, this is why it's a sourdough starter. It takes more time than a fast action yeast, but basically you keep a tight ball of dough. And then I'm going to skip by and actually get that bread scraper from the dishwasher because we will need it to clear up, even if you don't need it to shape.
Just to point out, there's a few people saying that the sound of the slapping of the dough in the and on the desk is obscene. Because the microphone is right next to it, Kush.
ASMR, wetter is better.
Kush, you do your thing. I think everyone, if we have complete silence for a little bit, so Kush,
Appreciate it.
Kush can do his thing.
ASMR sourdough.
Oof. Buddy. Is it going back in here?
It is. So explain the logic of what you just did, Kush. Kind of that tight folding and rolling that gets rid of the. He's just.
I was showing the audience members. I'm sorry for being visual.
So you're taking the outside of the dough and tucking it underneath. By doing that, you're stretching the outside round, and it should become quite firm. But Mike did give it a proper pummeling. So
We'll come back to it in a couple of hours. We'll be all right.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a long, slow one. It's not a quick bake, but we will get there eventually. In the meantime, where did we decide? So we decided frazzles. Was that the decision?
Yes.
Or bacon snacks of sorts.
So we asked you guys to suggest what we're going to pane our chicken, which is currently marinating to take on some flavour in some Greek yogurt and some hot sauce.
What time are we?
11:34.
Sounds like a midday fried chicken sandwich.
It sounds like, well...
But in doing it, we're going to give you 3 hacks. 3 hacks to get you there. Because that's what today is all about.
You have to take a poll on what sauce they want to put in it.
No.
Excellent.
Shauna McLean, thank you very much for a €10 donation. Wow. As we said earlier, those who have joined, that was not the point of today. We certainly weren't expecting it. We had no idea it was even possible on a live stream. So as a result, everything that you're sending us, we are going to collect up and donate to a food charity to make sure that we're putting your love, your communal sorted love, to the right places, because that's not why we did today.
We want to distribute your communal sorted love.
Yes.
So just for those who've maybe just joined us, a little reminder of what the hell we're doing and why are you sitting on the corner of the sofa?
But I'm on the edge, which is cool. But if you stand up, I will fall backwards.
Okay. So reminder over here. This is all part of our Hack Friday. While the rest of the world is trying to sell you stuff and make you spend more money, we're doing our best to help you save some with a couple of useful hacks. hacks.
Yes, I think if you look at the name Black Friday and you think, well, where could we get to? Hack Friday felt like a very obvious place for us to go. So we're spending 8 hours today live streaming testing as many food hacks as we can. They can save you money, save you time, save you effort. Any quicker way, better way to get food on the table that is delicious, we're here for. Our food team, Ben and Kush, today have already come up with a number of hacks. And we started live streaming, 8 o'clock? And I think we were done with their hacks by about 8:25.
Yeah, we ran short really quickly.
So for the last 3.5 hours, we've been using all of your hacks, and we need more of them. So tweet us, #HackFriday. Write them in the comments. It goes very quickly in the comments. It's hard to keep up, but keep doing it. It's great. Give us all of your hacks. We want to get as many friends involved as well. I'm going to start tweeting some people that we know.
Okay, nice. Yeah, get their attention. Great. Some FaceTimes would be good.
FaceTime will be good. What do you think Poppy's up to today?
Well, we'll just give her a call. See
We can find out. We can find out what Poppy.
Hopefully she's dressed by now.
Who?
There's a few people. I reckon let's try a few numbers and see what happens.
Just go through a phone book.
Let's go through a phone book.
Who's the best person we've got in our phone book?
Send to all, basically.
Excellent. This sounds good. What a great idea.
It's also worth pointing out that we have our own Black Friday deals on for good reason. At the moment, the average couple wastes about £30 of food every single month. And we're offering for our Psychic app £30 for the entire year of a membership. We are asking for money in this because we want to run a product that we think could help a lot of people, and hopefully it will save you a lot more than £30 over the course of the year.
Well, it will do, because if the average couple wastes £30 per month and a year's Psychic plan is £30, then you're going to save £360 over the course of that year.
Elongated maths joke to me.
No. I wasn't going to. I was just going to say, by using Psychic, you can save up to £360 a year just by reducing your food waste. Let alone how much less food you actually buy.
You've got Alfie Days. You're going to give Alfie Days a call. You've not spoken to him in about 7 or 8 years.
He's never replied to a message either.
Okay. Cool. Well, who else can we try? Who else isn't going to hate us if we give them a random call?
Benjamina off of
Why have you got Benjamina's number on your phone?
Off of Bake Off.
Okay, brilliant. Yeah. You are collecting some interesting numbers.
Yep. Caroline Miliatis.
Yeah, no, he's strong.
Chester C.
Chester C.
Chester C.
We could do he's in America, he'll be asleep.
Yes, but he could serenade us.
That would be wonderful.
That could be good.
We'll text some people.
Can we call James Curry? I don't know if I have him in my phone.
I deleted him.
Yeah, I don't think I've got him anymore. Anyone have James's number?
Yeah.
Kush? Kush doesn't know James. If Kush and James were to ever meet, there would just be this.
Tension, sexual tension. Right, now I think we have some interesting looking things in a blender. So back to the kitchen.
Thank you, Barry. We are currently putting together our pane station, which at the moment just consists of Frazzles, bacon-flavoured crisps that you suggested. We pane our chicken that has been freshly marinated and tenderised as part of a hack for a just before midday chicken sandwich, which is almost heaven.
I'm going to be the naysayer though and say it's not pane. So pane is a classical French technique which is flour, egg and breadcrumb. Now what I would say is each of those stages can be flavoured with so many different things. Over the years we have done so many different versions of breading items. So this isn't bread either, but basically something that you guys suggested, and it won in the poll, which is something bacon flavoured. I think it ended up as being Frazzles. On the topic of MSG, I'm sure it's present. Yep, monosodium glutamate in there. Very, very lovely. Bacon flavoured snacks. Now, generally speaking, what you want is something dry. So on the topic of saving food waste, on the topic of saving money, if you get to the end of your loaf of bread, the crusts, all the little bits at the end that aren't quite big enough to make a sandwich and they go a bit stale, that's the bread that you should be blending up. If you do so, throw in clove of garlic, some fresh herbs, anything off you've got growing, a little bit of rosemary, a little bit of thyme, dried herbs if you've got them in your store cupboard, salt and pepper. And when you've got this wonderful breadcrumb mixture, maybe a little bit of oil, so it's almost like wet sand.
tacky
Then you can
slightly.
fry it off or put it on a tray and bake it off, and that is a delicious scattering for so many different things. That is a hack that will save you money.
That
Hackometer.
was
However, we're taking your technique, which is think of what else you might already have kicking around and how can you use it in different ways. This instance, we have these bacon frazzles. Previously, we have done similar with Bombay mix to cover cod. Like
ramen.
We've done it with
Well,
ramen
instant-
noodles.
Instant ramen.
Seasoned with lots of things. We've done it with prawn crackers. We have done it with desiccated coconut combined with breadcrumbs. So you get this kind of coconutty crumb thing. It was years ago, but it's absolutely delicious. You can do this concept so many different ways. The point is you need something wet for the dry thing to stick to. Classically, that would be egg. But to get the egg to stick, you dip it in flour. So it's like seasoned flour, then egg, then your breadcrumbs. However, today, because we've got our chicken in our spicy yogurt, that is the wet thing. So actually all we need is the dry thing, which in this case is flavoured with bacon. So we've got smoked sriracha, smoked bacon, and we can make this wonderful combination. I'm not even going to wash that out because we'll probably use that again later on for something else. Excellent. Now, to do this, this has done most of its work. So you want to get rid of most of, not all of, the yogurt. And then into this. Bearing in mind this time, we spoke about it before, you can either brine your chicken, or you can season your marinade, or in this case, we've got very well seasoned snacks. They are salty, smoky, moreish, monosodium glutamate, ready to go. Now, you want to make sure it kind of all sticks, and it's not a problem if you're kind of patting it down. This is a difficult thing to do for one. We are doing one today to show you the hack, but this is the kind of thing, especially if you've cut up a whole chicken, that you will definitely have 2 breasts, but each of those breasts could be sliced through the middle and butterflied open, so you actually end up with 4 pieces. That's a good way of doing it, because otherwise you will end up with some other stuff we can't really use today. But in principle, you get the idea. Then into oil, which we have slowly heated up, and you want to cook it gently. Bearing in mind these are already crispy.
Yep.
These are already cooked. If the oil is too hot, you will not cook through the chicken before you have burnt the outside. So it is a very, very gentle bubble. That's all you need.
Thanks, Kush.
Crisps, yogurt marinade. It's had raw chicken in it. Then we have another dip.
Do you want, he could wash that hand for you if you will, if you asked him.
We actually we've known each other for many, many years. Evans.
I have 2 handcrafted half ciabattas here. Do you want to use that for the bread?
Excellent.
Brilliant. What we do it? How are you imagining?
Well, it would be nice to cut into it so everyone can see how wonderful chicken is inside.
Yeah. Are you going 1 per 1, or would you like?
Let's do 2.
Yeah.
And then we'll.
Fine.
Because we'll also put a little bit of cheese on it. We'll also toast this off. We've got a wonderful kind of spiced mustard mayo, which is left in the studio from something else previously. And to cut through all of that, a little bit of acidity. In this case, we've got some gherkin.
Oh, and a lime. Nice.
Well, think about this. We've done sriracha, which is a Thai smoked chili. So you've kind of got similar umami, but then we go with a bit of European cheese. It's kind of a ciabatta. It's a mishmash, but it's going to be delicious.
Yeah. I'm not saying that.
However, I do want to toast these quickly, so I've just fired up the grill.
Guys, what's the time, please?
11:45.
Brilliant. That is perfect. I think, can we all be upstanding? And can you let me know when it's 11:46?
Mike, it's 11:46. So you want us to wait here for just about a minute?
Yeah, we could do that.
Just let me know.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Because when it is, we're going to all give a round of applause.
Yeah.
On the 46th minute of every hour, we're going to do Eva's appreciation. You know, his age.
Yes. Yeah.
And because you've been non-stop. We've been subbing in and out. Barry's been losing interest pretty much as we've gone through.
Have you noticed how shorts have stopped?
Yep.
I've done the last 6 hacks. He hasn't caught any of them.
Yep. And now I just think that you deserve a bit of appreciation once an hour.
Do you know what? That's lovely. Because in 12 years, it's happened twice.
And 46?
Yeah, 46.
46. Crotch shots?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you. Where are we? Nearly halfway through. Nearly halfway through. We've got our chicken and bacon frazzly deliciousness.
Oh, Celtic Echo has just donated £8.99 to charity, via us obviously, because they got very upset about my comment that I don't have James in my phone anymore. I don't have James in my phone anymore, and it's upset them more than the Try Guys drama.
Different ginger.
Anonymous says, just tuned in, crotch shot, I'm so confused. Do you think we should just do a bit of a recap for those who have joined us?
Yeah.
What on earth
Oh God, so much has happened.
Don't be confused. The reason there was a crotch shot... No, right, that's not what you meant, is it?
Just in general.
Welcome to Hack Friday. We have been here since 8 o'clock this morning, so coming up to 4 hours. We're nearly halfway through.
Oh, we're nearly halfway through.
Whoa! And we're basically doing Hack Friday as a little bit of an antidote to Black Friday. So everywhere you go today, there's going to be people selling you stuff. And the chances are it might be stuff that you don't need, but because you're going to be saving money, you're going to buy it anyway. But really, you're spending more money than you originally thought you were going to. Anyway, don't get into that. But what we wanted to do was put on 8 hours of live stream today where we put as many food hacks to the test as possible. So we came up with a list, and that list got completed in about 25 minutes.
And now it's over.
And now it's all on you. So it's all of your hacks.
Comments going bonkers for the last couple of hours on YouTube. Keep them coming with your hacks. Also, tweet us with the hashtag HackFriday. And also, you'll notice there's a WhatsApp number in the description box. Keep sending us your WhatsApp, your ideas and hacks there. Messages or even voice notes.
And Janice auditions.
Oh, yeah.
And
also, we've had a few come through of Janice auditions. So keep them coming because we're now auditioning for next year's new Janice. It's like X Factor, isn't it?
It is like X Factor.
Janice Factor.
Yeah.
We're currently on 30 hacks.
Okay.
30 hacks.
30 hacks so far.
We want to surpass 60 by the end of the day. If we're going doubling, we want to go over double.
We kind of said 80.
Well, fine. I'm just trying to keep it realistic, guys.
Yeah, I know, but like, slacking, I think is what I might say.
No, we're all good. We are halfway there. There is lots still to deliver, but there are also lots of recapping, I think, because no one's going to sit through 8 hours. There'll be some things we spoke about this morning that will come back into play. But that's important because these aren't isolated things. It's just like a silver bullet. This one thing is going to save you a load of money. Collectively, adopting so many of these ideas and concepts will make you a more awesome home cook. You'll enjoy food more. You'll be able to be a bit more creative with food because we're giving you the rules that you can then adapt. Whether that's rules on bread ratios, on porridge, or in this case, what on earth you bread chicken with. That is your call, but you can make it your own.
And we will be testing these and collating them and putting together the best ones and publishing them, whether that be in short form video content, blogs, written, whatever. We just want to make sure that we get them to you so that you can use them moving forward. We won't give you the really terrible ones though. Which actually there haven't been yet.
Well, I don't think we've shown any of them. They might have.
It's all been live.
Yeah, he's in.
You've still got his number.
I know. So
Or did he text you? He texted you.
He texted me.
He texted you.
He's always chasing.
Yeah. New phone. Who this? Oh, I'm joking. We love James, obviously.
Right. What else have we got? Where are we going next? Because we're a couple of minutes off doing the chicken, which we said we'd do for midday. What are we going to do in between?
Sounds like we need to test the community hack, guys.
Silence from the corner. Have you got a voice note that is a hack, not a Janice impersonation? Because I think we need activity, and then we'll come back to voice notes. No, or like Janice.
Okay, right. We've got a voice note here coming through. On camera. We've got a voice note here coming through. Oh, sorry, got to turn it up.
also for the food hack thing. Maybe it's more for students, but if I don't have enough spices to use in the batter for something I'm frying, I just tend to use like a tablespoon of garam masala.
Yeah, nice.
That sounds good. So
Okay,
using
good.
those pre-prepared mixed
Yeah.
spices to be able to apply a load of flavour in one go, rather than thinking I haven't got the 6 different spices that I want.
Perfect. Right.
Hey guys, could you do some quick pasta sauces, hacks and cheats for midweek meals?
Pasta sauces.
Okay, so the suggestion is pasta sauces for midweek meals. We're going to do 3 completely different ones. We're going to do an oil-based one, which might be sort of pesto pounded option. We'll do a tomato-based one, and we'll do either creamy or egg yolky kind of carbonara-esque.
one. Yeah,
or we might
nice.
just do like a creamy cheesy kind of cacio e pepe. All really simple. We'll do 3 pasta dishes between 12 and 1 once we've served up our chicken. How about that?
I think you meant calcio e pepe.
Also, if we have got a few minutes to spare, Mike, whilst you're in the kitchen, fancy putting some cheese rinds in the microwave?
Is it time?
It could be that time.
They're waiting. I was waiting for them to dry out. They're quite... they're still a bit oily.
Or is this something that we're just going to leave until like 3:59 to keep people watching? Yeah. Check back in to see when our cheese rinds.
Livestream rides on bees puffing up.
I mean, I've never heard of it. What I love is the fact that we've had comments to say it absolutely works and it puffs up, so we're going to try it. And that's the point of today. We are all hacking on your behalf. Some of them are things that come out of the brains of Kush and I here. Some of them are coming from you. Some of them are a wonderful combination of the two.
Ebbers, hacking pasta sauces. How can I help? What can I get?
Not until between 12 and 1.
Oh, okay.
On the basis
So what are we going to do now?
Well, I'm going to do a little something separate now.
Right.
But I'm just trying to plan ahead, because when we do that, you then hear scurrying around over there, and we'll have something to do in a bit. So in the meantime, what I'm doing is, who remembers the chicken we stretched? Because what we now have is another use.
We stretched it so much, it's gone into all different parts.
One of those things we did was cut, including the parson's nose, the fat off of the chicken.
Yep.
So we took all the fatty white bits off of the chicken, we took off the parson's nose, and basically put it in a little dish and put it in the oven. That is chicken fat. So that suddenly is an amazing flavour that you can start off so many different dishes. And it smells like crispy chicken skin that you might get as like a snack at a bar or to finish a dish. It's absolutely delicious.
It smells like pork scratchings but chicken.
Yeah.
And this was, again, another many times suggested comment from you as well as Ebbers. So clearly something in it.
So this is going into our pan along with ginger and garlic. So we always say, I would say ginger, garlic, chilli. It's like the holy trinity. Some people put spring onion in that combination as well.
Yeah.
But they are a great thing that have a long shelf life, even longer in the fridge, and they go into so many different things. Here, I've just chopped up, pretty rough and ready, fresh ginger. I didn't even peel it. And a couple of cloves of garlic. Loads and loads and loads.
You hacky chef.
Going in with our chicken fat. And it's just going to cook down nice and slow. Once we can smell it, bless you. Once we can smell it and it's lovely and fragrant and gingery and garlicky and chickeny, then it will be a pinch of salt, rice, and our ratio for cooking absorption method rice. So we end up with something that is absolutely delicious. And right at the end, you stir it through, and all that chicken fat, which is now infused with ginger and garlic, flavours everything.
That's really interesting because, from my experience, when frying things off on a less slow, low heat, I would add the fragrant things like ginger towards the end so I don't burn them. The fact that it's all going in at the same time and it's all slow cooking makes a ton of sense to me now.
And it's giving you that flavour all the way through. If you have a spare hand, Kush, could I have some rice? Please.
Okay, I've
It'll
got...
also make use of our chicken stock. So we'll be using that as the 2-to-1 ratio.
Gotcha.
I interrupted the
Sorry, Barry.
Sorry, got a hack here that might split the room.
Whoa, yes.
My favourite hack to use is putting pasta in the microwave.
Oh,
That was it?
No,
No?
there's more. There's more. I pushed the wrong button.
With a tin of soup, and you heat it up in there, and you get a nice sauce all over your pasta because it thickens up in the microwave.
So you cook
your
pasta in the microwave
in a tin soup.
with a tin of soup.
Is that a hack too? That one of those things.
Is that a hack too far?
Yeah, it's one of the things that I can imagine doing as a student or in desk situations. I can imagine tasting good, but is that a hack too far? I can imagine it would offend. It might offend a chef.
How are we feeling about that, Ebbers? Cooking pasta in a tin of soup in the microwave.
I think what you're doing is hacking away to a minestrone. So I think tin soups have lots and lots and lots of uses if you want to get somewhere a bit quicker. We've used them in a couple of our £2.50 portion battles against unlimited battles. You can use them as the basis to pasta bakes and the alike because they're already thickened and got all the flavouring and the seasoning, and it will save you having to go out and buy flour and butter and stuff to make a roux if you haven't already got them.
Yeah.
The chances are, if you already have those basic ingredients, it's actually cheaper just to make it yourself.
Yep.
But if you haven't, then that's a really quick hack to get you there. However, cooking pasta, you really want to hydrate it, and it does kind of need really hot temperatures to cook pasta out. I think a soup that's already reduced and is in a can, i.e. at the perfect consistency ready to eat, all you're doing is heating it up. What you don't want to do is heat and boil it and reduce it, especially adding pasta starch into it, because you'll end up with something that's so thick and gloopy that it's not really going to work. You can cook pasta in the microwave, in water, take it out, then heat up your soup and combine the two. I wouldn't cook the pasta in the soup in the microwave.
Wow.
You need to go wash your hands.
Why?
Because you sneezed, and now you're going to touch some food.
Oh, that is
And there are a lot of angry people. And somebody sent us
500
Japanese yen.
For me to wash my hands?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's going to cost you more. Sorry, thanks for the reminder. It was just because Ebbers was being so fascinating, I got distracted.
It's the first of everything, right?
Yeah. I'm going to go and look. When I stand here, it's almost like I'm in the spotlight.
Something's in the spotlight.
So I'm going to go and just roll that blind down.
It's that time of day.
Where are we at the moment?
We're at midday.
I mean, camera-wise, you guys talking?
No, it's just turned back on us. So a little reminder of what we're doing today. We are halfway through, Jamie. We are
2 minutes away from being halfway through.
We're 2 minutes from being halfway through our Hack Friday. And Hack Friday is on a day, Black Friday, when everyone's trying to sell you stuff by giving you deals. We're trying to help you actually save some money for the long haul. So we've been asking you guys for amazing hacks to comment in the comments on YouTube. Also messaging us directly on WhatsApp and tweeting us with the hashtag HackFriday. We're making our way through what is now hundreds and hundreds of suggestions, maybe thousands, and we're trying to basically tackle them one at a time to see if they work or not. So far, we are... What number are we on so far, Mike?
30.
30 hacks so
But
far.
are we actually on 30, or is it just that you've only counted 30?
Well, it's been a
I mean,
struggle.
I'm impressed.
There are so many hacks that we're tackling. It's trying to work out what's a hack and what's a recipe. So like they're kind of merging into one. But as we're going along, we're making notes of what we're doing, and we are shooting it going along, and we'll be recapping on these hacks later on. So they'll be useful for people in the future. But so keep your ideas coming. They are absolutely brilliant. Also worth pointing out that we have our own Black Friday promotion on as well. You can get Psychic for £30 for the year, which is pretty damn good, seeing as the average couple wastes about £30 a month on the food that they're throwing out. You invest that money on Psychic, you'll make that money back very, very quickly.
I'm pinning it as a product in the live chat.
You can pin it as a product.
Look at that, it's pinned.
And like again, we are very well aware that the whole point of Hack Friday is to help you save money, yet we're pushing a product for you to spend money. But the point of it is it will help you save money in the long haul. Also, we are super proud of this as a product, and we think it will help a lot of people around the world.
It already is.
That's why we're really pushing it hard.
It already is.
Yeah, it is helping a lot of people around the world.
It already is.
Have
a look at the
Emma's is waving frantically, so we're going to move over to the kitchen.
Only for a few seconds, and then you can have it back. I just wanted to show you this one moment because we had all of our chicken fat which was free flavour because we hacked it off our carcass. We rendered it down, and now we've fried off ginger and garlic, so it was lovely and fragrant. I've now added in the rice, so all of those grains are coated, and I weighed out the rice. Now I'm going to weigh out the water that goes into it, and it's going to be 2 to 1. So it's a simple weight ratio.
2 parts water.
2 parts water, 1 part rice.
Good.
So
Just
literally,
checking.
once we zero it, it's the wrong thing in the way. There we go. Once we zero it, it was 100 grams of rice. I haven't washed it. That
Naughty Ebb.
is possibly a mistake. But then twice as much water, 1 stir, and then bring it up to a boil. When it comes up to a boil, turn it down really low and put a lid on it.
And then do you take it off the heat or do you leave it?
Leave it very, very, very gentle bubble with the lid for about 10 minutes. That is our rice dish that's happening. We also now have our ciabatta, which have been kind of baked off in the oven. We've got a mayonnaise, mustard, and hot sauce
mayo.
Dip. We've got some acidity from some pickled gherkins. We've got some heat from some chili. We're going to go in with our chicken,
which we have taken off a main chicken over the last hour. We've been stretching a chicken, as Ebbers has said. This one, we pounded it, flattened it out in order to tenderise it. We then marinated it in Greek yogurt and a smoky sriracha sauce.
And this is a test, and we used your idea. I have a funny feeling breadcrumbs would have been better.
Ooh.
Because they go very soggy.
So, we asked you, we're not blaming you because
No,
we asked you.
we are testing this.
We were like, what should we panne or coat this in? And you suggested bacon flavoured crisps. And that's exactly what we've done. I reckon you get the flavour out of that though.
So what we have got is that wonderful,
so
just cooked chicken, but cooked all the way through. You're right, it was kind of a yogurt, spicy, garlicky marinade. I don't think it was in there long enough to really tenderise it. If you could leave it in overnight, it would be excellent. That is then going onto there. It's covered in our bacon frazzles. You have that salty umami. Now, because crisps are already cooked, you have to be very careful. Cheese on top.
That's a lot of... Why are we only doing half? This is my half.
Our half, because you're in the kitchen with me this moment.
There isn't an hour half. I get a half and you get a half. That's the joy of halves.
I was going to put some fresh stuff in it, some rocket.
I'm very well aware that we've missed our bongs on the top of the hour.
No.
We've missed our halfway through bongs, but we'll come back to them.
If he
Who are you?
Is this going to stick? Same again.
Same again. Right. I thought we were demoing today, not feeding an army.
I'm so hungry.
Oh, no, I've got a crap signal.
Right.
They're just finished.
Right, this is going to be... We've got a jittery signal. Oh, damn, it's gone.
Can we find a way? Can you find a way of letting us know when you take it away or throw it?
Yeah,
because
put a light.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah.
And then I'll pay you for... No.
I don't want cheese in mine, thankfully.
Okay, great. Are you saying thankfully because I used
you put
the
it all
last...
in yours. You didn't halve it. You just put it all in yours.
Hey, that was my original cheese from tomorrow's video that's coming out.
Wow,
Look
that's
at
Inception.
this. Oh!
Wonderful. So, the point of this, we're not just cooking recipes today. We're trying to teach you lots of different hacks and tips. The ones that I think we register on this one, if we haven't already, have we already?
Yep,
crispy bits.
Yep.
Oh, we're already ahead.
We're all there.
Well, you tuck in. Tell us what you think.
So, recapping the hack of this particular sandwich, we've tenderised the chicken by bashing it out. We coated it in breadcrumbs, or we coated it in what we had lying around. You suggested bacon-flavoured crisps because we already had them. We picked something carby, dry, starchy that we knew would coat well. We also marinated this chicken in Greek yogurt and in hot sauce. If we'd have left it long, like 24 hours, it would have tenderised it as well. But instead, because we just left it for a few hours, it took on all that delicious flavour. And now we're going to eat it.
Right.
Cheers. Cheers.
Well, I'm going to eat it.
You eat it. You can't all it.
Cool. Right. We have a caller on line 1.
Line 1.
So we have Ollie from El Burrito.
Hey.
Amazing. Ollie, what are you doing right now?
Oh, sorry.
I'm currently in a kitchen studio making some Christmas burgers. These are turkey and pork burgers frying away.
So have you just stopped the film crew just to do this quickly?
Exactly. We've got some pigs in blankets. We've got some cauliflower cheese. You know, it's all coming together.
Oh, this is amazing timing. So today we're basically doing a thing called Hacks Friday, where we want people to give their amazing hacks of how to save money in the kitchen. We're live. We've been live since 8 o'clock, and we're going to be finishing at 4 o'clock. Do you have any useful hacks you could give us right now?
Oh, do I ever? First one is rice. Rice is very cheap, right? It's like 10p a portion. What you do is you save your hummus pots whenever you have hummus. Then when you make a big batch of flavoured rice, you keep a portion of rice in the hummus pot. That's one portion good to go. You can freeze them straight away. Keep them frozen for a few months. Whenever you need it, put it in a bowl, microwave it, cover it with cling film, shake it for a minute, then microwave it again. You got a portion of rice ready to go, and it's like 15p. Happy days,
mate. Love that. Thank you so much. That is perfect. We'll let you get back to work, but that is amazing. Thank you so much for taking this random call. But yeah,
nice one. Cheers,
right,
guys.
I'll see you, mate.
See you, Lee.
Bye.
Barry, for those of us who couldn't quite hear that, recap the hack, because we will add it to our board.
So Ollie was saying that when you cook a big batch of rice, if you're having left over, chuck it straight into a flavour pot, like he was saying, a hummus pot. Give it a mix up, get that rice coated in the hummus, then stick it in the freezer for another time. Basically, leftover rice, don't waste it. Cover it in flavour, and then freeze it.
Love that.
It's making its way onto the board. 31!
Yay!
Have to say, Ebbers, this was fantastic. You don't really taste the bacon, but you certainly taste the texture of the crisp. Like that delicious stodge.
Taste the texture.
You taste the texture.
Is this a good time to do some bongs?
Bong away.
Bong away.
What time are we? Yep, bong away. I mean,
We-
7 minutes late.
Bong. We are now just over halfway through our epic, monstrous 8-hour live stream for Hack Friday. We wanted to get away from the Black Friday madness and provide some actual useful, maybe interesting, maybe entertaining 8 hours of just us having fun testing some food hacks that can actually be useful in your real life.
We thought, and we're not going to shy away from the fact that yes, our products are on a deal on Black Friday, but on top of that, we're thinking, seeing as we're all in this situation at the moment where I'm going to say the finances aren't great in the state of the world, people are struggling, so whether or not you can afford what we happen to be discounting, doesn't matter. Let's put together some content that's going to help people save money for free. So we're using a ton of stuff inside our chef's brains. We've been testing those. We've been putting a load of your hacks to the test as well. We're just having a great day of eating food like this, which tastes delicious, and doing some learning and some testing. And we're going to take everything that we've learned and we're going to publish it across different variations of media, short form content, etc., written, and hopefully you'll find it really useful.
Well, for that to happen, Mike, what I think really needs to happen... we interrupt this programme for a very important news announcement. Oh! Who's that? Oh!
It's James Curry. How are you, James?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Look at him. He's in a real kitchen, Ben. He's being a real chef.
How is it going?
It's going all right. I just got a message from Barry saying that he wanted to chat.
Well, we realised that...
Did he not mention the fact that it was going to be live to 4,000 people?
Yeah. We realised that Barry was the only one that still had your number, so...
Janice has.
Where's your kitchen? What are you doing?
Where's my kitchen?
Yeah.
My kitchen's in a basement in Old Street.
Oh, that sounds
don't give it away. People will come and visit.
Yeah. And what are you up to?
That's all I'm going to say. Hello. What am I up to? I'm about to start cooking. I'm in the development kitchen. I'm about to start chicken.
Chicken. Mike's just done some chicken. Are you paneing in frazzles by any chance?
I'm not. I brined some overnight, spatchcocked, and I'm steaming.
Brined, spatchcocked, and what?
Steam, then roast.
Wow. There you go.
That is.
Best roast chicken ever, I promise you.
That sounds good. So I'm not sure how much Baz explained about what we're doing today, but basically we're doing a whole day. Nothing. Okay, great. What we're doing is a whole day of testing food hacks to help people save time, money, effort, all of the rest of it. And we're calling up some friends and you, and we thought, oh, stop it. Stop it.
Brutal today.
We're calling up some friends to see if they've got any incredible food hacks that everybody should be using. So do you have a top food hack for us?
In terms of saving money, I feel like I'm going to sound like an Evers because I've been...
There's nothing wrong with that, James.
We've got one already.
No, I didn't say there was anything wrong with it. I said I was going to sound like an Evers. And that's a good thing or a bad thing. You decide.
Go on.
Slow cooker. I've been using the slow cooker recently. Big batches, like really cheap cuts, and just getting them cooking for a time.
So basically using time.
Oh, we'll cut.
Using time to make not quite as expensive cuts of meat taste incredible.
I love that. That is good. They're
Slow
really energy efficient
cooker.
as well, aren't they?
I think so.
I think they're really energy efficient.
We'll have to do a test, won't we?
Well, we could do a test. Yeah.
We'll do a test.
Do you have a slow cooker out right now? You must have a slow cooker out right now.
Yeah.
We don't have a slow cooker going right now, but we have got lamb slow cooking in the oven, haven't we?
Yep. Go.
That's brilliant. James, thank you so much. We'll let you get back to doing some real work.
Cheers, guys.
Love you.
We love you.
See you for something special at Christmas.
See you soon. Bye-bye.
So James, I'm going to flick to you guys, but James's hack was slow cooker, get the most out of cheaper cuts of meat, cooking big batches, prep your stuff, then save any leftovers.
Which we absolutely love. In keeping, if those who didn't see it earlier on, we had lamb breast, which is one of those cheaper cuts. Brisket would be another cheaper cut. Something like pork shoulder is a really cheaper cut. Long slow cook. Where it's in a slow cooker or slowly cooking in an oven, the point is you're keeping the moisture in. So in a slow cooker, it's got a lid. In the oven, it's got, in our case, tin foil over that tray of lamb, which we're probably about an hour off digging into. And I let you guys share the chicken sandwich because I can't wait for the lamb.
Oh, right.
Right, so are we in the pasta hour now? Somebody asked
This
for
is the
some...
pasta hour, is it?
Well, we're already, 15 minutes
Bring
in.
it,
So
bring it.
we said between 12 and 1 we would do 3 completely different, really hacked easy pasta dishes. So the first of those...
We're not doing pasta in tin soup.
Not in tin soup, but I'm going to start with a little bit of oil. I'm going to shop these pans around so you can see it. This is a cheat that I think people are often afraid of or embarrassed by, and they really shouldn't be.
Go on.
Somewhere here we have a tin of corned beef.
Okay,
Cheap
I know
and
where you're
cheerful.
going.
Things like corned beef, things
Yep.
like spam, they are back in. I don't know whether it's for nostalgic reasons or
Yep.
whether it is purely based on the fact they are more affordable, but they cook down really quickly because it's essentially already cooked. So, Baz, while you get into that, I'm going to start off a ragu. So we're going to basically do a tomatoey ragu, which is our other cheat. Did we list this as a cheat earlier, or did we say it was too much of a distraction? We'd come back to it because I think this is coming back to it.
Evers, we've not been counting properly.
This is our cheat. So what you really want is long, slow cooked onions and garlic into our ragu with tomato sauce, like tinned tomatoes cooked down loads of time, loads of meat which you might sear off and cook separately. This is lots of cheat. So crispy onions. I suggest everyone has a pot of them. You can get big bags of them that are really cheap and affordable in things like Asian supermarkets, or you can buy these pots everywhere now. They are already cooked, they are already sweet, and they already have wonderful colour on them. So they're going into the pan as the basis to our cheat ragu. To that, I'm adding garlic. Now you can just use garlic powder. Alternatively, as he looks around for a microplane, which was definitely here a second ago. Here it is. Proper hack. Don't bother chopping garlic. Just grate it. It's so much quicker and easier. And look at that. In no time at all, the entire clove ready to go into the pan. That's a hack. As soon as Barry has a free finger, he will mark it on our board. Excellent. Good
Did
job.
you have a hack for getting the corned beef out of the tin?
Oh, it was alright. I was dealing with like suction problems, but I got there.
There's only 2 products that I know of that come with a key to get into them. One is spam and one is corned beef.
The other is my heart.
I already have that key.
You have that key.
I swallowed that key a long time ago.
Okay.
Both of them are absolutely treasured, that's why. But look at this. So it's good to go. Out of a tin, you can just pop it in a sandwich. It's already cooked. It's been cooked for a long time.
It's already spiced.
What it is that cooked down.
Mm-hmm.
It is beef brisket, usually, that's cooked down into corned beef. This we're going to come back to in a minute and maybe do something with later on. But this version is already done. Crispy onions. So this is, rather than taking an onion, topping and tailing, peeling and dicing, and then sweating off for about 10 minutes, that took 30 seconds. Clove of garlic, don't bother chopping it on the board, just grate it on a microplane. Hack, hack, hack.
Is this oh, that's another hack already.
I feel like the
Okay, cool.
microplane.
You're up in it.
The hack that we're scribbling down is one of these, and I think it will save
gotcha,
you loads
gotcha.
of time in the kitchen, and time is money. So it's kind of a money-saving hack, but basically, ginger, garlic. If you have a big batch of chilies, you've ever been to the market and they're selling, the fruit and veg market, and they're selling like bowls of food for £1. And you're like, that's great, that's a great value. I don't need that many chilies. Buy them, take them, because they freeze really well. And a frozen chili grates on a microplane. So you can use them straight from the freezer, buy them in bulk when they're cheap, and then grate them. The microplane is your saving grace to ginger, chili, garlic, all of those things that saves you having to chop them up on a board.
I love that. I already use my microplane for ginger and garlic, but I hadn't thought about using it for chilies. I thought that's brilliant.
Without even peeling it.
Yeah, great. Also, those onions straight away, they're so sweet. They're good to go. Is corned beef is already spiced, isn't it?
It has some seasoning in it. It's definitely salty and seasoned. It's not spicy necessarily.
No.
I've got some tomato paste I've put in. So tomato puree, really concentrated tomato flavour, and a glug of red wine, and then in with our corned beef, and a little bit of smoked paprika.
Is this a similar technique to the duck ragoon?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So this was, I did corned beef in the Cheats lasagna, which was like really cheap and affordable lasagna, but Jamie did the confit duck, I think.
Me.
Oh, you did that one.
There's a hot dog, isn't there?
And it is in our book.
Yeah.
It's in Can't Be Asked as a great cheat. Somebody's already done the slow cooking for you. You just get in there with the flavour.
Hey, also, another important bit that you've done there is on the tomato paste. Burn it a little bit. Like you want the slightly burnt acridy. Only a little bit. Gets tacky, but take the tomato paste a little bit further than you think you should, and it adds a really nice depth to the dish.
Ben, is there 48 seconds or so where you might want to collect yourself, that you want to just pass over to us? I have something incredible to share with the group.
In approximately 30 seconds.
Absolutely perfect.
Because that is sauce number one, bolognese, done. At this point, I'm going to put some pasta into a rapidly boiling water, and then we've got 10 minutes to do 2 other sauces once Jamie throws back.
Can you call that a bolognese?
It's a corned beef ragu.
Better. Safer.
With onion, garlic, tomato, and red wine. It's ready.
Amazing.
Over to you, Jay.
That was very quick, Ebbers. We've been sent some Janices.
Oh, amazing. So, just to recap, because of the way that today's been flowing, it turns out that we've started listening to your submissions to be the new Janice. And here is one of them. If you want to get involved, the WhatsApp number is down below. You can suggest hacks, you can suggest Janices, you can suggest anything you like.
Here we go.
Good afternoon. Janice here. My agent has told me to send a voicemail to this random WhatsApp number, which I haven't done since my childhood days. Apparently, they're looking for a new voice for some form of YouTube. Now, apparently all I'm meant to do is insult 3 normals and a chef and give them instructions, which is kind of like my home life, to be honest. So, oh, don't cut that garlic like that. Oh, what are you doing? Oh, never been so disgusted. Anyway, boys, have a lovely, lovely afternoon, and hopefully I'll see you next year as a voice of Janice. Probably the most underrated character in the entire show.
That is super.
Crotch applause, crotch applause. That is awesome.
That is super.
That is awesome.
And also, Emma, fantastically curated, because I imagine there's quite a few coming through. So that is. Emma's listening to all of them in the background.
Thank you so much for that. Keep them coming because they are fantastic. And also, we'd like you to name your... Why am I looking at the mic? I'm looking at the mic now. You've made me look at the mic. Now I'm looking at 2 mics. Oh, there's mics everywhere. Don't drop that. What was I saying? Yes, no. Name your Janices. We want their names as well.
So like Janice's sister?
Lazy Susan.
Yes, perfect.
Back to the studio.
Oh, we've got some fancy. Wow, look at the size of that pasta.
Yeah, well, we're just using what we have. We've had some incredible dishes we've been cooking recently, so we're using what we have.
Gimme.
I would say it's not a hack as such, but I would say no. I don't know if it is a hack. Tell me what you guys think.
Try.
Mixing up simple things changes a dish. So what I mean by that is we're about to make a pesto as our second sauce. By the way, the ragu is done. The second sauce, we're going to make a pesto. You can mix up the pesto in a number of different ways to create a number of different flavoured pestos. If you also mix up the pasta from something long and strandy, spaghetti linguine or tagliatelle, to something more tubey or something more twisted, or even just sheets of lasagna that you're kind of layering in a pesto form, suddenly you've got so many different multiples that are similar, but they're different. You never quite get bored of having the same thing. That's what I mean. I don't know if it's hackable in terms of your pasta shapes, but don't... Okay, no, this is the hack.
I can't put that down.
This is the hack. When you walk down the aisle of a supermarket and you grab what you normally grab, stop, step back, look around and grab something different. Because that's probably all you need to do to mix up what you're eating. So you always grab penne because it's easy. But actually stop and look at the other options, and just the change of pasta shape is enough to keep a little bit of variety in your meal.
So
we all shop with our heads down on autopilot.
Break habits.
Yeah, think outside the box and literally break those habits on kind of autopilot.
And almost, when you're in the pasta aisle, try something different and it might inspire you down a whole different route.
Every aisle.
Right.
It applies to mustards, it applies to vinegars, it applies to sauces and marinades or whatever you're buying.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yeah.
Look around and just change it.
But it's so easy to do when you're in that routine, your weekly shop, go around, heads down, just get the same thing every single week. At the same time, be inspired by what's around you and then plan accordingly. It's very easy to get distracted and buy random things and kind of wasting that stuff as well. So be wary of what you're buying and why you're buying it. If you can plan ahead, it makes life a little bit easier. But it's a good way of being inspired.
Yep.
Right.
So the second one we're going to have a look at is the handy rule for pesto. So this is something we did over a year ago, but it's really, really useful, and I use it quite regularly.
The amount of times in this studio I've gone, oh, you know what? It's a bit like a pesto. And the chef goes to me, no, it is a pesto. But I only have one pesto in my head. And you keep breaking those boundaries every single time.
Pesto literally means pounded sauce.
Yeah.
So anything you're pounding up, and pesto is a good example of that. Pesto from a particular part of Italy is the classic with basil and parmesan. I don't know, it's even not in parmesan, is it? It's, and pine nuts. Yeah. But we're going to mix it up. The handy rule.
People are worried about your hydration.
Oh, I have been swigging on the side here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This particular one is the handy rule of 5. So it is 1, 1, 1, 1, and a pinky of something. The pinky of something is a little pinky.
This is good.
Is a little pinky of garlic. You don't want like much more than a little pinky of garlic.
Yeah.
But you do kind of want the other 4 ingredients to all be about the same.
Yeah.
So about a handful of nuts.
Okay.
Traditionally, it would be pine nuts, but here we've got macadamia because we're in the studio and we toasted some off the other day for something. So about a handful of that.
Okay.
About a handful of cheese. Any hard cheese. It doesn't really work with like a soft cheese. About a handful. Now, before I put it in here, excellent hack. Buy your parmesan as a block. Chop it up into chunks and food process the entire lot. So this is fresh parmesan that is so much easier for normals to use on a regular basis.
Right. Then, okay, what are you doing? What are you doing? Is there a hob on?
There was a hob on.
Is Barry in the kitchen?
I haven't been anywhere
Is there a hob on? Is Barry in the kitchen? Does the Pope poo in the woods? You know, it's all the same question, really, isn't it?
So for your next finger, Ebbers, this confuses me. Pestos.
Yep.
In my head, I'm like, add something green.
Yep.
But that's not the case, because you can add other vegetables as well to it that aren't necessarily green or familiar-looking pestos. You can add red peppers. Is that still a pesto?
Yeah, so the tradition is basil.
Yeah.
In Genoa. But the pounded sauce could be anything. So you're absolutely right. It could be roasted veg. What it has to be is something that's cooked and that will blend or pound or pestle relatively well. So basil doesn't need cooking so fresh. We're actually going to use some kale. Super seasonal at this time of year. We'll need to blanch it. But it could be roasted peppers.
Gotcha.
There's no reason why you can't mix up what that pesto is.
Okay.
Back to the handy rule. So recap, little pinky of garlic.
Yep.
And then all the rest are the same. And it is a handful of nuts, a handful of cheese, grated, a handful of oil, which is really difficult to do, but basically it's the same amount you've just put into everything else. It's about a handful. That's going in. And then about a handful of fresh herbs or cooked things you're blending.
Okay.
We are going green because I think it's more familiar, but we are going to use kale. The kale needs blanching. So we will do that in some of this hot water now.
Will that take about 43 seconds?
Could I have 3 little pasta bowls, please?
What have you got lined up now?
I've just we have another Janice. We have another Janice, female edition. I don't know what that means. Emma, I'm not sure what that means. Female edition.
Have you listened to these at all yet?
No,
Okay,
no. So we're all on the journey together. Here we go.
Oh dear. Hello, boys. What a wonderful day it is to have some purposeful mayhem in the kitchen. Today, you'll each have 10 minutes to cook a dinner worthy of a prince. But there's a catch. You will each pick a name out of a hat, and that name cannot be your own. You will have to impersonate whosever name you get throughout the challenge. This will include cooking styles and decision-making tendencies. The order is how many living people or pets that are currently under your care from most to least. Good luck.
That is
I'd say,
superb.
whoever sent that in has a career in voiceover artistry because that is a great sounding voice.
I also need to point out, Pokraj has said that his suggestion for the alternative or co-worker of Janice is Candice. So you get Janice and Candice.
Janice and Candice.
Yep, I like
nice,
that. That is very good.
Nice.
That's very good.
I like
There's
that.
a comment here that's been held for review, but I'm not sure whether we can post it. It's this one. You can read it first.
No, I can't.
No, we can't read that one out.
It's about a cucumber and...
How to get extra flavour out of it.
Back to the studio.
Back to the allotment. I grew
I
some
love-
excellent cucumbers this year, and they were, you know, the crunchier ones that have like less water in them and actually taste of cucumber.
Yeah.
That's the way forward with the cucumber, and they're kind of ridged, which is amazing. Now, our pesto mixture.
This Emma, where's your flag? Where's the flag? Red flag emoji.
Right.
Can you blend our pesto? We're not going to pound our pesto, we're going to blend it. But recap, about a handful of cooked kale, about a handful of olive oil, about a handful of grated parmesan, about a handful of toasted nuts, these are macadamia, and a little pinky of garlic. A pinch of salt, blend.
Very easy rules. Dash in. I love those parcel ideas. Oh. Who'd be the easiest to impersonate in the kitchen? Evans would be easy to impersonate, but hard to replicate his cooking skills. Mike, just general flapping in the kitchen. Huffle storms, poking around at things. Jamie, eat as you go. And I would ruin the dish. Right, Evans, we have got a lot of pasta on the go, and this pesto's looking great. Oh, it's quite a lot of cheese.
Are you happy with the pesto?
I need to taste it.
It might need
You season
loosening
it?
down, which you can do with a little more oil.
Or pasta water?
with the pasta water. You can kind of go either way. Is it flavouring up? Do we want some basil as well? We've got some basil here.
Basil's always great. It needs more salt.
Okay, so recap. What are we doing here? We are talking about pasta sauces that somebody asked, how do I do quick and simple pasta sauces that mix it up midweek so I don't get bored of the same things? This oil-based pesto is one of those because once you know the rule, you can mix up the flavours, the nuts, the cheeses. You can mix up the oils even if you wanted to go with a rapeseed oil. You can mix up the herbs. In this case, we've gone kale. Notice, as I said earlier, I'm picking the basil carefully either side of the stalk, and what happens is you get more growth and they'll grow back.
Yep.
If you just go in and hack it all off, dead.
Yeah.
Blend that in as well.
Lovely, lovely,
And that's
lovely.
our first.
Get in.
Our second sauce we did, if you remember, was crispy onions, garlic, tomato puree, red wine, and corned beef. And that's going into our tagliatelle.
That is the fastest bolognese you'll ever make.
And because the corned beef is already cooked, it will feel like it's been cooking for a long time.
Yeah.
Lovely. You can put a couple of tablespoons in there. De-shaft and
No!
it's called. I think it's called the one shaft. I think that's what it's called.
Isn't that on BBC One at 7 o'clock?
Pasta water and pesto. Give it a good stir.
Oh yes.
And what you'll realise is we have literally pulverised. It would have been pounded if it was a traditional pesto. A portion of kale into this. So whilst we're only portioning up one, what we do have is a lovely portion of kale in there as well. So it's better than, I would say, nutritionally better than the traditional pesto. But obviously the traditional pesto would always been served alongside many other things.
You know what I saw Ben Slater do the other day? A dish very similar to that. He put silken tofu in it as well.
Yeah, we're gonna do that, but we have a jar and we're trying to keep it back for dessert. A pair of tongs. I'll let that out.
Do we want to quickly hear from Dirty Donna?
Dirty Donna.
It's not a good time.
No, it's not. Now's not a good time. You've never said no to a Dirty Donna. What?
Because just finishing off our pasta hour, and we've got a lot. If you want 80 hacks, we need to keep hacking. Because we've done 3 in the last 2 hours. So our last dish, quickly throw together, we've got 2 in front of you there, which is the pesto pasta and the quick ragu, is dill, mustard and tahini. All it needs to bind is pasta water. So you're making the simplest, creamiest dish without having to worry about carbonara. You're just looking at, without the worry of scrambling eggs, you're using the creaminess of tahini and nuts to get to the same place. So, one last bowl, and I'm going to mix dill, which has that wonderful sort of aniseedy colour, mustard, which is a mustard we made before, about a teaspoon, actually. Probably see how you guys have got Emma in the actual fits of laughter as she's listening to all those voicemails.
Janet, whatever you're listening to, please send it to us. What is it, Janice one? Okay, Jamie, it's got to come over to you for the next Janice. You can't ignore Emma laughing that hard.
Emma caveated this one as a super red flag, but the voice is too good to ignore.
Okay, so brace yourself, everyone. We've warned you.
And the creaminess of tahini. Let's finish the pasta and then let's...
Oh, right. It's okay.
Because I think we've got... I don't know how many hacks have we put on there so far?
I haven't any of the pastas since then.
So we've had no pasta ones?
No pasta ones yet. We've done all ones.
Okay, let's do some recaps. Pesto hack. Yep. It's a 5-fingered rule.
Mm-hmm.
The little finger being the pinky of garlic. That is one to add because you can make it your own every single time. The second one is our cheats ragu. Crispy onions, use in ragu to get ahead. Crispy onions is something you should all have in your kitchen. yes, use as crispy onions as a garnish,
Yep.
but also in the base of ragu, you get depth of flavour. And then we
Pick it up.
cheated with corned beef, which I think is the next hack, because that,
Yeah.
somebody has already done the hard work for you. It's very affordable, it's very nostalgic, it breaks down in the pan, and it's absolutely delicious. So we made that ragu in about 10 minutes. The same time it took to cook the pasta.
That's amazing.
The last one is this creamy, I'm not going to say carbonara because it's going to annoy everyone. But you know that unctuousness of egg yolk that binds?
Yeah.
This is with tahini. So tahini gives it a creaminess. Then we go with mustard and dill, and then all you need to add into that is pasta water with your pasta. So
Loosen
scoop
it.
from here when it's done,
Right, okay.
and we have our third pasta dish ready to go. Once we've seasoned it to taste, of course.
Swing. Right, okay. Very, very. Right, Jamie, I think it's time to reveal this red flag Janice.
Red flag Janice. I think it's only 8 seconds.
Red flag Janice.
There's a lot of damage you can do in 8 seconds.
You have been warned, everyone. If you are easily offended, switch off now.
Hello, boys. Just a little question from Janice. What I want to know is, do you rub your meat before you stick it in?
I actually think that's a really good question. So I do a lot of long and slow cooking, and I always use a dry rub, but you have to make sure that you've got something to stick the dry rub to, so you do need some form of lubrication on it. I tend to use American mustard.
Yes.
Mayonnaise is also another good one.
Is that how you get a bark?
Yeah, no, so it's basically allowing the dry rub to stick to the meat.
Okay.
So yes, you do, but you don't rub.
No.
You use a rub and you pat. Hack.
Hack.
Use a rub and you hack and you pat, and then that is the rub that forms the bark, because then it's there. So
Thank you.
Thanks, Janice.
Back to the studio.
Can I add one more to that? Yeah. On the topic of rubbing meat, I
We've
think...
been doing so well.
Well,
we did so well too.
Well, I'm always trying to bring it back, because barbecue's a good one, because they tend
Yeah.
to be the cheaper cuts of meat you need to long, slow cook. Another example of cheap food we've done before is like a giant sausage roll, or even making your own sausage rolls, because
Yeah.
sausages tend to be a cheaper form of protein.
Yep.
Because they're using the offcuts from various other places, and then they're spiced and seasoned. So making your own sausage rolls is excellent. We also did a pick the premium with puff pastry. And you can go very premium puff pastry, or you can go very affordable puff pastry, which often doesn't even have butter in it. So take your sausages and rub those sausages, that meat, in whatever spices or seasonings you want.
Okay.
So this is where you go back to your dry
Sorry,
store.
the sausage in its skin, or just the meat itself?
Either or. You can
Okay.
either squeeze it out, which is
Yeah.
always a bit ugly but works,
Yeah.
or you just take the sausage and you literally rub it in mustard. Rub
okay.
it in harissa, we've spoken about a number of
Yeah.
times today. Rub it in tahini, because that
Yeah.
nuttiness is a really odd combination, but the right flavour sausage does work. Then roll it up in pastry, homemade sausage rolls. Always rub your meat.
I've rubbed my sausage in Marmite before.
Marmite?
Marmite.
If it works, it works.
I was told once that Marmite and miso, in some cases, are quite interchangeable, because it's just both yeasty funk you can use, and yeah.
I just want to point out. So how many pasta dishes have we finished up with?
We've got 2, and we'll
have 3.
3. We didn't start the pasta hour until 13 minutes past 12.
Correct.
It's now 12:39.
Do you know what I feel coming on?
What a great pasta hour
I
that's
feel-
been. I think that really deserves.
Real preservation is here, that's the secret. The dregs. The dregs of the pasta water after you've drained, that goes in, and this becomes a really sloppy but delicious, creamy mustard, tahini, dill.
Vegan carbonara.
Yeah, without
Yeah.
the egg.
Yeah.
Without the egg, you've got all of the flavour, you've got the
I know.
flavour of the mustard.
I know.
Vegan carbonara.
Well, basically, it's not carbonara, so...
But is it vegan? Because I know you sometimes have trouble working out what is or isn't.
It depends on the quality of the pasta. If it's fresh pasta and has egg in it, no. But the chances are a lot of dried pasta will have.
See?
Good question. Right.
They look incredible.
Recap the hacks.
So,
Your 5-finger pesto. We've tagged all these already.
They've all gone. Some sort of pesto.
Yeah.
With the 5 handy rule. The vegan creamy pasta.
Beautiful
We're
tahini.
using tahini, pasta water, mustard and dill. Incredible. And a cheese ragu. Literally 10 minutes. The time it takes you to cook the tagliatelle, using corned beef, tomato paste and crispy onions. Water and a
Amazing.
splash of wine.
Amazing.
3 different pasta dishes. Who wants which one?
Oh, let's all share. Come on.
So,
Why don't we all come into the kitchen?
we're going to come into the kitchen.
Yeah.
This is how it's going to work. We'll come in, we'll taste some stuff, and then Ebbers, you and Barry are going to come and sit on the sofa. We're going to give you a bit of a breather, Ebbers.
We're worried
Eat
about your
some
little
pasta.
legs.
We're worried about your little hands, your little legs, your little tum-tum. So,
What's my step count? I haven't moved out of this kitchen.
so come and sit down, eat some food, relax. Baz, if you can ask Ebbers some questions whilst he's having his lunch and answer some of the community questions, that'd be great. Meanwhile, Jay here and I are going to be putting together a hacky community sauce roll from around the world.
Yeah.
So let's do that. Let's get into the kitchen, eat some pasta, and then let's swap out.
Well played.
Nice.
Can you pass some forks, Miss Kirsch? Also, got to make sure you get some. Have you eaten apart from porridge this morning?
That's slow releasing energy, though, isn't it? So.
You were snacking, brisket.
Oh, baby!
Right.
Do you know what?
Which
I'm
one's-
sorry, I've been watching this for the last hour, and you don't appreciate it until you get in it. I'm going to put
No,
it
you
up
don't.
the camera.
Are you going to get closer?
Yeah.
You're here, take it. Emma. Hey. What pasta would you like? Would you like a pesto, a tahini carbonara, or a bolognese?
The audience are about to get even closer on some of those.
Yeah, gotcha. I'll get you a little bowl.
This is great. Oh, hi everyone. If you've just joined us and you think this looks chaotic,
Wait. Smooth.
That's because it is chaotic. This is Hack Friday and we are hacking this live stream together as we go. We're now over halfway through. We started 4 hours and 42 minutes ago, basically trying to find as many hacks as we can. There we go. Hack Friday, hashtag Hack Friday. Many hacks as we can to save time, to save money, to save effort, to get delicious food on the table quicker, easier and cheaper. And give us a great excuse to get away from all of the Black Friday messaging that we're being shown everywhere else. Isn't that right?
Yes, Jamie.
Yes, it is.
Right.
And this is what we've come up with in the pasta hour, which has taken 27 minutes.
Emma's going to have a trio of pasta.
Trio of pasta. It is like an Italian flag.
Isn't
actually,
it? You're
Yeah.
right. I'm sure they won't be offended by that at all.
Well, wait till we get to our sausage rolls.
I'm nervous. Where's this idea come from?
The community.
The community and us talking about sausages and how we want to
great.
add flavours to sausages.
Right,
That is a great bowl.
Just.
It's been an hour or two since we asked this, but where is everyone joining in from? Because we were getting comments from every country that I could name.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Is anybody from Australia still awake?
That's a
That'd be
really
impressive.
good. What is the latest or the earliest that people are up?
What's the time?
12:44.
Oh, nearly.
It's very, very close to Emma's appreciation minute. But
Which is?
he's going to be the one. He's going to be the one sitting down.
You don't my crotch.
I don't want to do this.
Boys, tell me how this pasta tastes.
Right.
Let us know.
Let's get straight in. Corned beef. Do you use corned beef at home?
Sandwiches.
Do you
Corned
really?
beef, cucumber,
Sour
salad
cream.
cream. Oh, beautiful.
That's not making the board. So we got cheese ragu there. How's it taste?
If you didn't see us put corned beef in that, you'd never know. It does have that slow cooked kind of ragu feel to it. It is an amazing hack. We did it a little while ago with confit duck, pre-cooked confit duck. Again, not quite as cheap, but at the same time, massive hack in terms of time. I also make it similar with sausage meat. Like squeeze that sausage, mix it in, cooks really fast.
With fennel seeds.
Yeah, man.
Always have to have
like
fennel
it.
seeds with that.
But the trick
Barry's vegan carbonara.
it's not my carbonara.
And you called it vegan.
Well, it's definitely vegan.
Tahini.
Tahini, which is definitely vegan. Really simple.
Oh wow.
Oh,
That is punchy.
very dilly, isn't it?
Yeah, that is dilly.
Dilly.
Dilly in a good way?
Very dilly in a very good way.
Deal or no deal?
Brilliant. Right, and then
Pesto.
Ben's 5-finger pesto.
It's the name of his new album, you know.
The 5-finger pesto.
Mm.
Of course, really, there's basil in that as well. It's actually 6 fingers. He put basil in as well as the kale.
No, it's before Ben's surgery, wasn't it?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Pack a punch, really, really simple. You can do 1,000 different versions of a pesto. Love that. Really, really simple.
That's great.
Like I said, you can put silken tofu in that to give it a creaminess as well.
Yeah. The fact that all of those were done in about 20 minutes just goes to show how quick and simple food can be if we're prepared to break the rules, which is what hacking it is all about.
Yeah.
I think we said this before we came on air. Listen to that. Listen to us.
We've been on air for a long time.
We have. But sometimes people say, oh yeah, that hack, it's not as good as the real thing. Well, of course it's not as good as the real thing. If it was as good as the real thing, it would be the real thing.
Yeah.
That's a quote from Road Trip. But
showing your age there.
yeah, it is a little bit. But it's a quicker, easier, cheaper way of getting to an end result. If you get 80% of the way to an end result without all of the effort, time, money, I think that's a good thing. And I don't think that we should be sniffing at that.
It's amazing how many hacks that I presume chefs would look down on, when in fact they're embracing, oh, here we go again. So what keeps happening is we're trying to be professionals and get on with our job. You've got Emma in the background who's looking at all of your comments and auditions from Janice, and she's absolutely cracking her pants at every single one that comes through. Which one is it?
Currently, someone's very consistently sending voice notes about Ben versus Kush.
Oh, Ben versus Kush.
Oh, they've been commenting as well, I've seen.
We got 3 hours and 30.
Are there any good ones we can play or not? Okay, nothing we can play, but apparently there's lots of comments and voice memos about Ebbers versus Kush.
Chef versus chef challenge.
Chef versus chef challenge.
Hack off.
There's a few things, but yeah, you're right. Right. But I think to be honest, they've got to take a breather. Ebbers has been on fire this morning.
He has. So we've given him a well-deserved rest. Mike, do you want to just swing around and see him on the... Where is he gone?
In fact, keep turning. He's still working. It's ridiculous, the two of them.
He won't sit down. Those little legs aren't going to last all day if he keeps
So,
like this.
now...
We're going to need him to sit down because we need to cut to that other angle while I put
So
the
you
camera
can put
down.
this down.
Yeah. So now you and Mike are taking on the challenge of
We're taking the reins.
a sausage roll. What's your process? How are you going to manage this?
We have some sausages.
Okay.
We have some pre-made pastry.
Yep.
What we don't have yet are ideas for flavours.
Okay.
So what I think we should do is do it as a Q&A in the live chat. I'm looking at you.
Yeah, no,
I'm
okay,
going to
I'll
ask you
work
to
out.
do this, and ask what flavours we should add in to our sausage rolls.
So I do that on your computer. On
Yes,
the
because it's the
side.
one that's logged in.
Logged in on that one. Okay.
Yeah.
Technical stuff that I haven't worked out. We'll make it up as we go along. Okay.
And basically, we'll take your
What are you doing?
suggestions.
What's this? Another mystery package, everybody.
Yeah. Ben's bargains.
What's in here?
This is another
What's in
Black Friday
Unboxing.
Jamie, do you want to do the honours?
There's lots of secrets in there, Kush.
Yeah.
Ice.
Sauce. Sausages.
Bone marrow.
Yeah.
Oh!
What's that? It's a partridge. It's a red-legged partridge.
Oh my god. Is this for pass it on? And lungs.
Oh, why
Are they
is
lungs?
there Heart.
Yeah. Heart.
Ox heart.
Ox heart.
Welcome to
Okay.
our world.
So more surprises and mysteries for our pass it on. In our sorted live show, the second half of that show is a pass it on live, where there's going to be lots of mysteries, tricks that Kush, Ebbers, and everybody has up their sleeves. It's the hardest thing to plan for and get ready for because you don't know what's around the corner.
We've missed Ebbers Appreciation Minute. It's 12:49, which means I think we should probably do it for an extra 30 seconds.
To be fair, I rounded down on his age. So
Right, fine. So it's gone back up again.
The fact that we're bang on his age at 49.
You always bang on about my age.
So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Ebbers, well done.
Well done. Smashing it. Smashing it.
I can only take credit for a few of them. Most of them have come from the community, and they're still flooding you.
It's really hard to keep up with these hacks. They're absolutely flying through the comments. And but now I'm going to leave it to you. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Get started.
Right, let's do some sausage rolls. Now, there's a couple of different ways of doing this. Why don't we either A, pick some flavours that we want to apply to our sausage rolls, or B, think about a country and its cuisine. And we'll see if we can do that in a very unoffensive way. I'm not sure if that's going to be possible. But let's do it. I'll clear this. Baz, can you whack the camera onto you so you can just chat through some of the comments that are coming through?
Okay. Right, let's have a look here. The comments are absolutely flying. Where have we got? Again, where are people listening from now? When we started this earlier, we had a lot of Australia listening in. I'm guessing most of you Australians be in bed. So where in the world are you now? In fact, do we have any Americans watching us yet, or are you awake? Or because I've got a funny feeling we might fall out with the Americans later on, mightn't we?
Well, because as they wake up, we're going to go, and that's been it.
No.
Oh, right.
They'll wake up to watch their football team get absolutely trounced by us Brits.
Oh, Barry, no.
I'm going to say I'm so excited for the game later on. 7 p.m. English time. England versus the USA. I mean, come on. It's going to be it's coming home, and it's going to be an amazing clash. We know, of course, lots of Americans. So looking forward to having some football bants when to see how they feel when they get absolutely trounced.
I also want to know how everyone's Thanksgiving was.
Okay, sorry?
I also want to know how everyone's Thanksgiving was, because that was yesterday. So I want to know how big was the dinner table, what kind of dishes do people have on their Thanksgiving dinner, and was there anything completely unusual that you've never had before? I think that's a really nice way of doing it. And what are you doing with the leftovers?
Yeah, give us your Thanksgiving hacks. What shortcuts did you take to make it extra delicious and get on the table? Oh, hello. You going to sit down properly? Have a little lie down. Have you got yourself a drink? Are you feeling okay?
I really appreciate that everyone is worried about us, but long before this messing around the internet, we used to do like 16-hour shifts in kitchens. It's fine.
It was a long time ago, though.
16-hour shifts in kitchen.
To be fair, though, Ebbers, the main reason people are asking you for to have a rest is because the quality of the content went severely downhill. So they just thought they need.
Very valid. Also very valid.
So, boys, can you talk us through your technique here? How do you want us to operate in order to make sure you get the best sausage roll possible?
So we have some Cumberland sausages, which we can squeeze out of their casing and give us sausage meat. But then the world is our oyster in terms of what flavours we imbibe our sausage meat with.
We know full well, I don't know what that word was, that when it comes to normals, go for the stuff that works. So pre-rolled pastries, whether that's puff and all the other stuff.
Short crust.
That's the one.
Phyllo.
That's it. All of those things.
Yep.
So knowing full well that we shouldn't go anywhere near pastry, it's a wonderful way of being able to put together something with amazing buttery flavour and texture. And sausages can be super cheap. So what can we add to this store cupboard wise, spice wise, to be able to inject a ton of flavour but still keeping it nice and cost effective? So over to you guys. That's what we're asking you. Q&A in the comments. Throw some stuff at us. We are your puppets.
Okay, so amongst all the confusion of we've now got what everyone's had for Thanksgiving and all their leftovers, which is great, and we're seeing lots of people usually, basically pot pie, I'm seeing is mostly the answer for all of the leftover meats, but you also asked them for some suggestions, and amongst all the comments coming through, the one that I did like was from Korea, South Korea. Could you go with some kimchi?
I saw that one, yeah.
Well, it's appeared a few times, but the whole kind of kimchi and pork inside buttery pastry sounds epic.
People.
Do we have any kimchi? Do we have gochujang? Do we have? Can we do something with those types of?
Yeah.
Like a
Don't worry about looking at it. Just carry on, and it appears. That's the wonderful thing about this. You speak out loud, things appear.
Wow, this is great. You literally don't do any work. Okay. So
Okay.
I'm thinking. Let's get the fresh flavours as well, like garlic and things like that. I think nice as shit. Oh, brilliant.
Yes.
So, and we got dashi.
Excellent.
Okay, brilliant. So,
I know, but it's dashi no moto.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to squeeze I'm going to take the raw meat board.
Yeah, you have a raw meat board over there.
I've got it here. The raw meat board's here.
Excellent.
Sorry.
Well, in that case, I will find another little board to. No, we're going to grate
Not on
garlic.
here. This is my raw meat board.
It's all going in together.
Right. We've got Crotch Cam. You're about to watch Carnage because for the last 5 hours, you've been watching a chef do his magic, and he's made everything look seamless. Suddenly, it's going to get a lot more clunky.
It's getting saucy. Ebbers, be nice. Be nice.
What? No, I'm being told different things by two different chefs.
Oh, this is the problem.
I was told to whiz up my sausage roll mixture.
Yeah, true.
All of it in the same.
Yeah.
Very nearly went for the microplane for the garlic, which was hack number 22.
Have you made the number up?
Yes.
Right.
I doubt anyone's going to kick counted yet.
What's it got?
Okay, so the normals are loose, whilst we give Ebbers the chef a little bit of a rest, but we are essentially knocking up the live show official sausage roll. We've gone Korean. It was a suggestion from you, so thank you very much. We've got an arrayment. We've got an arrayment of ingredients from dashi to chili to kimchi. We've got some gochugaru. We've got some fresh garlic and some spring onions, and I'm currently just squeezing sauce meat into a bowl.
Right, 2 cloves of garlic.
Plenty of sauce, because what we'll do is share those across different recipes.
4 cloves of garlic.
You're really good at that. So, in terms of your process, Jay, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking we are going to. I mean, you could have put that straight in there, but we hadn't had this thought until we
hadn't.
started that.
Well, I just
so we
wanted
have
to
now
do
got
something.
an extra dirty bowl, which means we might want to just cross out a hack.
Should we go?
Plenty of sauce.
Got enough?
Because then what we can do is share ingredients across recipes.
Great.
It's a thing we do.
Yes.
No, I heard you say plenty of sausage, like an instruction, like use plenty of sausage so we can share it across.
As opposed to that is plenty of
Yeah.
sausage.
English.
I've never said that's plenty of sausage, but on this occasion it is.
I know.
So usually you see 15 minutes of an edited video, and you think, huh, they must have. Ben said 3 funny things, and they put them all in. And 3 benuendos, and they put them all in. No, it's just a constant stream, and you've got 8 hours of them today.
But somebody says this is like watching real reality TV.
Yes.
There is no plan.
Nope, not at all. Whilst you're making your blend, do you want another Janice?
Yes. Oh, yes, please.
Hello, boys. This is Janice's daughter, Ladle. I was calling because I saw Mr. Barry was in the kitchen, and Mummy says to never leave a hob on, and she also says that Mr. Barry doesn't know how to turn a hob off. And I was worried, so I took Mummy's phone and called you because I don't want you to get hurt. So please be careful, Mr. Barry. It's not right to leave a hob on.
Why is Janice's daughter drunk?
I like the fact that Janice's daughter is called Ladle, and I think in
Amazing.
this cost of living crisis with the energy prices, it's
Yeah,
important.
brilliant.
She's speaking sense.
So, for a little bit of clarity of what that's all about, we're, as part of Hack Friday, we've been asking you to send your voice notes into our WhatsApp number. You can find the number in the description box below. And as people have been leaving their voice notes, they've also been sending in Janice auditions. Potentially, she might be being replaced next year. We don't know. We don't know how she's doing at the moment. She doesn't know that yet. So keep them coming. We love them.
But for Georgia May, who just says, WTF is this? This is 8 hours of live stream from our studio without much of a plan. But the only plan is we are collectively pulling together a whole bunch of tips and tricks and hacks that will save you money. Because this is Black Friday. And on Black Friday, everyone is attacking everyone else with offers, which might save money in isolation, but they encourage you to spend more. We also have some of those, by the way. We've got a great Black offer deal. You should check it out. But we also want to give back with money-saving hacks. So WTF is this? This is 8 hours of us collecting hacks. And if we pan to the kitchen, you can see we're currently on 10, 20, 30, lots of hacks. We've got a hack counter.
Boys, how are you getting on?
We're doing all right. Jay, what is your process with filling, with separated sausages? Like that.
Well done. We now have garlic, jalapeno, gochugaru, some chili paste, and I'm going to dry out some kimchi to put in there as well.
Fantastic. Do it. I've got some spring onion tips as well for you.
Yeah?
I'm going to use some for garnish.
Lovely. We'll pop the sausage in there and then whiz it all up.
Whiz it all up first.
That will become our sausage filling for our sausage roll.
Yeah, so I think we'll lay that pounded alongside the sauce and do it that way.
Great.
Yeah, separately. Or all together? Oh, great. We can do it all together. Bosh.
How dry do we think this needs to be?
Yeah.
Well, like squeeze it.
It's worth on this camera. If I left on this camera whilst they cook, you can actually see how uncomfortable Ben is at all times watching this. You can see, I can feel him gurning as he's watching them cook along.
Because what they're doing is a great job to deliver one hack, which is make your own sausage rolls. It beats a Greg's, right? Because you can personalise, you can make them yourself. The reason I keep biting my lip is I've seen 3 other hacks that we could have also delivered in this time, and some of them they are already doing, but they don't feel like they're delivering them.
It's a team. It's a team, Evans.
We've been a team all morning, Evans.
Or have we?
So what are the main hacks that you feel like you've conquered in this recipe so far? If you were to guess.
I mean, at the moment, we are simply just, I guess we're sharing ingredients across
Why are you chopping that up so small?
Pardon?
Why are you chopping that up so small? Here's a hack.
This is my garnish.
Right, but do you chop this up really small as well? But now it's going into there.
No, it's not. This is garnish.
Yeah, but that went into there and you chopped that up really small.
What are you talking about?
The spring onion.
Yeah, because I didn't want to waste it. So I chopped up. Just get on with it.
Right.
What you're seeing happen in real time is 24 years of friendship slowly breaking down across 8 hours. There is no plan, so they don't know what they're doing. That is where I had the advantage. At least I was the only one doing it, so I just went with my plan, and there was no one to challenge that plan. Whereas this case, they are blending up a whole bunch of flavours. What I wanted to say was they're using the green tops of the spring onion that they're blending, whereas they're keeping the nice sexy bits sliced finely as garnish. So you're using the same ingredient in 2 different ways. Automatically they're doing it. They are thinking in the right way. I just needed it said out loud so that I can put a tally on the board.
Tally it.
Sounds like
Tally ho! So, I'll go back to the other camera.
Loads of delicious cheese in Korean food, so we're sticking some cheese into the blender as well. Why not? The squeezed out kimchi water from the kimchi, which can't be too wet, otherwise it won't blend up properly, is in a bowl. Let's use it, it's got flavour, to make a kimchi saucy mayo of something.
That's like lentil water.
Like chickpea juice. Oh no. Oh no. I'm going to go for the bowl.
Lovely. So now, shall I add the sausage meat into here? Let's do that. Oh, this smells incredible.
I'm going to go for some more mayonnaise because better.
Make the sauce into there. Wash your hands.
Just while you're washing those hands, Jay. Question which I think Kush might have the answer to. They notice that we've got a lot of garlic that's already peeled. Does the garlic not dry out as peeled garlic? And if it does or doesn't, why would we use that as a thing in the kitchen?
Oh, hello, Kush. He's
in.
in.
Camera. I like garlic in most things.
So much so, there's an entire chapter in Can't Be Arsed that says there's no such thing as too much garlic.
So I buy 1 kilo of peeled garlic in a bag every week. It stays in that bag. It's got a little silica gel sachet, so it doesn't dry out. It doesn't go mouldy, and we go through it. We cook so much here, and garlic bread is, a staple on our diet. So yeah, kilo bag. It's more efficient for us, but it does cost a bit more. But then again, we're feeding 25 people twice a week, and labbing and doing videos. So yeah, garlic. If you can find it in an Asian supermarket, peeled in a bag, I suggest buy it.
And you don't have to buy it in kilo volumes. You can get smaller ones, and you can also, once you've done that, preserve them in other ways. You can pickle them, which is delicious. But they will dry out. You're absolutely right. But we go through so much, it's less of an issue here. But it's a nice little hack on time saving. not everything we're talking about today is money saving. It's also time saving, but time is money. So there's that kind of crossover. Boys, what's up?
Right. I have added our sausage meat into our flavour house. And it smells remarkable.
Oh, can I come in your house? Because that smells delicious. That is amazing.
Welcome to the flavour house.
Thanks. In the meantime, I've knocked up a very cheaty, quick mayo using squeezed out kimchi water, mayonnaise, store-bought, and a dash of dashi, which is just absolutely delicious. Oh, thank you. Look at that. We've already got... So, another... It's not a hack, but it's just a thing that a normal has done before and therefore been stung by. Leaving pastry out of the fridge too long. Because as soon as you do that, it goes really tacky. So, whilst we had it out and I showed you it, I put it back in the fridge because working with warm pastry is not so good.
It's not the one.
Not the one.
Not
right.
the one.
So we're going to have to be quick. So, Sauce Man, I'm going to need you to direct me. I need to know what your plan is in terms of how this works.
Oh,
Are we going?
I
Like,
think we're
which
going
way
to
are we
pipe it in.
rolling?
I think we're going to pipe it in.
Do you say that because she's holding a piping bag by any chance?
That did have an impact on my decision making.
I'm not going to touch this because I'm going to warm it up. So do you want to do that first then?
Right.
You're watching the logic happen in time. Real time.
I've got a really good feeling about this bit. I don't know why. I think what they're making is delicious, but at the same time, it's this point in a pass it on where it all starts to fall apart.
The flavours and the flavour combinations are great, and that nod when we learned from Jolly about the kind of the cheese that's used in a lot of like the Korean sort of military hot pot kind of thing that was going on. The fact they've got the cheese in the mix, I love a sausage with a bit of cheese in it. It gets melty when it cooks.
That is what we're hoping for, is that as it cooks out, you just get that cheese oozing throughout. Lovely work.
Sloth has just got in from work and joined the live stream along with now well over 4,000.
Oh, amazing.
What are we making?
We are making a Korean sausage roll, as suggested by you.
Dirty hands already.
Well, now, okay, yeah. Ebbers has been, well, he's the chef, if you didn't know, has been hacking his way through a load of advice, load of tests, in order to bring you really useful tips. We've been trying some of your suggestions and we've been calculating them on our chalkboard. We're currently on 41 hacks that we've tested today. We'll be taking that list and then basically creating a load of content off the back of it and publishing it so that you guys can use it at home. Whilst we give him a little bit of a break, however, we've taken over. We are not chefs, we are normals. Absolute normals, some would say. And we're putting together a sausage roll, as suggested by you, with Korean flavours. So we have sausage meat, we have garlic, we have chili, we have kimchi, we have gochugaru, we have some dashi seasoning, cheese, all in a piping bag. We've got puff pastry in the fridge, ready to go.
Let's put it back in the fridge.
Yeah, because sensible.
30 seconds though.
Yeah, I know, but still, I've been stung.
Have you put your nozzle in?
We haven't got a nozzle.
No
We're just
nozzle
going to.
required. Don't give me that. Don't give me that.
We've got it in a piping bag. You don't need to have a piping bag. You can use sandwich bags and stuff as well. And we're going to pipe it. Cool.
I also think this is a really good opportunity to talk about the fact if you've been thinking, could I do my own cooking show?
Yes, you could.
Yes, you can. Now, because look at this.
How many people are watching this live right now?
It's dropping by the second. We're on 4,054.
4,054 record.
People waking up, there's people getting in from work, they're joining us. We're here for 8 hours. You don't have to sit through all 8 hours of it, but I love the fact that people are coming and going. There are some questions here. One that came and has been pinned in the chat. Has anybody got a pet with a food name? Because this person has a pet called Panko and a pet called Cupie, as in the mayonnaise and breadcrumbs. Oh, nice. 2 little dogs, which is really cute. So if you've got a pet with a food name, put it in the comments because we'll have a little giggle at those.
My starter's called Tubby.
Your what?
My bread starter's called Tubby.
If you've been watching us, we've been making focaccia through the day. We've actually just given it another fold, but the sourdough starter that we have for that Kush has kept alive for a number of years from the start of lockdown is called Tubby.
Should we cut to it all about to go wrong?
We're going to have to come up with something.
We'll shred some lamb and bake that off. And do a
Okay.
lamb cutlet.
Great.
So, if we go down like this, we've just spoken to Kush. Wave Kush? Here he is. He knows what he's talking about. Great. Glad that happened. We're going to pipe this down. Let's get moving. We will be left with some spare pastry. So, we need to be thinking about what we do with that. Right. Here we go.
Come on, Mike.
What's happening?
Can't see it.
Well, I'm sorry, I can't do the jobs of production and sauce piping at the same time.
Oh, it's so shaky.
This
is the content people want at...
Wait, let me just pinch it off.
1 o'clock on a Friday afternoon.
Shall I go along the side as well, so as not to waste
Yeah,
meat?
don't waste any of it.
Let's just... What, either end? Yeah. Here we go. Want to get off every last bit. Welcome to those of you eating lunch right now.
If we haven't explained what Hack Friday is...
There we go.
Their dogs on screen because they asked them for any pets that had foodie names. So we got dog names and then that on screen.
Yeah, a gecko called Pumpkin, a dog named Chili,
cat called Candy, puppy named Clementine,
Mocha the cat.
Aravon Gaming says, "Is that a turd?" No, that is a pork sausage, kimchi and cheese blend, which is the filling for a sausage roll that you guys have chosen the flavour of.
Puppy
Back to the
named
kitchen
Clementine.
as they finger the pastry.
Just touch your sausage. I didn't know just even it.
So with wet hands, I'm just trying to even out the sausage.
So there were some comments that were saying about the whole piping bag thing, is it not a waste of plastic? I would say piping bags, they're already made of recycled plastic and they can be recycled, so it's okay, it is convenient and quick. I would say don't waste a plastic piping bag if you're then going to just put your fingers through it. The point of it is to make it easier. Mike's done both.
I realised that I made it uneven, needed to make it even, so yes.
Do we need to take one of these hacks off the tally for that? Is that...
I don't think we added the piping bag.
Do we lose one?
Just because I sat down, we're not going
Spuff,
negative.
get some rolling going.
Right.
So we've wetted the pastry with water, so it sticks.
Use the paper.
Yes, mate.
That's a hack in itself, isn't it?
Yeah, nice. Shall I do some more? Let me do some more water.
Yeah, do some
just
more
to make
water on
sure.
that edge there.
And then we won't use the rest, so we need to chop it off and come up with something to use.
Cut it, put it back in the fridge, we'll find a use for that later.
Yeah, got it?
Lovely.
How?
Hello, boys. Honestly, I can't believe we're still doing this after all this time. You're still letting Jamie and Mike loose in the kitchen, largely unsupervised. I thought...
Another Janice impersonation, which I think was spot on. Why are we still doing this? Jamie Peel. I don't understand. What have you done?
What do you mean, what have I done? I put the crease at the bottom.
The packaging... Kush gave you a slice of greaseproof paper to bake it on, which
Yeah.
you wrapped up these
I've
in
taken
the
it.
fridge, and the wrapping, which is the bit you don't bake it on, you put on the...
Just like this.
Isn't that a hack in itself, though, that the paper it comes
It
on can be
doubles
used
up.
to bake?
Yeah, you can do. You're right. It's not as good as the piece you were given when you went to find a way to.
Sorry about that, that was my fault. Crimp it.
The crimp is good. You need to bring it more towards you. It's not on camera though.
Oh, sorry.
Do it up on
Sorry,
here, Phil.
everyone.
How would we say the quality of the last hours? Has it risen?
Spectacular, I would say.
Or has it absolutely gone massively up?
What time did we finish the pasta?
The pasta hour started at 12:13 and finished at
22.
12:45.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
so in half an hour,
Nice,
we made
yeah.
3 different pasta sauces and pasta dishes. In half an hour, some normals have rolled some pastry.
Evans, you're getting quite
This is not encouraging.
I'm just worried about our hack tally.
Yeah. I think in the last half an hour we've had one hack.
Do you want some sesame seeds on that, mate?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Very deliberately, those sesame seeds, a nice nod to Korea, but also non-toasted because they're going in the oven. Don't use your toasted ones because by the time they've gone back to the oven, double toasted.
Twice toasted.
Hack.
Hack. Twice toasted.
Stating the obvious.
Is that going to fit in the oven, Mike? Because that's quite long.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah?
Well, let's go for it, right? Just need a baking tray. We need a bigger.
There's one there.
I think the sausage roll might be wider than the oven.
Should we see?
Spaff? Yeah. Should we go? No, there we go.
Diagonal.
If we
Do you want
go
me to cut?
diagonally.
I'll cut the paper.
Yeah, please.
I was going to cut this end first.
Okay, yeah, no, that's
It's
good.
closest to me.
Oh, yeah, great job. There you go.
Cut it to fit.
So, after we had Ollie from El Burrito Monster on, we thought, actually, let's reach out to some of our other foodie friends. And we thought we'd just reach out to Dono. I literally only spoke to him 2 days ago. And I thought, let's reach out and see what he's up to, if he's able to join it. And he said he would love to, but he's getting his namaste on with a sound bath. So he's very busy at the moment.
It's gone to your head, mate.
But we love Donal, and if you go and watch his channel, it is also full of loads and loads of other awesome hacks and tips and tricks that will save you money and give you delicious food. Enjoy your sound bath.
Look at this. Look at lunch. This log. We've even trimmed the paper.
Yeah.
It's now going into the oven at 200 degrees.
200 degrees.
And we're going to keep an eye on it for 20 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, do we get to tick off a hack for that?
Yeah, man.
Do we? What? 2. Excellent.
And I've already put one down for you, so you add another one.
Add another one.
Give us a full recap then. Of
What was the
what's gone
hack?
down?
The hack.
Well, it depends. We got normal tips. Let's say that. So, for example, we use the nice bits of the spring onion. We chopped them up nicely. We're going to use that for garnish and sprinkling over the end. But we used the not so good ends of the spring onion in with our blended sausage mix. We've also, what was the other thing? Oh yeah, so we had to squeeze out some of the kimchi water of the kimchi because we wanted to use that in our mix. And if it had been too wet, it would have ruined it. So what we did, we squeezed it out and then we added mayonnaise and a dash of dashi powder to the leftover kimchi water. And now we have this really delicious sort of really well seasoned salad cream essentially with a hint of that sort of fermented delicious cabbaginess of kimchi. I would say that's hack number 2.
I would say, and I'd say hack number 3 is sausage rolls, festive treat at this time of year, but you don't just have to use sausage meat and pastry. Let's mix it up and add flavours in. Now, all those flavours that we used were kind of store-cupboard ingredients. A little bit of kimchi, a little bit of garlic, a little bit of seasoning and spice. Perfect way to use store-cupboard ingredients and take your sausage rolls to the next level. Hack.
The money-saving hack being, instead of going and buying the pre-cut ones that are 16 tiny pieces from the freezer aisle that you stick through the oven, they work out very, very costly if you're trying to feed a party of snacking food. Whereas you see how much sausage roll you've made. Let's be honest, everyone prefers a big chunky. When you go to a good gastropub and they've got big chunky sausage rolls in the bar, everyone wants one. Chunky sauce is better than those little tiny little canapé items that are in the freezer aisle of the supermarket that cost you a ton.
You heard it here first. Ebbers says bigger is better.
Spicy and cheesy is also good.
Yes. Right, I'm getting pushed by Emma to play us a few of these clips
because she's spending hours filtering them.
She's having a lovely time over there, laughing away. So I'm not sure what I'm about to play you, but here we go.
Hiya lads, it's Janice here. Listen, the order for today is whatever I say it is. Now crack on and make me a pot noodle.
I love that.
So I think it sounds like she's a bit croaky. Might have had a. Do you know what? That is how we all sound when we've been to somewhere like Sing Easy and we've just been belting at the top of our lungs.
Crack on, lads.
It's kind of a bit froggy.
Right,
but the request was let's not just move on. The request was a pot noodle. So
Pot
before
noodle?
the end of this broadcast, we will make a pot noodle of sorts.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you, Ross. That was amazing. Right, one more.
Hello, boys. It's Janice. Remember me? I was Mike's Slimming World supervisor many moons ago. Yes, he's cute, But the reality is he will take you out for sushi, rooftop cocktails at the Wolseley, hold your hand as you walk along the Thames, have a clumsy fondle in the Uber home, and never call you again.
That is verbatim.
That is excellent.
That is brilliant.
That is a line from a very, very old video that has been delivered better than Janice did it first time round.
You can tell her that.
Hi guys, here's Janice's cousin from Germany. Don't listen to her daughter because I've got one for you here, Barry. You can leave your harbour.
Oh, okay. Well played.
More of this. This
That
is
is
amazing.
fantastic. That is
Right.
incredible. Hello.
Hello, mate. We've got 18 minutes whilst our sauce cooks in the oven.
Yes.
And Angry Ebbers still obviously needs a breather. So I'm thinking, is now the time to microwave some cheese curds?
Some cheese rinds?
Cheese rinds, sorry.
We've kept the people waiting for a good 3.5 hours to see whether our cheese rinds would turn into cheese puffs.
So the way that this came about was because we had someone suggest that you could put cheese rinds in the microwave and they puff up. And in fairness, Ed was like, I'm not sure that would work. And we moved on. You guys went cray in the comments saying it definitely does work. So, in all fairness, we should be testing that, shouldn't we?
We should be
for the
testing
sake of science, if nothing
For
else.
science.
The problem being, we don't know how long, what to do. So, those of you who do know how it works, could you please comment now in the comments? Let us know, and you can instruct us, and we'll properly put it to the test and figure out whether this works or not.
So we're going to read through those. Do you just want to do a quick Black Friday recap?
Yes. So, if you are new here, then we are Sorted Food. We're doing Hack Friday today. It's an 8-hour live stream designed to help take your mind away from the Black Friday advertising messages that you'll be getting everywhere else.
Now, including from us, like we are in agreement that we are also discounting some of the things that we're doing. However,
we want to provide 8 hours of ways and finding hacks and tips and tricks that we can all use in the kitchen to help us save money, time, effort, but still get delicious food on the table.
Regardless of budget.
Regardless of budget. Now, as Mike said, we do have an app called Psychic. It's designed to help you with your planning, your shopping and your cooking, and it will save you a lot of money every single month that you use it. It is on offer at the moment. It's £30 instead of £50 for a year. It's going to save you.
I was going to say, incidentally, £30 is the average wasted cost of food in the UK per couple.
Per month.
Per month.
So actually, over the course of a year, it's going to help you save £360, which makes £30 seem like an absolute bargain.
Terribly sorry for interrupting you there.
No, it's fine. So we are doing that, but we know that it's designed to save you money and help you get delicious dinners on the table really quickly and really efficiently. So we think that's okay. But we wanted to just provide 8 hours where it doesn't matter if you buy that or not.
Yeah.
We're just going to find loads of tips and tricks and hacks that you can use at home every day to help you. And so far, we're up to
42.
42.
And I've learnt tons.
Yeah, I've learnt tons.
Turns out, buy loads of delicious, fresh herbs and things like curry leaves, bay leaves, I'm still undecided on. But when you buy them fresh, you're going to buy them in bulk. You won't be able to use them, so freeze them. You're freezing them fresh, and therefore when you come to use them, they'll defrost as fresh as when you froze them. Fantastic. Curry leaf, definitely a game changer. I would describe it as game changing as Galangal was on some of my Thai attempts at curry. In the same way, it just imparts that flavour that you go, oh my goodness, that tastes near to how it's supposed to taste.
Yeah,
it's
and
one of
that's
those
like the
things.
missing piece.
Curry leaf, Galangal,
But
two game changers for
we've
me.
covered everything from breakfast because we started at 8 o'clock this morning, which was about 5.5 hours ago.
We had porridge.
We had porridge. We did eggs. We did shakshuka in a cup. We did a cake in a cup. We moved on to what else have we done?
We've done chicken. Well, we done leftover porridge pancakes.
Yes,
that was great. We also did So we did with the shakshukas in the mugs. We've done chicken. So Ed has stretched the chicken so much that it individualised itself into tiny little bits. But we also looked at ways in which to impart tenderness, flavour. So we looked at brining. We looked at tenderising and whacking it. We looked at marination. And we made a chicken sandwich.
and we have put a lamb into slow, not a whole one, like with just a piece of lamb.
We're looking at slow cooking, cheap cuts of meat, or cheaper cuts of meat.
And actually, this was a tip that the famous chef James Alistair Curry gave us as well. Was he's using his slow cooker a lot at the moment because he's buying cheap cuts of meat and letting time do the work, not the herb.
Nice, but still, what a good herb.
Maybe the herb. But actually letting time and the slow cooker do all of the work for him, so he can buy a really cheap cut of meat, which would generally be tougher if you were to cook it quicker, and let the time basically tenderize it. And so over 6, 8, 10 hours, you can take what was a relatively cheap cut of meat and turn it into something incredible.
And it's not just us who are learning and you in the comments. Ebbers, what has been your take out of today?
So far, it's things like mixing up flavours for simple solutions. So somebody says, and it was a great suggestion, do shakshuka in a mug. And that becomes the starting point for us just to play. And then you can take it in 101 different variations. The basic kind of shakshuka-esque version we did was awesome. We also took it to India and to kind of a Japanese stew, and those flavours are really, really good. However, not many people have any idea about cheese rinds. Those people who were mentioning it a while back have left the chat.
They've gone to bed.
However, Sarah Smile has suggested works best with Parmesan rinds. We haven't got those, but we're going to use the Comté kind of style. We'll see. Still a hard, similar cheese. About 30 seconds to a minute, 1 centimetre dice. And it skipped away, but Abdel Rahman said exactly the same. 30 seconds, then turn it over for another 30 seconds.
Boys, we need to pick up the pace because we're falling behind on the hacks, so let's do them now.
Barry, calm down. You weren't in control of the hacks in the first half. I'm going to move my elbow. You weren't in control of the hacks in the first half of this, so it was Ebbers. So don't you sit there and tell us that we need to speed up. How many of our hacks have you filmed? What's your one job today?
Name a hack that you said that was worth filming.
Oh, sausages and sausage rolls.
I still have ever made. That's the one I would not.
Spring onions.
Sausage rolls.
Right, let's get one plate into the microwave.
Let's have a... Do we have a plate?
In the plate cupboard, back left.
Okay. Sunny side up.
Sunny side up? Oh, Ben doesn't know. No, excellent.
Oh, wow. You can stay in the microwave. He's quite close to eggs, that's why. Right. So we're going to go 30 seconds. Yeah? 30-second blasts. We're in.
I also want to use this moment to point out that anyone just joining will see that in the super chat bit, there's been £941 worth of donations.
Oh, yeah.
This is an unexpected consequence of doing this live stream that we had no idea would actually happen. So what we're going to do is donate that money to a food charity in the UK, because that's not why we're here. That's not why we're doing this. We're incredibly grateful that people have been sending money. Please don't think it's coming to us, Barry, because it's not going to.
I need to unsync my personal account from that though, otherwise, yeah, it'll be spent on.
Baz is going for another long weekend somewhere.
You won't be able to see, but they have. I'm going to bring them over. They have started to puff.
So you're going to bring them to the front, let's have a look, and then flip them, and then we'll go again.
Oh, I have started to puff up.
So give them a flip. Oh, I've lost my knife. Here we go.
Right,
I mean,
it's quite a big knife.
Yeah.
You could just use your fingers.
No, they're hot.
Yeah, but
just let me be.
I'm getting
Okay,
this.
so
I'm
top
getting
tips,
desperate for
because that's what we're
another
here for today. Don't cut on a plate with a sharp knife, and don't do that to your knives, because you'll get the chef having a real go at you, because it's something else. It's very annoying.
hack. Yeah, I know. I'm sitting here is uncomfortable for me because Ebbers won't stop rocking back and forth.
One job we got today.
It's microwave.
Oh yeah, the microwave. Oh, that microwave.
We're off. 30 seconds more. Wonderful. Flipped over. Let's see if they puff.
Perfect.
Cheese puff.
What's happening in the comments?
Okay, so beginning to pull together some of your suggestions of comments in the chat. Chuck Wolf started with a comment when you were unboxing the various parts of offal and said, can we see some offal? So let's do some offal. And Bakary Lasagna also said cheap meats, which we have already kind of done with the lamb breast.
Yep.
If we do offal, that's also a cheap meat, but we'll see if we can shoehorn in one more of those. And in terms of the chat, there's lots of wonderful cat names, including, or cat and pet names that are food related, including a black and white cat called Oreo. I like that one. And there's lots of other questions coming in. We have got 2.5 hours left, and in that time, we're going to keep going with loads more hacks and recipes that we can put hacks into. And we're going to do a bit more of the ethos of sharing ingredients across recipes, because we've started a lot of stuff today, and in doing so, we've got a lot of half ingredients left. So we've got to start using those up. That's the whole point of what we do. So any suggestions for those offcuts? We've got puff pastry. We've got other offcuts around, including, other bits and pieces, like the kale. We did a little bit of kale for the pesto, but we opened a bag. We've got another half a bag. So we need to find a use for it, because we don't want food waste. How are the puffs?
They have puffed. They're looking all right. They're looking all right.
So, are you finally on the verge of another hack?
Do
I'm
we
not
want
sure.
another 30 seconds?
I think these are puffed up as much as they're probably going to. I'm not sure. We've either executed it right.
Like melted.
Yeah, but well, you can see air bubbles. They have puffed up. You can see air bubbles. They're bigger than they were. So they genuinely have literally puffed. I'm not completely sold on them, but
I don't get the rind bit.
Are we gonna? Can we say this is a hack or not?
I don't think so.
I think somebody's suggestion earlier, bearing in mind this all stemmed from, I cut off 2 little bits of rind, and we only had 2 little bits of rind in order to grate some cheese for our porridge pancakes. And I absolutely took those rinds and put them in the bin down by our feet. And one of the comments said, I can't believe you threw those away. So right to point it out. I think those rinds have lots of use, but in sauces and soups, more so than those. They have puffed. But it's not a nice eating experience, so I think you can add value to a soup. I'm not sure. That one test, bearing in mind that's the first time we've ever done it, and it probably can be done a lot better with practice, for us, we might sit on that one.
What time are we on, boys?
It is 1:30.
1:30. Do you feel like we've conquered normal hour?
We might have conquered normal hour.
You might have to.
Close to seeing sausage roll?
No.
Mike's got an update on sausage roll.
The oven was set to grill. So we'll pop out here. It's now been put onto oven. And if you want to come and take over, Ebbers, in about 15 minutes, you can take our sausage roll out of the oven.
Don't look at me like that.
I didn't set it.
No,
Literally one thing.
You had one job in 1 hour.
Yeah. You'll have your hacks in a bit.
What can you learn from that?
Always check your oven.
Yeah.
The first thing to do is preheat grills. Or ovens.
Well, we did preheat the grill. I think that's
boil the kettle if that's what you're going for. I'm going to put your lovely dip and board to one side. We'll come back to that for sausage roll later on.
One comment that's just come in that I can't help but embrace from Bessie says, "Get a beer, boys. Just get a beer. It's 1:30. Anybody fancy a beer?
We've still got 2.5 hours to go.
It's 1:30.
Yeah.
I'm also just going to give this hob a wipe because there was a comment that said it's just very mucky and distracting.
It is very mucky.
It always looks bad in videos, even when you.
Yeah, it gets
you
very
give it a
shiny.
think. It does, doesn't it?
But we'll see if that's any better. It might have got rid of some grease. We'll have a quick wipe down. And we're going to go with a couple of long, slow cooks that we might speed up in our magic pressure cooker. And we will play to some of your other comments we've done recently. And we clear ourselves around. Those spring onions, leave those just where they are.
Oh?
Because what I'm going to do is...
You're going to use them?
Yeah.
Fine.
Absolutely. So I'm just going to serve up what we did earlier on, which has just been on the side, and that is our wonderful rice. So you remember the chicken fat?
Yes.
That we cooked with the ginger, the garlic, and then twice as much water to rice.
Stock as well. Chicken stock.
I actually used water because the stock wasn't quite ready. It's still bubbling away, but it would have been lovely with stock, and we did say we were going to. I actually didn't in the end. What you get is this wonderful rice that every single grain is glossy and delicious.
It smells.
And it is the perfect accompaniment to a little bit of chicken.
Yeah.
Luckily,
we
have a brined chicken breast. So now is the time to fiercely turn up some heat and get that seared off nicely. And we'll show you how to cook and test the chicken.
That smells fantastic.
In fact, try it on its own, because I
Yeah.
think that is going to be my lunch.
Well, I tell you what, instantly it's got the fragrance of incredible rice before you even taste it.
A little bit of heat from ginger. Taste it out of the pan.
Now it's seasoned.
Yeah, see?
That's fantastic. That is
But you're right.
fantastic.
It needs seasoning. But we're going to take our chicken brined breast and we're going to sear that off, and then we're going to get a long slow cook on in the same time. So, we talked about corned beef.
Yeah.
Corned beef is traditionally like a brisket. It's a cheap cut of meat. I showed it to you earlier. It looks a lot like that. Okay, so we've got a wonderful bit of brisket, and inside here we've got all of this beef, and it is got the fat, it's got the sinew, it's got all of this attached. What we're going to do is a long slow cook from Sichuan region of China.
Okay.
So we're going to make a spicy, fragrant broth with the beef, and then once we've finished, we can get some noodles, because Janice said pot noodle before the end of the day. So we're going to make the most epic pot noodle using cheap cuts of meat. This is the way to go. This will be enough to feed so many people.
Jay, our sausage roll is looking. It's looking.
Don't mind Barry in the background. He's doing his own live. I'm guessing he's got bored with our live. So he's doing his own one on Instagram whilst we're doing one on YouTube.
What?
Do you want me to go live on Twitter at the same time, just so we can, complete the trio?
Yeah, I want to make sure that everyone's like not missing out on what's going on.
Well,
We've got some hot.
Well, if they're
coming
watching us
through.
on Instagram live, why don't you tell them to hop on over to the higher quality YouTube live?
Oh yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Oh.
So yeah, if you want to come over, hang out, show us your hat. Everybody, no Emma.
Where is our live?
On YouTube.
That is, are we here or there? Oh, so many distractions. We just left you completely unattended for a moment
Sorry.
there.
So talk to me about brisket. Brisket in the UK, this is, isn't it?
Yeah, so brisket, it comes from kind of like the front end of the neck of the cow. The whole thing is going in. And we put one big chunk in, which we're going to strip up later. These are already cut up. Now, the reason we're doing two is you'll get a slightly different texture out of each. So this is going to break down to the point where it will just pull apart, and it's perfect for our pot noodle broth.
Does it come diced?
This was a one big piece.
Yeah.
We've diced half of
You've
it.
diced it.
This
Gotcha.
piece, as a single chunk, will go in, and we'll even be able to like let it chill and slice it a bit like corned beef texture. Okay, so all of the beef's going in, along with all of these delicious flavours. That's our dirty bowl, everything else will go onto it. So think Szechuan, so it is very fragrant. Think Chinese 5-spice, except we've kind of got our spices here. So we've got star anise, clove and cinnamon, plus coriander seed and I think Szechuan pepper, right?
Yeah, and?
Oh, what's that?
Yeah. That really smoky thing. What is that?
Smoked almond?
No, it's... yeah, what is this?
Cardamom, right?
Oh, is it smoked cardamom?
Black cardamom. So
Oh,
instead
is
of
it
the
like
green pods you see, it's black cardamom.
Oh.
Plus some chilli. And loads of fresh fragrance. So ginger and garlic all sliced up. Kush has been busy. No.
You just told me. Oh, all the chilies.
Hey, we're learning here.
It's a lot.
What is this dish, Ben?
This is going to be a one-pot beef kind of brothy thing. So think Szechuan. Numbing heat. I actually nibbled on the Szechuan peppercorn. But it's also got the fragrance of ginger and chili. It's got a lot of heat in there from the chili peppers. But whenever you go to the dentist and you lose one side of your mouth, I literally chewed on a peppercorn and it's gone. I've also been past this. Oh, cooking wine, fine. Chinese cooking wine.
What sort of?
And red miso. So many ingredients, plus liquid from the kettle. Now, this is going to be a slow cook. We were talking about slow cookers. This is really confusing. Yeah. This is a slow cooker.
It's been a long day.
It's the thing that James suggested.
Yes.
Use a slow cooker on tougher, cheaper cuts of meat, and it'll be just fine. We haven't now got 6 hours to cook this, so we're going to put it in a pressure cooker.
Mm-hmm.
And about 45 minutes will do the same job. So I'm just bringing it up to a temperature, but you don't need so much liquid that you cover everything. Because you're trapping it in, you're cooking under pressure, it will be just fine with this water in the bottom. There's a little bit of stock, a little bit of cooking wine, and a little bit of hot kettle water.
How much water do you reckon will be? Yeah, we can see. Okay, so,
from there, it's about a third of the way up.
Cool.
But there's also a lot of beef in there as well. So that's going to go into our pressure cooker, crank on the lid, and get that on. Pressure cook. How long do we reckon? Let's go for 45 minutes.
Whilst Ebbers is doing that, just to say, there are some great snack suggestions coming in for what you guys are eating at home whilst we're doing this, which is incredible. Let us know, what snacks have you got on the go? Because it could be breakfast time where you are, it could be lunchtime, it could be dinner time, it could just be, but it's always snack time. That's what I'm thinking. So there is a lot going on here because, as I say, Barry's got bored and is doing his own live.
Confusing.
Spaff. Yeah. Our sausage roll has puffed up to the point where it looks like a baguette. We made a sauce baguette.
Oh, yes.
And, you know, extra crispy on the top because it had a bonus 7 minutes grilling. Toasted sesame seeds. That's just to make sure you get the right, you know, the right char on them, isn't it, Ebbers?
So this is, yes, this is our brined chicken breast, which I'm now patting dry. It's done its job. So this
was that?
So this was a suggestion that came from a lady in Hong Kong who said that her partner and her prefer different parts of the meat, and that he likes breast, she prefers the leg meat, the dark meat, which tends to be more succulent and moist, more flavour, especially if it's cooked on the bone. But the chicken breast can sometimes dry out, so what she does, is her tip and her hack, was to brine the leaner cuts. That's exactly what we did, 10% brine. So 10% salt to every litre of water, 10 grams a litre of water. Now, it's only been in there for a few hours. You could absolutely do it overnight, but it will give you a more succulent cook. So if you can just plug a little bit of oil in here.
In the pan?
Yep. I'm going skin side down. And we'll cook it off. Excellent. Raw chicken. Wash hands.
Do you want to have a look at my sauce roll? Sorry, my and Jamie's sausage roll.
Teamwork.
Team accountability.
Oh, another 10 minutes. No, not 10, but maybe another 5 minutes. Okay. Shall we do a big dish that you guys have suggested? We're going to go for liver, because you said offal, so let's do liver and bacon. It's an absolute classic. I would argue it kind of stemmed out of post-wartime or even wartime.
Necessity.
So food was rationed. Offal was one of the only things that wasn't rationed. So actually very, very affordable. And I think right now, as food prices are doing that, we're kind of back to thinking, what can we do to save money? And sometimes, if you still choose to eat meat, you either eat less of it, buy cheaper cuts that stretch further, like we've shown with chicken or lamb breast, or use the bits that are often overlooked, and offal is one of those.
Liver, for me, notoriously, something I would never touch to try and cook with myself because it would be tough, chewy, and taste irony.
Well, yeah, it does taste irony. That's its beauty.
But that's why this is going to be invaluable, because this is going to teach me to do something with it. They are the things that I would be afraid of as a normal. They're my
and we're going to
preconceptions.
fill it with hacks as we go. So a couple of things to start off with. I have got some mash on the go. We're going to serve liver and bacon with mash.
I just want to give everyone, we've got a 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning until the Ebbers Appreciation Minute.
Oh, good.
2-minute warning.
Let's see if we can get a dish almost done by that, shall we?
Oh, you are putting your Appreciation Minute at risk.
Heavily seasoned liver. and a hot pan, which we'll start preheating now. I'm also warming up some milk. Into that milk, we're going to infuse some lovely flavours. So we have, on the back, some rosemary.
Wait for the bay leaf.
Hard herbs that keep growing every time you pick them. So rosemary, sometimes you walk past, you'll see bushes of rosemary, and you think it's an ornamental bush, because no one can cook with all of that. It started as a little thing, so it keeps growing. That's going to go into our milk.
That's my excuse.
Which is going to keeps growing. Well, you're ornamental. I don't really understand what you said.
Yeah, that. Heavily seasoned, why? Is that going to do anything to the texture? Is it pure flavour? Sorry, I'm doing a lot of talking to you while you're doing stuff. I'll hold my question.
No, go.
I was just wondering why you've had... Because I look at liver and it looks really soft. And it looks, you know, gelatinous almost. You've heavily seasoned it. Why such heavy seasoning on a meat like this?
So it's actually quite lean, which means it's going to cook pretty quick. But it also means we don't necessarily want to overcook it or cook it all the way through. So we're going to serve this or cook this in a really high temperature, but we can let the middle stay pink. But we're not going to flavour it. We want liver to be the standout in this dish. So we're not covering it in marinade or spice or citrus. So the seasoning is just going to make it even more livery.
Emma, stand up.
I mean, we just clapped him for an hour. He did nothing except for bitch.
I mean, that is 100% true. So a couple of things going on. Into a pan that has started cold, some guanciale fat. So this is the jowl of pig. It is the cheek of pig, and it is a relatively cheap meat.
In the volume in which you can get it, spoiler alert for a video coming in December, it's spectacular actually. And if you know how to use it as a normal and make use of it, it's phenomenal, the amount of flavour that you get from it. You just need to know how. So anywhere that I can pick those tips up, vital. And it's a dry pan as well.
Dry pan because most of it is fat. So it's not the kind of bacon or cured pork that you're going to put in a bacon sandwich. You want the fat to render out, and then into that fat we're going to cook our liver, really high and hot.
I'm just going to check out our sauce baguette.
Please do.
Do we have time for a few voice notes and questions coming through?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Go for it.
Really quick one about burnt bottoms.
Hey everyone, really loving the live stream. Just moved to a house that only has a gas oven with only flame at the bottom. So I'm really struggling to bake without burning the bottoms and having raw tops. So any tips? Thanks.
Okay, so just moved to a house. It's only got a gas oven.
Yeah.
Well, it has a gas oven.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have a gas one anyway, would you?
No.
Has a gas oven. Flame comes from the bottom, and is finding it really difficult to bake because they keep burning the bottom of lots of different things. I have a Kush standing next to me. Come over.
There you go.
Flames at the back of the oven. There's the door. I'd suggest keep it forward and top. Another tip is put a really heavy tray on the base of the oven and push it really far back.
Ooh.
That'll help diffuse some of the heat and around it, even out the temperature a bit.
I wasn't expecting such a useful tip.
I grew up with a gas oven at home.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
You've struggled.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Nice. Back to the kitchen.
Hello, thank you for joining us. Ebbers.
This was a dry pan. What we now have is wonderful guanciale fat. So that is less of an issue now. We're going to come back and crisp that up, but the fat we're going to go into with the liver. So we've got guanciale fat, which you can see is literally smoking. We want it fiercely hot, along with a knob of room temperature butter.
Uh-oh. We're going to need to do the dance.
No, I'm the only one that knows the alarm.
No, it's fine. Liver's going in.
It's fine, he said. We'll come back to you in 5.
Fiercely hot, 4p. I want to get it all in because otherwise we're not going to come back and use it for anything else. There we go.
It's nice to have a job.
Can I get a bit of tongs, please, Chef? Liver literally needs about at room temperature, but this is not that long on either side. About not long. So I'm going to go with...
That doesn't sound long at all.
About that.
What was that, a minute?
35, 45 seconds. Then the same on the other side, and then take it out the pan to rest. What we then have is an amazing pan full of livery flavour, guanciale flavour, and the butter. So that's what we're then going to use to make a pan sauce to cook, to pour over our liver, which will go over our potato. Could I also get that other... Oh, got it. He's already one step ahead. The kale that I mentioned earlier. We opened a bag of kale, and therefore we're left with half a bag of kale that we didn't use.
So we're going to saute
So we're going
that,
to use
or-
it. So this is the liver, and now it just needs to rest.
So is that going to regulate in temperature? Is it going to continue to cook? Like, what's the plan there? That's where my
Ebbers, sorry, Mike, whilst you're there, just out of interest, out of 4 hobs that could possibly be on, right.
75%. Okay, so into this hot pan, some shallots, some sage leaves, which will go nice and crispy, and a bay leaf.
bay leaf is in there, don't you worry, boys.
Got it covered.
This is going to taste of something.
And then we want to deglaze the pan to get all that lovely stuff off the bottom. Oh.
Okay.
I was going to go white wine. Fine, let's go. Yeah, let's go. What we got?
This is
whiskey.
gravy.
Whiskey gravy.
How much do you want of this, though?
About 2 tablespoons. Lovely. I'm sure there's a better way of doing this.
Woo! Happy Hack Day!
So why are we doing this? At the bottom of the pan, we had lots and lots of gnarly bits. Those gnarly bits we want to get off the
pan, the bottom.
Yeah, we turn all the hops off.
No,
Not
I didn't turn
wanting
any of them.
No, it's fine.
I just pointed them out, being on.
And a little splash of wine. So, the reason being, this is all about flavour. So the liver is cheap.
Yeah.
And you saw how quick it took to cook. 45 seconds on either side in a really hot pan. Then we started to use the flavour that was already building up to add shallots, a little bit of whiskey, a little bit of white wine to deglaze the pan because it was getting a bit gnarly on the bottom.
Why do you deglaze a pan? What's the point?
So the guanciale and stuff was a bit gnarly is the only word I can
It goes
think.
crispy, doesn't it?
Crispy, it sticks, it's burnt bits that are a nightmare to wash up. 2 things are wrong with that. 1, it's a pain to wash up. 2, it's wasted flavour.
All
That's
stuck
where the
on the
flavour
bottom.
is. So while it's still really hot, you whack in the shallots, which are going to soften down, the sage and the bay leaves, and then deglaze.
So you
And you just
deglaze
want
with
liquid.
Liquid. Any liquid?
Alcohol is a good shout. It adds acidity, but it could be any liquid. The point is, we now have something that's pretty basic there that we can go in with some gravy granules.
Oh, here we go again. We can't add it. We've already covered it, but these guys love gravy granules.
It's so easy, but on its own in water, fine.
Meh.
But mixed into all these onions, these herbs, these delicious flavours, we have that plus a glass of water.
The thing I picked up from the chefs is use gravy granules when you want to add depth of flavour, perfect seasoning and meatiness or umami-ness to a sauce. There you go.
Right. It is coming up to 2 o'clock, which means we've nearly been doing this for 6 hours. We still need your hack suggestions though. So get on the comments in here or WhatsApp us. We've got voice notes. You can send us voice notes. All the links and everything that you need are in the description box. You can also see there how to get hold of our Black Friday offer for our Sidekick plan. It's on 40% off at the moment, £30 for the whole year. You'll save at least £30 every month that you use it. It's a bargain. But yes, give us all of your suggestions. Voice note us on WhatsApp or use voice notes to send us your audition tape for Janice's replacement. We haven't told her that she's being replaced yet, but we'll see what happens when she realises. Oh, Barry's got the camera.
So we're now in the pan. So this is our really sticky, glossy gravy now. As it begins to bubble up, the thickening part of the gravy granules does its job. So what started off as a really loose wine and a bit of water and a bit of whiskey thickens up into this amazing now whiskey gravy, which is pretty much finished. There's 2 things we're going to add. Our other flavour bomb. I think It's a flavour bomb I love, and we keep coming back to a little dollop of mustard. I keep coming back to also because we made an entire jar not too long ago by just blending white wine and mustard seeds.
It's a brilliant hack because I don't think, as a normal, you ever really use up a full jar of mustard. You think, I'm going to have a ham and cheese toasty and put some mustard in. I'm going to throw some into some mashed potato. And you kind of run out of ways to use it very quickly. So these types of things are fantastic.
And I've also just added in there a little glug of cream.
Wow.
You could use sour cream, you could use creme fraiche, use whatever you have. You could even use a little bit of whole milk and reduce it right down. What you shouldn't use is yogurt, because yogurt in hot will split. But otherwise, a pretty good sauce, except we haven't seasoned it. So we've got all of the layers of flavour in there, we haven't yet seasoned it. So Mike, that's up to you.
Sure. Well, shall I taste it first then? Or...
Yep, because you're going to taste it and adjust the seasoning. Meanwhile, I'm going to make smash.
Mike, just quickly, how is our sausage roll doing? It's been a few minutes since we checked it.
No, it's absolutely fine. I've since taken it out and it's in the warm drawer.
You slid it into a warm drawer?
I did.
This is definitely a hack that is going to make our blackboard, and that is smash. Instant potato powder. You can use it to make mashed potato, exactly as we are, or you can just use it in a number of other instances. What other instances? We use it in potato cakes. We use it in fish cakes. We use it to thicken soups and sauces. It's just a really, really easy, instant mashed potato. All we had in here was milk we were heating up with a little sprig of rosemary. We'll season it to taste in a minute. And I'm going to add a tiny knob of butter, because we've already got it out. And then, get the whisk out once you're happy that you've got the worst of it. And I would always suggest instantly whisk into hot soapy water. Trying to clean a whisk later on when everything's dry is a pain.
Just want to point out, we've had an amazing WhatsApp message. It's not a hack. However, hello guys, in my local supermarket, they have an alternative Black Friday initiative today. Sounds like a great idea. Where everyone entering gets a list of food items that would be appreciated by people in need, and you can pick up along with your own shop. And once you've checked out, you leave the donations with the organisation. A really low barrier to do something good. And that's in the Netherlands. It's from a Finn in the Netherlands. So, Jumbo, thank you very much for that. That's great. There are some incredible things happening around Black Friday that aren't to do with Black Friday. And I think it's one of the things that inspired us to do this, is that we've seen a lot, particularly in the UK with the supermarkets at the moment, a lot of the supermarkets talking about how they can help you save money. Just sign up to our loyalty scheme and we will save you money. I'm like, well, hang on a second. That's not really saving us money straight from the off. That feels very convoluted. So we wanted to do this live stream for 8 hours, just packed full of hacks, tips and tricks, where people can actually use them and have something useful to save money on a day-to-day basis. Oh, Barry's doing some stretching. You can't see this, but I'm going to have... I will post a picture of this on our Insta story. Hang on a second.
The result of the lunge. This is the rest of the kale from the bag we had earlier. So we used half of it in the pesto.
Yes.
And we were left with half. And this is the way that we, as a food team and as a channel and as a studio, are constantly thinking. Don't cook by mood. Don't turn around and say, do you know what I fancy? X, I'm going to go and cook it. Instead, look at what is seasonal, affordable, already in your fridge, or kind of things that you can grab that you know can go in multiple places, and then work from there. So work from ingredient rather than mood. And I think that's probably one of the biggest differences, and I would say the biggest thing to get your head around when it comes to hacks is think ingredient first, not mood first.
What can I do with this? Are there more than 3 things? If so, you could probably come up with 3 things.
So what we did as a team was go, well, we've got half a bag of kale. What hack can we teach? And what dish can we do? And those 2 things are combined in the simplest thing of all times. Put kale on a really tacky plastic plate, or a bowl, or whatever, a little splash of water, and cling film it. And then put it into the microwave to cook. And it kind of half steams and half microwaves, and it is absolutely perfect every time. About a minute and a half.
Or even the plastic, it's a plastic, but it's a microwave proof Plastic plate.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, they can go to bowl, cling film, whatever. We do it quite a lot on Sidekick, and it works an absolute treat.
And you haven't punctured it or anything? You just...
No.
So you're going to essentially steam it?
Yep.
Fantastic. Smash or plop?
Smash. So that, I think, is hack number 1. Because we infused a bit of milk. It absolutely could be plant-based milk. It works just the same. Pea milk, potato milk, oat milk. And then the instant potato powder. It is a very simple way of making a single portion. I would say it's really difficult to make mashed potato for one.
Yeah, that's
one
so
of the
true.
comments I saw when I was sat on the sofa was, I find it really difficult to cook for one. Agreed. If you are making mashed potato, make more and find other ways to use it in subsequent days. Great. But trying to actually mash a single portion is really difficult. We've just made a single portion of mash.
Take it doesn't freeze well either.
Mashed potato doesn't. It goes very pappy, which is not so good. So in this instance, we haven't got that, but we find other uses for it.
Bong.
That is a hack.
Bong.
Bong. Oh, we're top hacks at the
Top
top of the
hacks
hour.
at the top of the hour.
So now for our liver.
Wow.
Interestingly, we've actually done 2
Loads.
portions of liver, but 1 portion of mash. Great. More for us to enjoy. Some of this gorgeous sauce.
How well seasoned is that, Ebbers?
You did a grand job.
Thank you.
When we cut to Jamie in the kitchen, Jamie in the sofa, Mike was feeding me on a teaspoon his sauce, and it was rather lovely.
I'm glad that I cut to this camera. Aren't you glad?
A swear jar.
So 2 portions of liver, 2 portions of sauce, and it is, remember the hack with the gravy granules in there, but also deglazing the pan, wasting nothing on flavour, so you've got that real richness. This is a bit luxurious because it has got the cream to finish it. You don't need that. What you could do instead is just go with the kind of more jus richness that we already had from the bisto and the onion and the alcohol to deglaze. On its own, absolutely delicious.
But that looks more expensive than it was to put together, doesn't it? Because you're just essentially using whatever you need to cook one element, the leftover bit goes into the next element, which goes into the next element. It's like pass it on, but for an ingredient and that works and that's affordable.
And then our kale, which literally cooked in the time it took us to plate up.
It's so vibrant.
And the plate is going to be easy to wash up. It can go in the dishwasher.
Is it on a plate with images of kale on it? No, it's flowers.
Not kale, but yeah, flowers. There we go. So you're going to have to remind me, Mike, which hacks you marked off. But here's what we've got. Celebrating often byproducts or things that aren't used so often in this country anymore. They certainly used to be, and that's things like offal. This has got the liver. Then put it on a bed of something like smash, which is really easy to make for one. There's nothing wrong with instant potato powder, especially if you know how and where to use it. We infused the milk, and then we finished it with a little dollop of butter.
I added that one, but we've still got liver because I haven't given you that one because I was like, make it taste nice first.
And then, and the last one is pan sauces. So once you've finished cooking something in the pan, whether it's a steak, a pork chop, a piece of chicken,
See,
or a piece
it
of
happens
fish,
to everyone. Oh, nice.
then
Got away with that.
it is the perfect deglaze. And finally, greens especially, perfect to cook in the microwave. A little dash of water, cover it with another plate or a bit of cling film, and steam cook. And what you end up with is that, which is hearty gastro pub food. A nod back to post-war times in the UK, like
back in
generations ago. But I think right now, super relevant.
Well, 4 hacks in total, 3 that haven't been put on the board. Ready, everyone?
Put the trio on. I'm just going to have a bit because
1,
see what it's like.
2, 3. So we are on, what's that, 10, 20, 30, 45, 46 hacks, everyone, so far. That is warming and ready.
This feels like a great time to welcome everyone to the 6th hour of this Hack Friday live stream. We've never done one of these before, and we thought, what a great way to distract ourselves and you from the pressures of Black Friday and having to spend money on things we might not necessarily need. So, since 8 o'clock this morning UK time, we have been here basically trying to test as many hacks as we possibly can that can save us money, save us time, save us effort in the kitchen, make our planning, shopping, cooking that much easier so that we can still cook and eat delicious food, but without all of the fuss and hassle that goes along with it. Now, if you've seen the sorted food videos before on our channel, you will know that we have an incredible team of people around us that make those videos look sensational. Today, you've got the four of us. You have Kush from a food perspective helping in the kitchen out the back, and you have Emma, and if I go to Barry's camera now and the two boys part ways, there's an Emma in the background. Now Emma is there, she's going through comments, she's also going through all of your WhatsApp voice notes to hear your Janice auditions, which is why you hear laughing quite often, but also to point out the things that we should be talking about, what's coming through, the trends in the comments section. There have been so many comments. There's been
it's honestly, it's really quite heartwarming when you start seeing how many people out there want these hacks.
Yeah.
I want to save money and like just supporting what we're trying to do here. Thank you so much for being a part of this, and your hacks so far have been sensational.
So there's currently over 4,300 people watching us at this moment in time.
That's insane.
And one of the things that's happened in the last 6 hours, and it happened quite quickly, and we didn't expect it and didn't know what to do, we had a little panic, was that people started donating money through Super Chat.
Oh, yeah.
And we didn't know what to do with that because we didn't know that would happen, and it wasn't the point. And there's now £976 that's come in on the Super Chat. We're really close to £1,000,
which is so backwards because the whole point of this was about you spending less money.
Yeah, save money. Don't
spend it.
Spend it. So, but what we're going to do is we're going to donate all of that money to a food charity in the UK. So, please, thank you. If you do want to donate money to a food charity, great. Do it yourself. Put it through here. Excellent. It wasn't the point of doing it. And so we're having to react on the fly.
What a beautiful byproduct of this.
It really,
the
really
fact
is.
We can do more good is just amazing. So thank you.
We have 2 hours left of this live stream, and we have a hard out at 4 o'clock because we have a video going live. It's the conclusion to our adventure in Charleston.
Has that been finished and uploaded yet?
Mike's there, so I don't know. But it's the conclusion to our adventure in Charleston. Barry, Ben, Mike and I have to cook for Amethyst, who is an incredible chef from Charleston. It's a massive, massive challenge. Can we do the cuisine, the history of Charleston justice? You can find out at 4 o'clock. But until then, we have just under 2 hours to carry on testing your hacks. We've got some that have been already cooked that we are now waiting for the final parts. Kush, I'm talking!
You did ask for permission. We said, it's only Jamie. Do what you like.
We have some stuff that we've been cooking. Mike and I have cooked up an incredible Korean sausage roll.
We haven't tasted it yet.
No, we had a lamb breast that's been slow cooking. We've had bread that has been proving.
Yeah.
So there are so many conclusions to come, which will... Me saying that has reminded Kush of something.
It's all ready. We'll do that next.
Yeah?
Well, what are you doing now, Kush? What's the plan now?
Yeah?
Oil tray. Dimple it out.
Yep.
Last proof.
Yep.
Do it.
We'll finish this. We'll do sausage roll. We'll do capture.
Right. Do you want us to cut back to you?
Don't panic.
And back to the studio.
Thank you, Jamie. We've been smashing this liver whilst you've been talking.
Haven't eaten for 5.5 hours.
It's absolutely
This is
delicious.
yummy.
It's absolutely delicious. But I know you're looking forward to it, mate. You want to see our sauce baguette, our accidental sauce baguette. Well, let me show it to you.
Baguette suggests bread. I'll be disappointed if it's not bread. That's all you make it. I think it's a sausage roll.
Oh, gosh.
He's just breaking our studio.
There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, my goodness, it's happened.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you some incredible news. We've gone over £1,000.
Well done. Well done. I mean, thank you.
There is, and people who were here earlier will know, there is a question at the moment because with Super Chat, YouTube take 30% of it, I think.
Yeah.
We will find a way to either speak to YouTube and tell them not to do that, or we will. Or we will give the extra 30%. We'll find a way to get around that.
Yeah, definitely.
But thank you so much for doing that. That was not something we expected or wanted.
Planned for, whatever
Planned for
at
it
all. So,
anyway.
yeah, but what an amazing show of appreciation from everybody. So thank you.
Thank you. And now, if you want to see something else incredible, have a look at this.
Wow.
It worked.
I know, right? Here we go. So I'm gonna do like slices, Jay. Oh my goodness. Well, it's certainly saucy, that's for sure.
So this is our normal's effort.
It's a monster. That's what
What
it
happened
is.
to the board that was here when we walked into with the little
tray?
dip pot? With the little dip pot.
Oh yeah, where's our?
It was there.
With the amazing leftover.
Has it been cooked?
Should I, that's what I wanted.
If you start sitting there behind the aubergine, that you still need to use that for cycle.
Pop a couple of slices on there with your fab mayo.
Doh. Always cut this type of thing with a serrated blade, otherwise you chop right through it and it smushes. But there you go. 3 for the lads, a big spaff in the middle. Do you want to try some, Ebbers?
I'd love to.
I'm going to give a bit of a dunk. Do you just want a slither?
Just eating half a
Yeah.
plate of liver and mash. The colour looks great. The colour and the fleck you get off of the great suggestion of kimchi. And I'm looking forward to the little bit of cheese in there, which gives it, you can't see the cheese, but it's kind of got that, you can literally see how juicy it is. That's the fat from the cheese that melts into.
Cheers. Whoa,
So it doesn't have the...
It's got a kick.
It doesn't have the bite of sausage meat because there's so much extra now vegetable and cheese in there. It's a little bit more pasty in the middle. The flavour is incredible. And with the buttery, inverted commas, puff pastry, yummy.
Double chef approval there.
Yeah.
Chris is nodding away.
So to bring something back that we had at the start of the show, the live stream,
Oh, God,
which
yeah.
was as a hack in terms of making your own sausage rolls. Is this a hack that we think we should back? Is it a hack that we should sack off, or is this one that we should crack on? Are we going to back it, sack it, or crack on?
So the context for the hack, and to make it money saving, is definitely to make sure that you replace buying ready-made canapes, which doesn't really go very far.
My garnish! I didn't put my garnish on it. I know you want to use some of my garnish as well, Ebbers, so... Oh, whatever.
I'm just...
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Right, here you go, lads.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Oh,
my garnish.
lovely.
Oh, look at the
This
garnish.
one's
The best tasting thing today.
Is it really? Yeah. Of course it is. I did it.
So much MSG in it.
So much MSG.
No, it's skill.
Oh, if I put that there, we can't change the cameras.
I've
you
got
alright?
Kush, while we've got you, just a question that's come through to grab you while the other guys just clear down a little bit. Idea of using, will it work? Next time I'm making a cake, using store-bought biscuits or cookies instead of flour.
Powdering it up.
In terms of it has the butter, the baking powder, and most sugar in it. Would it work?
No, because the gluten has already been cooked out into the pastry.
Okay,
It's their
so it's
biscuit, so it won't act as flour. It'll act as stodge.
more sort of a very
Yeah.
dense cake.
Oh, incredibly
With the
dense.
speed. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Good idea. I like
This
it.
is really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Someone said it looks more like a pasty than a sausage roll, and I might
Yeah,
have to agree
might be
with
the
them.
crimping.
Mm.
Oh my god, what's that juice there? What's that?
Mm.
What is that?
Sauce juice.
Just sauce juice.
Mm.
That's not the answer I wanted to hear.
It might be kimchi juice.
Mm.
Yeah, it is. It's good.
It's really good. Yeah.
You're right. It's
Kimchi
not,
sausage roll.
It's not sausagey. It's quite bouncy.
It is
That's
a bit.
meat, yeah.
Well, I whizzed it up. Maybe
Mm.
I whizzed it up for too long. Hard to know, isn't it?
Mm.
Then they have pate in Vietnam. That's close to Korea.
That's describe the flavour. All right. pork sausage, obviously already seasoned. Well, don't laugh. Why? I'm starting a description.
I think you're doing a lovely job. No, I think it's nice. It's just funny that
It's a pork sausage with a tickle.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a nasal heat there.
Yeah.
You have a freshness, actually, of some of the herbs you put in there.
A lot of
coming
garlic.
through.
4 cloves of garlic was strong.
And you've got like the lasting oily heat as well, which is there.
Or chili paste.
It's a hot pate.
It is like a hot
So-
pot. Imagine that spread on toast.
Yeah, I would. Okay. Emma's is waving furiously because he wants some attention.
No, I'm just something furiously.
Let's-
This is amazing.
I just
tell
want
him
to
that
nod
we've
back
done
to this, because we've been doing so much all day, and this is loads of throwbacks from the suggestions of the parson's nose, which was don't forget it when you've got a chicken, render it down with all the fat.
which bit is it?
What do you mean? It's
The parson's nose of the chicken.
Should we go back to
It's
the
when you've
camera
got
or
the
not?
chicken, it's the bit by the
He
cavity.
thinks he's on camera.
He thinks he's on
Front,
camera.
back.
Yeah, the bit by the cavity, by the legs, the
You
bottom.
yank out and it like it's almost
Yeah,
like
not
battling
the, not,
stuff.
yeah,
I'm
not the
kind of
neck.
glad that you can't see his
just clarifying.
conversation.
I
because
know.
There's lots of.
And then we also took the chicken breast and we put it in a brine solution,
He's going
which
to get
was
really
another
angry when he
suggestion.
realises that.
And we used the chicken fat to cook the rice with the ginger and the garlic and the 2-to-1 ratio
I'll give you a
of
flash.
basmati rice or long grain rice rather than to water. And you can see, and that's why I wanted to do it before it sort of dried out, having cut into it, you can literally see how juicy the chicken is.
You can see it. You can see it, yeah.
Really juicy.
Do you want your camera on, by the way?
I don't know which camera's on, so you'll just have to tell me, because I did a lot of talking there, and it was pointless to everyone.
It's not pointless.
Are you back on you now?
No, it's definitely on you.
I think you should put it back on you now.
No, I'll show it. It's on you. It's 100% on you.
Well, it's done now. There we go. Move
That
on.
chicken was
So,
delicious and juicy because of the briding.
Next one we have is, you guys said soups while I was sat there, as in how long before we have soup. I want to do 2 soups, but I think we're only going to go 1, yeah? Yeah, okay, decision made.
Oh, potato substitute.
Yes, so earlier on we took the top of the leek and we put it into our chicken stock. Now I've taken the base of the leek and sliced it up nice and fine. And it is sweating down in a bit of butter. And to that I'm going to add chicken stock that we've cooked.
Yep.
A little bit of milk and a bag of kettle chips. So the kettle chips are potatoes that we're going to rehydrate. They have already been seasoned for you. They've already been fried for you, so you have that wonderful golden colour. And combine it all together, we'll have a very simple soup. We'll blend it right at the end with a bag of fresh herbs, chive, or there we go, or dill, or a combination of both. And basically, fresh herbs right at the end gives you a beautiful, vibrant soup. It's absolutely delicious. But the base flavours come from
the base flavours.
Our chicken stock in this instance.
So, something I have learnt through my journey at Sorted is obvious, but starchy water and starch-containing ingredients thicken stuff up. Again, useful to know. So yes, pasta water, etc. for emulsifying sauces, but these still have tons of starch in them. They are thinly sliced potatoes, essentially. So anything you put them into is going to have pre-seasoning, and it's going to add a thickening element to it. So when you chuck it in with stuff like soups, it automatically does that thickening bit, which as a normal, I have experienced so often trying to put together a sauce and going, why is it so runny? And thinking, I need to reduce that, and it doesn't work. It's like, what do I need to add to it? Well, now I have in my bank a couple of solutions to that, and they're really easy as well.
And I think there's 2 that have become our hacks today. One of those we're about to open and put in here, which is the potato. And the other one being our gravy granules, because that has potato starch in it that does the thickening. So this is a bit crazy, but you've got leek sweated down a little bit. Then we've added our chicken stock. Now remember that chicken stock wasn't seasoned. It's just water that's been bubbling with carcass and offcuts most of the time we've been live. But it has such great chickeny flavour.
Yep.
Now we're adding in our seasoning in the form of salted crisps. Every one of those has got deliciousness in it. And this does feel a bit backwards, but it is a convenience hack. This one is not cheaper than using potatoes.
These are quite expensive as a bag of kettle chips, but I get what you mean. Like just, you know, chips, crisps.
And any potato chips.
Any potato chips. That was what I was trying to say, I think.
But for sure, it's probably still more expensive than a potato. The difference is you're getting the flavour quicker. So this is a convenience and a time thing. You're going to have the hob running for a lot less than if you were to put diced potato in there, and it won't taste the same. Boiled potato will taste different, to fried potatoes.
I think that was a big comment, actually, in the video that we did last week, which was all about the recipes from the book, was I love that concept of using crisps, but when a packet of crisps is £2 and the equivalent amount of potatoes would cost me 12p, why is this a hack? But I think you've just nailed it on the head.
The reason this is a hack is because I personally would be likely to have, at one point, a bag of crisps or a potato. And therefore I have two solutions. And I have increased my chances of being able to find a solution if I don't have a potato. I likely will have maybe a bag of those or like a multi-pack somewhere in the back of a cupboard. That's reality. So yeah, it's a pure convenience thing, but it's not a don't be held back if you haven't got this. It's a perfect substitute if you need it.
So as a recap to our cheap meats, okay, and we've got a few on the go here. One, I would say the relatively more accessible and affordable meats is chicken. And we've shown you how to stretch it out to get loads of different things, from even down to the fat and the carcass in the stock. We've also got 22 minutes to go on our beef brisket, which is in that Szechuan, really hot, spicy pot. When it comes out, we're going to pull the beef and throw in some noodles, because Janice asked for a pot noodle. And this...
Yes. Not real Janice. Janice's wannabe replacement, I think you'll find.
Who may well get the job. In here has been cooking since the start. We put this on about 9 o'clock this morning. We have been doing this for a long time. This is our slow cooked lamb breast. So in here we put very few fresh ingredients, but a lot of flavour bombs and things like dried fruit.
Things like onions, like things that you'd have. Probably
there were some peppers, some jalapeno, but
it.
actually it was a tin of tomatoes, it was a tin of lentils with all the juice, all the spice and the fruit. And what we have is, I hope something's going to pull apart.
Oh, look at me covering the camera cut. Ready, steady.
Yep.
Oh wow, that is deep.
And why is it so deep and thick? Gravy granules. We are coming back to, I want a sponsor.
Welcome to 8 Hours of Gravy, sponsored by Sorted Food.
Mike, have you ever been asked that before?
What?
Why is it so deep and thick?
Oh my goodness.
Never.
No, it snows quite a lot.
So look, that is the lamb breast. What I'm going to do is place it into the bowl, and Mike, you're going to rip it up with 2 forks.
2 spoons are soft.
So I've been told I can do it with 2 spoons. If I can do it with 2 spoons, we're getting a hack point straight away. Okay, I can do it with 2. What? This is ridiculous.
Good, right?
Well, it's so thin, I don't know Eppers. Oh my goodness. Wow. It almost peels into like 2-ply. I can pull it with 2 spoons. So we're definitely sticking this on the hack board. Like, is that a layer of fat, Ebbers?
Just to come to SF, who's asked, how do you tenderise tough cuts of meat quickly without using a slow cooker or instant pot? That's exactly what's happened to this lamb. That lamb has been in an oven, a normal oven, for the last, what, 3 hours? 3.5 hours, which is exactly the point that we wanted to prove. You don't need to have an instant pot, a pressure cooker, a slow cooker to do this. It just requires time, which can be done a low and slow heat in a normal oven.
So,
this is crazy.
How to serve this kind of dish. This is the kind of food that, selfish moment, occasionally I go away with friends and we go into the middle of absolutely nowhere because we like climbing hills and mountains. When you come back, what you want is a really hearty dish.
I've never been invited.
Because you moan about walking. We went to Edinburgh once, you moaned about walking up to the top of that hill.
Yeah, because I was holding about 50 gazillion cameras.
That's true.
And I've been doing it for 24 hours.
And that is true. I just walk around eating stuff. But this is the kind of dish that I put on before we go out, really low and slow. And then when we come back after like 6 hours of walking, lower than this, we cook this about 140, 150, even lower, 120, 5 hours. And you come back and the whole house smells amazing. And then everyone sits down to this kind of dinner. Fresh herbs at the end. So I'm just going to stir in. I'm not going to serve all this up. So you're going to see what I'm going to do is serve like half of this. But all of this mixture, it's got the lentils, it's got the tomatoes, it's got those vegetables all ready to go. Goes on here. Put some of your pulled meat on top.
The
right?
texture of this, again, I just pulled it with 2 spoons. But look at that texture, it's mad.
Mike, just to recap, did you suggest that using 2 spoons was worthy of going on the hack board?
Yeah.
Right. The comments absolutely disagree with
I'm
you.
not saying this is a hack. I'm saying this has worked so well, it's definitely a hack that's worked.
So to confirm, it's not the spooning that's going on the board, it's the lamb.
Guys, brace yourself, because these bad boys, turns out, can pull apart anything. Coconuts, it's a hack you heard here first, and I back it, and it's going on the board.
Right, to finish this dish off, so you've got all the lammy fatness in there, but now you've got a little bit of stringed lamb on top. This is why you can stretch cheaper cuts, because the flavour has gone into all of this, and you don't actually need to serve a huge amount of lamb, but then we go on with a generous dollop of yoghurt, fresh herbs, and you can finish it with mopping bread. That is another dish that is a one-tray delight with a cheap cut of meat and lots of hacks. Bisto...
Recap the hacks. I'm going to delid.
Well, I think the only one we haven't already put on there is the slow braise and the all-in-one pot that literally gets served like that.
So 2.
Because we already put them on earlier on in terms of gravy granules, not draining your lentils, and the cheaper cuts of lamb.
You can veto this, but I would add as well, very normal hack, Greek yogurt in the fridge at all time to add when you have depthy stuff, tomatoey, deep flavours. A dollop of that on the top transforms the dish, and you don't have to do anything. And I do that all the time with everything. I would actually call that a hack.
I think we did, it was Can't Be Asked 2, and we talked about the extended store cupboard, and we said, these 6 things, if you have in your fridge, above and beyond
Chipotle.
the basics,
Yeah.
it was chipotle, so you got the smoked thing, it was miso, and it was absolutely good Greek yogurt, because that tang and that dairy fat is so good in
Put
a
it
dish
on
like
everything.
this.
I'm going to add 3 hacks to the board there.
I think 2 have already been done.
Yeah, I know. So we've got 1 pot, pulled, and now yog.
Yeah.
3 hacks I'm adding to the board.
Oh, we did 2 of those earlier on when we,
Oh,
we put it in the oven. It's just your new one.
No, just yog.
Yeah, this
is why we put Barry in charge of counting the hacks, because we knew he'd be accurate with it. Why?
So efficient.
Asking for the recap. Great, okay.
But there's a spoon. Tell me what you think about this. Remember what went into it. Lentils, tomatoes, but prunes.
I'm in typecast with spoons now.
How is it?
So good.
Wow.
So good. Now imagine you've had a hard day at work. This has been in the slow cooker. It's been in the slow cooker the whole way through. Or you've been out doing whatever it is you do at the weekend that's busy. You come home as a family, and this is ready for you to tuck into.
You mentioned before, actually, when you two were at university together, you used to do this before a night out. Is that true?
It happened. I'm not going to say it happened every week, but
he didn't, because he was working. Bless him.
But we would put slow cooks on before going out on a Wednesday night because it was much cheaper than the takeaway kebab. Everyone paying £5 or £6. We could just all come to the flat and have amazing food like this that had been cooking for long enough.
Got people commenting about different places that you could use that lamb. Into a burrito, into a taco. Kush, that wasn't a hint. That was
Mix it with rice, pre-cooked or otherwise, it would go into a burrito. What I'm also thinking is that mixture would go really nicely in the bottom of a pie dish, and on top of it, you could put your crispy pastry that you've got left over in the fridge from your sausage roll.
I mean, that's fun. That's phenomenal. And the meat is pulled, but unlike, it's got more of a, and I mean this in a nice way, more of a meaty chew than a pulled pork. So whereas a pulled pork is like pure, like almost fatty pull, this is a fatty chew, and it's absolutely stunning.
And I think that is because it's lamb rather than pork, in the sense that a lot of the pork we eat is more intensively reared and doesn't move around as much. Lamb and sheep and mutton, they are grazing all day. They are climbing the same mountains we are before we come home to eat them. It's just that they work harder, you get more flavour, you need a long slow cook, but it doesn't melt away, it still has a slight bite.
Amazing!
But you can still rip it up with 2 spoons.
Ladies and jelly spoons, we are very close to 1/2 the hour, which means we've been doing this for 6.5 hours.
Wow.
Of which time, Ebbers has been doing this
Yeah.
for 6 of the 6.5 hours. Oh,
He's making him.
What was that?
You carry on.
We've been doing this for. So attention seeking.
when I'm talking.
We've been doing this for 6.5 hours. Thank you so much to everyone who's been joining us over that time, whether you were here when we began, whether you've just joined. Thank you. It's over 4,000 people right here, right now.
This is incredible. Consistently, we've had over 4,000 people watching us since 8 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for joining in.
For us, this is an escape. For us personally, as much as we think, hopefully for you, away from all the Black Friday deals and spending money that we don't either have or want to spend.
Has your
on
phone been going crazy today with notifications of Black Friday deals?
notifications, emails, text messages. How does a shoe shop, who I won't name, have my phone number to text me and tell me?
I got a text message from Victoria Plumbing.
Okay, it was Office. Well, if we just
We're
name
doing it.
yeah, if we're
I
naming
was
names.
like, but it came up from going Vicky Plum. His message was like, "Who's Vicky?
Who's Vicky?
I don't know who Vicky is.
Yeah.
I'm nervous.
Right. What did she say?
Check out my taps.
Right. We wanted to get away from all of that messaging, and so we wanted to do this today to actually provide 8 hours of hopefully somewhere useful tips, tricks, hacks to save us all time, money, and effort in the kitchen. Whether that's our planning, whether it's our shopping, whether it's our cooking, we want to make sure that we have every base covered because you don't need to spend money to save money. Now, at the same time of saying that, we do have a way for you to spend money to save money, but we do think it's a genuine way to save money, which is our Sidekick app. It's on 40% off throughout Black Friday, all the way up until Cyber Monday, and Barry just dropped one because of that. What was it, your phone? Fine, yeah. It's got 40% off. It's the best way that we know of how to help you plan, shop, and cook like a chef without the effort.
Yeah, go check it out now. There should be a link downstairs to it and on our website. If you haven't tried Psychic already, give it a go. You might be surprised at how much money and waste you can save every single week. So yeah.
The average two-person household wastes up to £30 per month of food that just goes in the bin.
Yep.
And I think
that's just the start. In terms of that's like
exactly.
the whole point of the product is about planning, shopping, and cooking.
And I think we're all very guilty of looking in the shops and going, right, this is how much I'm going to spend.
Yeah.
And you spend up to that amount.
Yeah.
And then the food goes into your fridge. And then you don't realise that food has started to go off until 2 weeks later when you realise it's gone off and you throw it away. And what you don't count is the amount of money that you're throwing in the bin.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you can save up to £30 per month just by reducing your food waste, then that's a really good thing. And if we can help you do that, even better.
We after doing sorting now for nearly 14 years, it's become one of the best ways of absorbing what goes on in a chef's mind. Their mind wanders and it terrifies us most times, but actually we've taken the best bits in a chef's mind and made it easy for you to access and hopefully improve your life.
Yeah, more than most, you've seen inside Ben's brain. So you know what's at stake there. Are you all right?
Well, there's 2 of them in there now, and they're ready.
Chefs. Are we back in? So this was our potato and leek soup, which used the hack of crisps. Somebody's already done the work, saves your fingers. Just before you blend it, so you have super freshness, you add in fresh herbs. So you can use whatever you want. Generally, it's whatever's kicking around. We are very fortunate here that we do a lot of dishes, so we always have a lot of different herbs. And it's worth saying, it's very quiet in the studio today. There's literally just the 6 of us here. Normally, the team is much bigger. And that team gets fed. So all of that lamb, one pot you've just seen, like all of the beef we're cooking here, it all gets saved every Tuesday. Wednesday, we're filming in the studio and we're feeding everyone. It does all get used. And those kind of dishes freeze down really well. At some point, I want to move on to saving, storing Tupperware freezer hacks because they are so useful, but I've saved them to the end of the show because they're definitely the most exciting. I'm going to blend up our soup. So really fierce blend, and it's just enough residual heat to cook those herbs to give you a lovely green colour. Excuse the noise a second, talk amongst yourselves for 10 seconds.
You could come back to here. You still might not be able to hear us, but at least you can watch something.
You can watch us dance.
Can you believe it's almost been an hour since the Ben Appreciation Minute?
You're kidding.
No, look, it's
we've got another 7, 8, 9,
another 11 minutes.
Okay.
How are we doing?
So good. Right, so look at this. This is the kind of consistency we want from a gorgeous soup. It's thick, it's beautifully fresh, you've got that vibrant green colour, in this case dill and parsley, but you've also got that sort of buttery leek and seasoned potato. It's an absolute hug and a mug, and it's these kind of things that keep really well. So make a batch like this. There's enough there easily for 3 big bowls, if not 4 bowls of soup, and suddenly you've got something you can either take cold and heat up for lunch, or if you're working from home, even easier, or you can actually take hot in a flask and you've got hot soup on the go. It is damn delicious, so simple and super affordable. Of course you can use regular potato in this recipe, but the chips or the crisps is a convenient hack that gets you there a bit quicker, although it might be a little bit more expensive. But the point is you have the flexibility. We put salted crisps in here. You could put any flavour you want, including, if you were so inclined, the bacon flavour we were talking about earlier. I would suggest it's a potato crisp, not a corn or extruded corn snack.
What are Pringles for?
Potato. So any of the Pringle flavours would work lovely here.
And they've got lots of MSG in them naturally. E621. That's why I can't put them down.
Lentil chips would also thicken, much like a dal. They would work nicely.
So,
Yummy, yum, yum.
want to add?
Well, I can't remember who's ticking them off and who did the crisp one.
Herbs has to go on.
No soup stuff. Add anything that's not been finished. So recap the soup hacks and there's.
So using crisps.
Yeah.
I would say the hack that was going to save you money, we started right at the beginning of the day with the 12 places that I walked past in order to get to the studio this morning from the station, each one of them trying to sell me breakfast. Lunches in cities, if you're working in offices or the workplace, if you're going out to buy lunch every day, it adds up so much. We are lucky we always have leftovers here. I can't remember the last time I went out and bought lunch. Even yesterday we were here and I was able to use stuff up for lunch. Soups like this, they're nutritious, make them at the start of the week, and save money every single day on your lunch. That's the hack I wanted to share.
Yes.
Fresh herbs going in at the end. Len?
Tip, is it a hack? Is it
It's a
money
hack.
saving?
It's a hack.
I like it.
It's a money saving because you get more flavour from less.
So we should clarify what that one was. It was, you're right, it's making the most of fresh herbs.
Yeah.
The stalks and the woody herbs cook and roast off early. Those leafy ones like dill and parsley and tarragon and chervil, if you can get hold of it, in at the last minute to get that vibrant green. So you're right, you're getting 2 for 1. You're getting change of colour, freshness, and nutrition in.
Lots of people asking for an update on which team members are here today because they want to see the wider team. They know how good a quality our content is, and they know that we have a fantastic team that helps create it. What they don't know is that today we are the team.
We're running this.
We are the team.
Show.
You have Michael. You have
Special
Spaff.
show.
You have Barry, who is. There's no point pointing that camera at us, is there?
Just
But,
to give you an idea, this is the top. That's it. This is everybody.
and then you have Kush, who's our head of food. He's there. You have Evers, who is head of Evers.
On my knees.
Okay, other way. I can't zoom any closer, but
Give us a wave, Emma. This is an Emma appreciation moment because she has been sat there for the whole day. I'm not even sure she got up to go for a wee. Have you seen her get up to go for a wee?
No, but I did see her swim to get up to. Oh,
Right.
sorry.
Emma's been sitting there all day, going through your comments, going through your WhatsApp voice notes, listening to your Janice auditions. If you haven't sent us one, the link is in the description box below. There is a chance that Janice's contract runs out at the end of this year, and we're going to have to find someone to replace her. So if you know who that could be, send us through a voice note of what they sound
like. And
Yeah.
make sure you name them, because a lot of them we've been sending without a name. So let us know.
Let us know. Where are we going next? Kush, it looks like you're in charge.
Oh, I'm ready.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So we saw the really wet kind of mess that came out of the bread machine earlier.
What are you making?
We're going to finish the focaccia. We're going to take this quite loose dough. I'm going to show you what it's turned into with 3-4 hours of proving. The yeast has naturally worked on it rather than us kneading it all the time. We're going to work it together, put it in this lovely oily dish, nice olive oil. Spend the money on the olive oil because everything else is quite cheap in here. We're going to let it prove for one last hour, and fingers crossed it'll be baked by 4, so we can all take it home for the weekend. Woo! So you should see this come out.
Oh, we're going to get some more ASMR, aren't we?
And it'll
Look at that, it relaxes.
It relaxes, but all you do is oiled hands, over, 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 then the whole thing over, and you get this tight ball. That, if I get it close enough to the microphone, really. And you can see these tiny little bubbles on it. That means that it's proved.
And in comparison to when we did this before and it was sticking to the table everywhere, that has now given itself the structure. Look at how wobbly it is. That is so different to the 5:3 ratio that we explained earlier, which is the simple idiot-proof version. This, it takes a little bit more getting used to. What you end up with the same ingredients and therefore the same cost, you end up with something that is comparable to a very expensive focaccia from a cafe.
And I'd like to say probably better because you've made it yourself. So we're going to cling film this. We're going to put it in the warming drawer. So the last prove should be warm. It's done all its work. You need to get it to rise. It'll spread out. Then we'll bake it in the oven at 3:10.
And this would traditionally, obviously it's an Italian bread, and you start the prove when it is cooler in the morning, and you have that last prove as the heat of the day starts to warm up, and then it's something you would serve more sort of lunchtime, evening, as opposed to the Italian breads you'd have in the morning.
But you can happily put that in the fridge overnight, take it out in the morning, let it come to room temperature, then bake it. That's what I do on weekends.
What temperature do you bake it at?
So 220 for 20, and then down to 180 for the rest, till it looks golden brown on the outside, depending on the hydration, depending on actual oven make. Could take total time of half an hour, 40 minutes.
Woo, Kush! Just to check, have we said anything about you leaving?
Me?
Yeah.
Why?
Because there's a lot of comments saying Mike's leaving and people are sad.
I don't know where that's come from.
Do you mean leaving today, or just?
I mean,
no, like leaving.
I won't take job offers off the table. Put it that way.
Let's see how the live show goes when we make it to Christmas.
Oh gosh, I've forgotten that we've got to do that.
We're doing a live show.
We're doing a live show.
We've been plugging it a lot, but you should definitely come and support us, please. Even if that is online, we kind of really need you. Wherever you live in the world, please join us and also stitch us up, because we know that that's what you really want to see. It's in front of a live actual theatre audience in London, in a London theatre.
And it's going to be streamed online around the world. We've been working with an incredibly professional company to help us put this together.
In all fairness, when we first signed up to it, we were like, that sounds fun and a challenge. And then we got into it and we thought, oh my goodness, this is huge. This is going to be too big. And now we started planning it and we started scripting things with the professionals, and the professionals have shown us the setup and like the streaming and where it's going to live and what it's going to look like. It's going to be amazing.
Yesterday was like the first proper read.
It's actually going to be, because we've been micromanaged so well, it's going to be amazing. We just need to learn our bits now. It's going to be great.
So the first half of the show is going to be full of games, and they're kind of like
the mini sorted formats.
The sorts of videos that we have on the channel and the games that we play on the channel. We're just going to bring those to life, and therefore each show can be different from the one before it, because there'll be different questions.
We mix them up.
There'll be different things going on, and all of that is going to lead us up to a Pass It On Live that will happen in the second half, and that Pass It On Live will be decided, and lots of things in that Pass It On Live will be decided by how we perform in the first half. Which is going to make it really interesting, and then basically it just makes the whole thing completely unpredictable. It's going to be chaotic, but for you at home or in the theatre, it's going to be a lot of fun.
It could be a complete shambles in terms of performance, but it will look and feel like such top quality.
Yes.
So that all the team can walk away going, yeah, but look how good it looks.
It's only us that can screw this up. I've seen where the confusion is now.
Oh, Ebbers, no.
That's horrendous. That's horrendous.
Everton's lost it.
He's given up. He could do a whisk, a brush, but no, he's got his little pinkies out.
So, I mean, we've all got these, and arguably you've got more control over them generally than a utensil. The thing is, when it comes to tongs, you can't pick up hot things with your fingers, so a tongs is a good idea. A pastry brush, a tongs is a good idea. So
it's been a long day.
I do think, though, that sometimes getting to the effort of getting a pastry brush out, just to brush what is 6 individual cheese straws, is a waste of your time to wash up, because a hand is much easier to wash up than a pastry brush. And thank you for the comment.
That's a hack.
Yeah.
No, it's not. That's not a hack.
Well, no, I would say the hack. I mean, it's not a hack. It's just it's
It's not. We're not using a hack.
It's not a hack.
But
it's a tip.
these are a decent hack. I think we had some leftover of this pastry from earlier, and there were loads of comments saying you've got to make some cheese straws or some twists, or use some of the seed on top. There's 1,000 things you can do with these, and you use it. You do them quite a lot, don't you, Jay? On pass it on. It's always like, oh, I've got some leftover pastry. Make some cheese straws.
Make some cheese straws. Make some sausage rolls.
Make a pizza.
Make a pizza.
Make garlic bread. Yeah, we've seen it all before.
But you're so right, and we actually did this quite a lot in Sidekick as well, because we like using the ready-to-roll puff pastry or short crust pastry, but an entire roll for 2 people is too much. Really is a bit too much. So what we try and do is use maybe 2/3 of it in one dish, and then 1/3 of it in another dish, and that other dish is kind of almost a bit secondary. So what I thought, given it was your suggestion, this was the strip that you didn't use in the sausage roll. It was also the cheese that we put in our porridge pancakes earlier, so we're still coming back to that. And we did also mention a while ago cacio e pepe. So basically, freshly ground black pepper with our cheese over our puff pastry, which were egged. Then what you end up with is something that hopefully will crisp up nicely in our oven.
I'm very impressed, Ben, but at the same time, not the most efficient way of getting through more hacks. You've just used all the old hacks on this one new thing.
I'm proving that they're relevant.
I can only put one on here, though. I'm sorry.
Barry, just to interrupt you there. What we've been doing at 46 minutes past the hour, every hour since we started this live stream, is an Ebbers appreciation moment. So, Ebbers.
Everyone stand up. Crotches.
I do like the fact that this falls 46 minutes past the hour.
46.
I really hope it's not just today, it's going to carry on. But I would also like to throw the appreciation back to everyone in the team who make all of this stuff possible and actually free us up to come and do this for 8 hours. Because while we are busy doing this for 8 hours, the rest of the team carry on. There is another epic video coming to you at 4 o'clock this afternoon. From our trip to America. There is another epic video coming to you on Sunday at 4 o'clock. And they just keep coming because we have an amazing team that enable us to do this fun, silly stuff whilst that carries on. So the appreciation goes 2 ways.
No. And again, towards you guys for taking the time to watch this monstrosity. Thank you so much.
4,361 people on.
It's amazing, and consistently since 8 a.m. this morning, it's just bonkers.
It went up.
The number of people watching it jumped up during the Ebbers appreciation moment. So I don't know what it was that they were watching on screen that they were that impressed by that they went, I've got to click on that. But it just jumped up.
It's like the retention curve spiked.
It's like a bell.
It grew. Yeah, it was a bell curve. It was
excellent. Cacio pepe cheese straws going into an oven. Hopefully they'll be nice and crispy. These are wonderful things to serve with your soup of choice. They are great dunkers for potato and leek soup or whatever flavour. Which I think turns it, people often say, is soup enough to be a meal? I mean, nutritionally it is, and at the end of it you feel very full.
Yeah.
But I think we just have this concept that a single bowl of something isn't enough. Unless, of course, it's filled with pasta or rice or whatever. But it's full of potato, a couple of cheese straws on the end, suddenly we're on board.
Having a bowl of soup is just an excuse for me to get some plain white bread and butter it heavily. Wait a minute.
A little swapsy for this.
There's action happening over in the corner over there. I'm nervous for what they've got planned.
Mike, I'm about to make a little bit of noise here. Could you cover it with music?
Sure.
Oh, hey.
This wasn't planned.
Barry and Ben are the best of friends. They live together in a country cottage. They have
fast together because they love to save water and money at the moment.
And money.
Scrub my back, Ben.
Comment of the week.
How old is that song?
Well, we actually decided to update it.
Yeah, older than Tyrone or the same age as Tyrone? I can't remember. It's similar era.
So we're going to upgrade this to comment of the 14th minute. So every 14 minutes, we're going to bring you our favourite comment of the previous 14 minutes.
Lovely. Also, just noticed a couple of people who are just waking up, noticing that we're live, have thought, wow, Sorted never do a live stream before. I'm going to click on this. Crotch. First thing they saw was crotch and clapping.
And like, I was expecting to see a room full of D's, and now I'm getting them. Right.
I'm glad that we're living up to expectations, though.
Jamie, what's your comment of the 14 minutes? Pick one.
Comment of the 14 minutes is going to have to be...
Barry and Ben are the best of friends. I'm covering for you.
People are interpreting Janice leaving as Mike leaving.
Why would you... Why?
Two very different people.
There is no connection there whatsoever. Back to the studio.
Back to you in the studio.
Ebbers, you've got your favourite toy out.
So, yeah, I love a bit of plastic, especially when it comes in Tupperware form. You can also get, obviously, lots of different forms of Tupperware. I like these ones because they are, they're takeaway containers, but you can buy them in pretty good bulk, and they are the perfect one portion size, and they stack really nicely in fridges and freezers. Why? Tupperware's boring, I know, but this is where professional kitchens and home kitchens change.
Okay.
So in professional kitchens, it is always about first in, first out.
Mm-hmm.
So FIFO. Use those ingredients that first came in first. Don't have a fridge full of stuff and you've got some dodgy thing that's going a bit soggy or rubber. FIFO.
First in, first out.
First in, first out.
I've never heard that before.
I thought everyone was really angry at FIFO.
Yeah.
FIFO's the way forward because you can be very tempted by the shiny new thing, the magpie in your fridge. Basically, the veg that's been in there longest, the meat that's been in there longest, the cheese that needs using up, that should be your focus. Find a dish to use that. Don't cook by mood because you've just bought a really lovely fresh X and you want to use that first. First in, first out.
Was that Jack and Giant Beanstalks?
Fee-fi faux fum?
Yeah, FIFO. Yeah.
Very similar, I'm sure.
Get out, Jack.
So I think that's number one. First in, first out. And I think that is a really good hack because if everyone opens their fridge and thinks, what was the first thing I put in here? Because I should be using that first. That doesn't apply to oils, vinegars, pickles, chutneys, preserves, etc., etc. But generally speaking, fresh food, first in, first out.
And you generally, when you're at home, you don't do that. My habits are to, what am I looking at, what am I cooking today? You look in the fridge and then you're kind of looking at sell-by dates going, oh no, it's got a day left. You're not planning the entire week, you're just kind of guessing, taking each day as it comes, which is not good.
I would say another hack, which is worth putting on the board. We're going to go through about 5 now, and they're all really spoken word rather than visual.
Yeah, cool.
So I can distract you by making a mess.
Nice.
But one of those is the sniff test. I would say, and some supermarkets are doing this now. They're actually taking off best before or used by dates off of fresh products. And the reason being, just because it has a use by date on it, it doesn't mean it is past being used or it's past its best.
Yeah.
It means you can have a look at it.
Yeah.
Have a smell of it. I mean, look at it first. Does it look off?
Yeah.
Have a smell of it. Have a feel of it. Some things like meats and proteins, they will change in texture. A 28-day aged bit of beef is going to be different in texture than something that's literally just been hacked off a carcass.
Yeah.
So use your senses. Have a sniff, have a look, have a poke around, and actually then make a decision on whether it's good to eat. Honestly, your body is primed that if that is off and funky, your body will say, no, I don't want to eat that.
I'd even say the same. It's not just for fresh food. That's like for a lot of store, like tinned food as well.
Yeah.
Where you look at things and you go, oh, that went off a month ago. You're like, no, it's been in there for years. It's another month is absolutely fine. But
Chances are it is. Use your senses.
Yeah.
And there'll be certain examples. Milk is a great one. We go through quite a lot of milk in the studio. Sometimes over a weekend we come back in and it says this milk should have been used by yesterday. Well, have a look at it.
Yeah.
It looks fine. It hasn't gone lumpy and curdled. Have a pour, have a sniff, have a taste of a little bit before you put it in something and ruin everything. Check first. So the hack, I would say, is don't live by use by and best before dates.
Yeah.
Use your common sense and your senses to override them if you think it's still good.
Yeah. No,
There are some things like high-risk shellfish that you might want to be more careful about, but ultimately, if you smell it and it smells bad, don't use it.
And even when it comes down to things like fruits, where they're maybe a bit brown and a bit bruised, it's not necessarily means it's inedible. It means it's not the best thing to be eating straight off, but you cook it down, you chop it up, you put it in something else. You just freeze it for another time as well. You can still save it for later on.
Yep.
It's just, I grew up in a family where as soon as anything went a little bit brown, it gets thrown out. And it's like, that's not the way it should be. Like Ben said, common sense.
And I think that's where our third hack, so that was, did you put that one out?
Yeah, not yet. No one
And I think our third one is Tupperware, which very quickly is, if you think something is on the edge of going out, or you've just made 4 portions of soup, and you know I'm going to have one today now because it's lovely. I'm working from home tomorrow, so I have one for lunch, but I'm going away for the weekend. The other 2, don't leave them in the fridge all weekend, because when you come back to it on Monday, not as good. You might decide it's time to throw it out. It's probably still okay, but you might decide to throw it out. Instead, plan ahead. So those last 2 portions you think you're not going to get round to, portion up, and especially wet things freeze really well. The lamb we've cooked, that will freeze wonderfully in individual portions. The beef we're about to open up will freeze wonderfully in individual portions. Soups, stews, chili con carnes, curries, lentil, dals, wet things freeze really well so that you don't end up waiting for it to go off to realise you haven't used it. Plan ahead to save ahead. The same way you did with bread hours ago.
Definitely. It's the only thing I've learned here at Sorted is that chefs are very, very precious about their own stuff. And the one thing they're most precious about is their own Tupperware. Here, that fridge over there is full of delicious meals that we make from the show and for staff lunches that people take home. But it comes with some strict rules. Make sure you bring that Tupperware back. Otherwise, these chefs get terribly grumpy.
Not just bring it back, but also don't put it in the dishwasher, is what I've been told as well.
It warps the lids.
Yeah.
Some of them are dishwasher safe, but you're absolutely right. Otherwise, what they do is they kind of warp and lose their shape. And the reason it's important to bring them back is to reuse them. Single-use plastic is not great, but those things, wash them up, go again, time and time again, and they are saving more food than they are wasting plastic.
Nice. Oh my! The smell from that.
So a recap, because not everyone's been with us since the start. What is it?
A long time ago. That has every ingredient under the sun in it. Is this the one with the prunes in it?
No, that was the.
I know. What's that then?
That's that beef.
No.
This is the beef brisket.
Barry, show us.
This is insane.
To be fair, this is what happens. I think you want the camera.
There's no reason for having Barry in the kitchen anymore, is there? He's not been paying attention. Barry, how many shorts have you filmed today? When did that stop? Did that stop after the first half hour? Did it?
What happened? We agreed that we're going to chop and change in and out, but when I sat over there, no one was filming here, so it kind of broke that flow.
Where's the phone?
The phone's in my pocket.
Right. So how are we supposed to?
Right. So look, remember we did 2 things. We had a big chunk and we had lots of little chunks, and I want to show you the difference between the 2. So we did one big one and we did these small ones. Now, this is a bit like a fork job again, or 2 spoons, Mike. This is probably your kind of look at that.
Oh my!
It literally just falls apart. That's the beauty of a pressure cooker. It was on there for 45 minutes. We left it maybe 15 minutes longer because we were busy, and that's the beauty of it. You can't really overcook it.
It looks.
It's got that kick of like Szechuan and numbness, but that is going to be delicious.
How much heat can that take in?
That's so good. I would say this piece.
You're right.
It's warming though. This piece you can let cool down, and then it slices really nicely. Or you risk slicing it live and hot, but it should be okay. You should actually get slices of brisket.
Oh, well played.
Amazing. Also, just to point out, Lenka said that they went to work when we put this in the pressure cooker. They've come back and now it's ready.
I love that.
So there we go. Now, somebody said, I think it was a Janice impersonation, said let's do a noodle dish. So
pot noodle.
Pot noodle, because she's going straight in with the chopsticks. Good lad.
Oh my, that's hot by the way.
Chef mouth.
Chef boosh. Just strain that beautifully fatty liquid.
We're going to use that to cook the noodles.
Oh, yeah.
We keep most of the bits back.
Yes.
I think on the back, Baz, there's some whole wheat rice noodles.
Yeah. It is a pot.
It is a pot, and we're going to put noodles in it. All of this. Now, you're not necessarily going to want to eat. In fact, maybe have you got actually another sieve? Sorry, I'm going through a lot of washing up. I've used those two. Sorry. You're not going to want to eat these slithers of ginger. They've done their job. You're not going to want to eat the dried chilies or the dried spices. They've done their job. You might want to use some of them as a garnish and have them bobbling in the pot, but you don't really want to eat them.
Straight in or boiling?
They can go straight in. Just going to hydrate. Two of those, lovely.
I'm here to say one thing. Bong. Bong.
Maybe we should carry on going.
Bong. That means it's 3 o'clock. We have been live for 7 hours. There is 1 hour to go on our Hack Friday live stream. Get all of your hacks in. Hashtag Hack Friday. Comment them here. Send us WhatsApp voice notes. Let us know what we should be doing in the last hour. There is so much already going on. What else can we squeeze in?
What are we going to put in or with our focaccia? Because it's going to come out. It's going to be probably too hot, actually, to take that back. We're going to finish just in time. It's because she's going to grab it from the...
It's 3 o'clock. We're okay. It goes in like 5 minutes, doesn't it?
People are reminding us. They're going, no, focaccia goes in 10 minutes, apparently, according to the comments. Yep.
What's our running total?
Of hacks.
Of hacks.
We're on.
What do we want to get to
Okay.
by 4? What do we
So
think is
we're on
achievable?
54.
Oh.
And does that include some of the ones from here? These ones? Or
This is another slow cook option, but what we're going to do now
have from those ones, yeah.
is talk about the power of the pot noodle. Is that a hack? I don't know.
I would say if we're at 54, we've got an hour left to go. Is 60 a good aim?
Yeah, I thought so.
We're doing a lot of
Yeah.
repeats. So 6 new ones is going to be a push. Let's do it.
6 new ones.
Yeah, okay.
Come on, the final hour.
Let's do it. I'm excited for this one.
Do it as a poll.
Okay. Do the poll.
Can we get 6?
Oh, Kush!
Put an end on that.
Is that an ending one? Oh, because you want a drink, don't you? That's what it was.
Right, I'm picking out the meat because we're going to pull that all apart in our broth.
Sorry, everyone.
Our noodles are looking grand, not far off. They just really more need hydrating than need fully cooking. They're a rice noodle, and we've chosen a whole wheat noodle. We've chosen a whole wheat noodle so that it doesn't completely dissolve. Distraction techers. We've also got our cheese straws, ketchup, pepe. We are flying all over the place now, but these are all so important. I'm just going to break up our beef in our broth.
I mean, look at those. Perfect.
How much would you pay for that? If you went to a little deli,
Yeah.
you'd be paying 50p for each of those.
Yeah, easily.
They were
Easily.
literally leftovers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Oh, they're warm. Oh, so good.
Oh, very simple.
Oh. No, it's okay.
Nibble from that end.
You want to? Jeremy?
Yes.
Well done. They are 90% cheese.
Oh,
We made these technically with our leftovers.
we did make these. That is very true.
Okay, so plate this up.
What?
We have got our pot noodle.
Sorry, on a bowl, on a bed of spring onions.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
It all came from pots.
Oh, because the sauce was
The
taking edge
residual
off them.
heat will cook it, but you don't want to take the crunch and the freshness out of it. That's kind of why it's there. And then we'll mop up around the sides in a minute. Some of our spicy beef. And I think it would be lovely to finish it with a little crunch of some sesame seeds, a little oil. Excuse fingers. Little mop.
We do our hack of the hour then. Yeah? We've had a bong, but we haven't had our top hacks of the hour.
Sorry, Barry. I forgot how strict you are on keeping to things that we said that we would do. You are very true. We said that our bong is usually accompanied by top tips of the top of the hour. Take it away.
You know what? My favourite one recently has been that lamb breast. As a cut of meat, since you started pulling that apart and seeing how spoonable that was.
It's a hack.
That spoon was the biggest hack. But that cut of meat cooked in that way is an eye opener for me, because I never knew that cut of meat existed.
And per kilo, it is cheap. Yeah. A cheap way of buying lamb, which is a relatively expensive meat. But if you want the lamb, that's a great way to have great lamb and save money.
Yeah, no, brilliant. Right, we've got to try this.
Getting that steaming bowl of Szechuan beefy deliciousness. Remember, it was a huge chunk of brisket. Again, a cheap cut of beef. But ultimately, once you cook it down, the flavour is throughout. You actually don't need too much actual meat. Make sure you get plenty of those spring onions. It's going to be a sloppy one.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hello.
who could that be?
Who could that be?
Ray Taylor.
We're in. Oh! No one else can see you, so no one else knows it's you. Let me find a way to hide your phone number. Hey! Hey! I'm gonna put my hand over there. There we go. It's gone. No, it's not. It's there. Oh no!
Screen grab it!
Ah!
They're gonna screen grab it.
Hello, lovely. How you doing? Yeah, really good. There's got to be a better way of doing this, but I'm not sure what it is.
Should I try WhatsApp it? Yeah.
No, you're gone. I just won't touch the screen.
Okay, fine.
How you doing?
I'm good. What are you doing? What is going on?
We're doing an 8-hour. You're live on YouTube. Oh, by the way, hi. You're live on YouTube. No, you're all good. We're doing a live 8-hour live stream called Hack Friday, where basically we've been trying to distract people from everything to do with Black Friday and buying things that they may not need, and actually finding useful ways that we can give tips and tricks and hacks to make their lives better in the kitchen.
Wow, that sounds right up my alley. I love a good hack in the kitchen.
I thought you would. How many hacks are we up to, boys?
54.
54. Poppy, do you know any cheap, affordable ingredients that you really love?
Oh, yes.
Please.
Potatoes.
I love that she's never more than an arm's length away from chopped potato.
Yeah, just purely spuds. Sorry. Hello. I'm currently just chopping potatoes. What are you guys eating? Was there spaghetti there at some point?
No, that is a pot noodle.
We just made a pot noodle. It took 4 hours.
I think that's worth it, you know. It's quicker than it's definitely quicker than putting in the microwave.
So what we would love to know, Pops, is do you have a food hack that everyone should be using? It's okay if you don't. Honestly, it's fine.
This completely. No, I think food hack would be. Okay, this is like a really simple one. I know some people probably do this anyway, and it seems really silly. Let me just show you. Hang on.
We're getting a live demo from Poppy as well.
I know.
Yeah. So, ignore the labelling, but for instance, I've got some old chili paste. I've only got a tiny little bit left in there.
Yep.
Right. So, if you want to use, because I hate it, that you have to throw, like, why does it have to go in the bin? It doesn't. So, a little bit of hot water in there, and then you basically utilise every single part of a jar. Great. That's also a good little tip. That was the tip. I don't know why I'm going to say there's more. But that's one of my favourite things to do because it really upsets me when people just throw this bit out. It's like, you could use that.
It's really easy to do that as well. Like, that is
really easy.
the type of achievable hack that I need. When you've got a little bit of stuff left in a jar, fill it with warm water, give it a shake, empty the whole thing and use that. Done.
Yeah,
Love that.
Is there any other hacks I can think of? Keep it, I mean, this kind of usual, keeping like herbs for longer by wrapping them in like damp cloth.
Yes.
Helps when you put them in the fridge. That's like a easy hack just to get rid of waste rather than anything. Also, making sure that you use up the stalks from herbs as well. Put them into, like, even if you're making a soup, put the stalk in, just take it out, but it infuses a bit of flavour. I'm doing like
these are great.
Like no waste hacks. What else is
We're on
there that I
56.
can think of? I would say, when you
you do like a ham, I don't know if people do this often, but I'm looking because I've got a ham to make, so I'm going to a Friendsgiving tonight, which I haven't done anything for yet. But you're going to cook it in some water first with like onions and carrot or whatever it is. That is a really good base stock. So even if you do like chicken or poaching anything in water, just keep that because that's a stock basically.
Nice.
And then you can use that to cook beans in or to cook pasta in because you get this extra flavour from it. I mean,
This is amazing.
That's incredible. You've done more in 3 minutes than Ebbers has done in 7 hours. Honestly.
To be fair,
I'm joking.
You genuinely have done more than Jamie and I did in an hour. We made a sausage roll.
Yeah.
And we grilled the first 10 minutes of it by accident. So, thank you. You've been more valuable per second.
What did you put in your sausage roll, right?
Oh, so we did Korean flavours. So sausage meat, nice and cheap. But then we had stuff like kimchi. We had dashi. We had what else did we have?
Garlic, gochugaru.
Yeah, gochugaru.
Yeah.
That
Chili.
sounds good.
It was really good.
So our hack was, because we needed to squeeze the kimchi to get the water out so that when we blended it up it didn't become too watery, we added a load of mayonnaise to that leftover squeezed out water and some dashi powder and made an amazing mayo dip to dip our sausage roll in.
That sounds really good. That sounds like a great little hack. I never thought about using kimchi water for anything.
It's good.
I didn't even know it was a thing.
No, it's really good. So you're in a chef's jacket. What are you doing today?
What am I doing today?
Yeah.
Oh, let me show you. Hang on. Everybody, whoever, just ignore my kitchen. It is such an absolute mess because I've got just stuff everywhere. Because reduced cream. I'm making some stuff for Friendsgiving and also videoed it. There's like a rolled turkey at the minute
wow.
in here. Oh, it's a bit steamy, isn't it? It's got a bit steamy. Oh, this is romantic.
Soft focus.
Big old turkey breast in there. This is just my washing up that I need to do. I've got a crown that I need to cook. I've got a ham. I've got potatoes on the go. It's just a lot.
What time is the Friendsgiving?
At 6.
We shall let you get on.
I only got one oven. I can't really do that much.
No.
Fine.
It'll be fine.
Oh, Poppy, thank you so much. This has been
to see
great.
you, mate.
Thank you for having me and enjoyed it. How many more hours have you got left?
We have 48 minutes to go.
Oh, nice. Okay,
Yes.
Wonderful.
And
48
then
minutes.
Enjoy yourself.
Thank you. And thanks for getting our hack tally up.
Well, if I think of anything more, I'll just message you.
Yeah.
Do it.
Use them.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Lovely. Cheers. We'll see you
Bye.
later. Goodbye.
See ya.
Cheers, Poppy.
Right, we need to add some stuff.
That was that was ridiculous. Right, so how many hacks have we got?
So, mention a couple of ones that we. I'm going to come back to it. Mention a couple of ones that we've already done, but the main one was jars. If you have anything left over them, don't throw them away if you can't get a spoon around it. Fill it with hot water, shake it up, chuck that into what you're using. Bosh. She also said something similar about any sort of water or liquid that you're using to poach, boil, do anything to meat in. Keep it for stock. Like use it, throw things in it. Do not throw that away. It's taken on all that amazing flavour. It's wasted if you don't. So I think we got 2 bangers there.
Okay.
2 bangers. Add 2 bangers.
Oh no, pen's gone.
2 absolute bangers. We've also got some refreshment in.
Yes.
I felt like it was about time. And then we have 45 minutes to squeeze in a few more.
We need 4 more. We need 4 more.
It's been 14 minutes. Have a drink break.
I'll pass those to the boys. Chef.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One to Emma, one for yourself. Which
It's been 14. What's the comment? Mary and Ben are the best of friends. They live together in their country cottage. They have bars together 'cause they love to save water. Scrub my back, Ben. Comment of the week.
I have to say, you guys, you should never do anything pre-scripted again. Just do this all the time. This is amazing.
Wow, that is genuinely lovely.
We could become streamers.
You would hate us if we did this
could
permanently.
become streamers.
Back
Think
to the
about that.
studio.
Boys, it's quarter past.
Oh.
We're 5 minutes late.
I'll take my
You're-
time.
you're
We were
5 minutes
trying,
late.
but they were doing a sing-song, and that's far more
I'll
important.
take my time. I don't know if the camera can see this. Mike, can the camera see this going in the oven?
Not really.
Nah, they'll guess.
We'll trust you.
Yeah?
It's going in the oven.
It's going in a very hot oven. I'm going to pour in quite a lot of water into the bottom.
That was the tip.
Hack. If you don't have a steam oven, who does?
Taking it.
Hot water, tray on the bottom of the oven preheated, and listen to this.
Hack your way to expensive ovens with Cush's jug of water.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes. We're not liable if you do break your oven, and don't do it in a gas oven. But I've never broken an oven.
Oh, okay. Blimey.
Blimey.
Just to got another hack to add to the list.
I've got a hack which I've just remembered, which has like essentially saved my life. So a lot of people like making samosas, but the faff can come with making the pastry for the samosas. And then what I realized is that you can essentially cut a tortilla in half, roll it into a cone, put the filling in the cone, and then use flour and water to seal it, and then fry it in oil. And it's just as crunchy and delicious. I mean, this hack has definitely saved me a lot of time, and I thought it might be useful to others.
We have ourselves a hack.
Yes.
That's a banger.
That's a banger.
Tortilla samosas, roll it into a cone, stuff it full, seal it with water and flour. That's top quality, because I will be doing that.
How long ago was it? Quite a while, Jamie. You did similar with sliced bread. So I think sliced bread, in the same way, that excellent suggestion of tortillas, which are already nice and flat for you. But if you've got leftover bread, say you buy a loaf of sliced bread, if you've got some slices, you can roll them out nice and thin, get rid of the crust, and you can make bread parcels that fry or toast or bake really nicely. And in those parcels, you can put anything. A little bit of cheese is always good because you get that kind of unctuous
You can also
melt.
cut out really nice juicy Lucy's, can't you?
Yeah, if you get a throwback to the worst time of all time, that is also an option. Thank you, Kush.
I'm sorry, if I hadn't done Juicy Lucy's, would we be doing a live stage show?
Oh, so it's your friggin' fault.
Well, there we go.
So look, here's the other thing that you can do with bread that I do a lot,
Stale
and
bread.
I constantly have a Tupperware in my cupboard full of this stuff, and it is a really heavily seasoned and delicious bread crumb that is crispy. Use up stale bread, a clove of garlic, any herbs you've got kicking around. They could be dried, that's absolutely fine. We've got some herbs kicking around. Generous on salt and pepper. And then generous on oil, and you basically blend it until you get quite a slurry of mixture. It's quite a wet mixture.
I do something similar, probably a little bit less oil, bake it, and then sprinkle it over your pasta.
That's what this is. That's exactly what this
Exact
is.
same
Yeah,
thing.
exactly the same
Just
thing.
so different.
The
Cool.
reason the oil is good is you get a crisper rather than a toast.
Gotcha,
Because if
okay.
you don't have the oil, then you don't have the fry and the sizzle you want to hear. You're basically making toast, and toast will go stale.
Okay.
Whereas with
Okay.
this, you're frying it, and then it stays crispy.
And then you can freeze that as well. Or not?
No, it keeps at room temperature for a good week or two.
Yeah, lovely.
And herbs of your choice. We've talked a lot about herbs today. For me, we started the day talking a little bit about what you can grow in an allotment. For me, herbs are still the best thing to give you freshness and variety across a week, even with the same kind of herbs.
You can completely change your meal by the choice of herbs in it. And in the winter especially, I'm really bad at keeping herbs. I get lazy, and therefore my food all starts tasting the same. And that's where I need to get better at keeping herbs at home and looking after them better, as you said, pruning them in the right way.
And I would say picking the herbs carefully during the winter months. Go for thyme and rosemary. Sage is a great choice.
Yeah.
Things that are more hardy, as opposed to the coriander, the dill, the chives, the mint that you might want during the summer.
Yeah.
We kind of do cook by season as well. Then in a pan, and you should be able to hear that. So it is the sizzle that we want, because that's what's going to, over time, with lots of tossing, eventually end up with something quite crispy.
Yeah.
Once it's finished, zest a lemon into it.
Yep.
So it's super fresh.
That's the other thing. a zest of lemon is now my best friend. It goes with everything. Everything that I use tomatoes. I find myself zesting lemon over the top.
Tomato and lemon.
I know.
Interesting.
I know. It threw me. It's ever since the gnocchi patatas bravas.
Yep.
One. Suddenly it's a zested lemon on top, and even freezing your zested lemon.
So 100%, and I would say either zest it or peel it.
Oh, okay.
For different uses. If you find you have too many lemons, you're not going to get through.
Yeah.
Especially if you buy like a netted bag of 4
Yes.
lemons,
Yep.
limes.
Yep.
Or again, going back to if you're shopping at an open food market, they tend to sell like a bowl of things. You know, that's too many. Don't let them dry out in the fridge. Do exactly what you just said. Zest it and keep it in Tupperware.
Yep.
It's great. You can put it in like ice cube trays so that you can literally pop out an ice cube of lemon zest. And to do that, a little bit of water, lemon zest, and it freezes a solid block. And then when you defrost it, obviously the water goes into whatever you're cooking, and you get the freshness of that oil. Or literally peel it, and that peel freezes really nicely.
And then when you add that into a meal, obviously you can't zest it once it's been peeled.
So different applications. Yeah, you're right. So
drinks
at that point, it will either garnish drinks and shakes, like cocktail shakes, or put it in things like the casserole. So those lemon peel, beautiful in that lamb dish along with the prunes. So you can actually cook with it and get that fresh fragrance. It sounds really obvious, and I don't know whether it's considered a hack, but always, always, always peel and zest before you juice, even if you have no plan for it in the immediacy, because this will do 2 wonderful things for you. Lemon juice, full of citric acid and the lemon flavour, and then the oils from the outside. If this recipe I'm doing only needs lemon juice, and I cut into it to squeeze, the outside's been wasted. If you only need lemon juice now, that's when you peel or zest for later, and you can freeze it. So I think it is a hack, because you should always get 2 out of it, so 2 uses. It won't always be straight away.
Got it. I need another hack, completely selfishly. I need better fruit bowl management. You know what I mean?
I've heard about your salad bowl impressions.
Fruit bowl.
Oh, sorry.
But there's I always find we buy a lot of fruits: oranges, lemons, limes, bananas, pears, pineapples. But it's the stuff at the bottom of my bowl that will start getting the green coat. I even throw my garlic in there sometimes. I throw a bunch of things. I know anything that's out and doesn't need to go in the fridge goes in my fruit bowl sometimes. Manage my bowl.
So 2 things. 2 suggestions for you, but I think it will count as 1 hack.
Yeah.
1 is a bit of a throwback to FIFO, first in, first out. And don't go and buy more and add them on top.
Yeah.
Every time you buy fresh fruit, empty out, and this is the same for your fresh vegetables at home and your salad crisper, take out what is in the fridge, put the fresh stuff in, and then pile back on top. Because we are all lazy, and in a hurry, you'll just grab what's on top. And the stuff in the bottom gets mushier and mushier, and eventually it's just sitting in its own puddle of rot. Not good. The same with the fruit bowl. So if you bought fresh fruit, take everything out, put the fresh stuff in, and put the old stuff on top. That way you're more likely to follow the rule we've already put down, FIFO. But what I'm saying is
FIFO.
Fridge and bowl management, empty, fill from the bottom, and start again. So
really useful, but I think it's already there with FIFO.
Okay, so that is the tactics to getting to FIFO.
Yeah. No, I'm not
Okay,
giving you another
okay,
one.
fine.
I think it's the same thing. I think it's really useful. But
Okay.
it's an application.
So how else can we manage your bowls?
That's good. That's good. I think that is it. That is the tip.
But it's just okay, fine.
We're not going to get another hack for it, I don't think.
Well, my other suggestion, and I still don't think it's hack, and I still think it's important to say, is fruit. Like a lot of things last longer in the fridge. I also prefer to eat an apple out of the fridge personally.
Do you?
I love a cold, crisp apple, but if they're in the fridge, I tend to forget they're there and never get around to eating them. Whereas if they're in the bowl, you walk past and you go, I'll have one of those. So I like to put out my fruit bowl. My fruit bowls are smaller because if it's a big bowl, I don't get through it all before it's gone a bit less good. So it's a smaller bowl, and I keep chopping it up from the fridge so that it's you get through it quicker.
Did you mention bananas? Keeping bananas away from the other fruit, people have been suggesting, because it will cause them to ripen more so.
But then I always find I always buy underripe bananas and then put them on top of everything else.
So you kind of want that to happen.
Yeah.
There is some debate as to whether this does fall into the common sense or hack role. But if we do want a hack, a super happy hack, Barry, have a look at the WhatsApp chat quickly.
Oh no.
In terms of bananas, while we're there though, brown paper bags. I don't know if it's an old wives' tale, but supposedly they will ripen quicker in a brown paper bag if you want them to ripen quicker. And going back to something Barry said earlier, which is if it has gone past its best and you don't personally like a banana when it's a bit more mushy or a darker black or black spots, that is the time to put it into other things. We always talk about banana bread. I don't know how often people are baking banana bread. It's delicious. You should. But just put it into shakes or mash it up and put it in the freezer in little pellets, like Tupperware, and I put it through porridge. So if I get to the point where I bought a hand of bananas, my plans have changed during the week and I never quite get to have one for breakfast every morning, which is my normal plan, then I mash them, freeze them, and I will put that into porridge. So I have banana porridge.
Even just freezing them so that they're a better texture and eating them cold is much more pleasant, I find, when bananas have gone too far.
Oh, as in like almost, it feels almost like banana ice
Yeah, you leave. Yeah, it's still they don't freeze rock solid.
Yeah.
They freeze still with a bit of a bite, and if you just take them out and leave them for 10 minutes, it's just like a banana ice cream. Yeah. Is that? Do I get a hack?
I like the combination of the two, which is.
No, we're clutching at bananas.
You don't get.
No, Baz, you're not giving me a hack for that, are you?
Do you want it? Do we?
I think it's.
You don't get a hack, but you get one of these.
Oh.
You can't stop them. Right, couple of hacks here. See if we can use these to top our tally up. Oh no, move.
A tip that I always use when I'm cooking with things like curries, chilies, soups, broths, casseroles to thicken is using gravy granules or instant mash powder. It works really, really well and it gives it a little bit more flavour as well. Have a good one.
Oh, what? And a voice for a radio.
Sounds great.
Beautiful.
He is 100% right. That's exactly what we've been doing all day today. And I guess this is the nature of an 8-hour broadcast. No one's seen it all. We did a lovely lamb dish that used that. We've also thickened...
number 6, wasn't it? I think?
It was quite early on. But we have absolutely used gravy granules for that umami salty kick, but also as a thickening agent. It is genius. I ignored gravy granules for too long in my life.
Wow. Right.
This lovely breadcrumb mix is now lovely. So the lemon zest is going in.
Beautiful.
And you can put it, just as you said, Baz, on top of pasta dishes, risottos, soups. You know, our leek and potato soup earlier with a bit of this. You are onto a winner.
Right. A few more hacks here.
2 super quick pasta sauce ones for the last 40 minutes or so. 1. If you're making mac and cheese, don't bother making a roux. Instead, go with evaporated milk and your cheeses of choice. If it is good enough for Kenji, it's probably good enough for you. And the other one is if you're making tomato sauces for things like arrabbiatas and stuff, looking to batch cook it and then freeze it in ice cube trays. 1 or 2 ice cubes worth of pasta sauce works great as a single portion, and it gets round on the whole tricksy thing of batch cooking tomato sauces for 1.
Wow. Okay. So don't make a roux.
So that one straight off, genius.
Really?
Brilliant suggestion. So evaporated milk, it is already. It's not condensed milk. Don't get it confused. That's very sweet. Evaporated has just got some of the liquid coming, so it's already thick. It's like, it's almost like shelf-stable single cream in terms of like, it's milk, have some water evaporated, but you've still got all the goodness, and then lots of stuff melts down into it. Thank you. Melts down into it. So great suggestion. And then you add in your cheeses, and I think that is the perfect time to add in also, as we were talking about earlier, any of the things you've got in the freezer, like frozen pellets of your beets or wild garlic or whatever, because it's just a throw together sauce and you haven't got to faff with a roux. Great suggestion. The second one was the ice cube tray hack. I've used it before. I have now changed my tactic recently. It's genius, but I only have space for a couple and I like gin and tonic too much. And I got fed up. I got fed up of popping like a ice cube of ginger into something. It's actually quite nice in gin and tonic, but it was a mistake. Into the wrong drink. So now, and this is something Kush showed me and I now do religiously at home, for stocks, tomato sauces, excellent suggestion. A good veal stock, if you've got any jus left over after a roast or something, put it into a sandwich bag, but rather than have it like there, as a blob at the bottom, just lay it flat in the fridge. So what you end up having is sheets of frozen sauce, oils, wild garlic oil, jus. We've done lobster bisques and stuff.
You'll get into this. We used to do that for breast milk.
Not we. Not. I don't know why you pointed at us.
Oh, sorry.
Not but
it's the same thing for like stockpiling that. It's really useful for if you want to on demand.
So those suggestions. Number one, definitely. Definitely the evaporated milk. Baz, definitely the evaporated milk.
Yeah, okay,
Put
gotcha.
that one down. And then the second one is the sauces you're going to lay flat. So it's a much better way to stack sauces, especially expensive ones. Lobster bisque, jus, wild garlic oils, things you haven't got much of. Ice cube trays is fine. You're going to end up with having to label them individually so you know what they are, unless you've got 12 and then you haven't got room for them and gin and tonic. Great suggestion to save it. I would say a better option is to keep it flat in sandwich bags.
Yeah.
We have 30 minutes until the
30
end
minutes.
of the live stream. Barry, how many are we up to?
We're on 61.
60. We've made it past the 60.
Can we get 8 more?
Can we get...
What? Can't.
We have
another 6 in that half an hour. So yeah,
we have 30 minutes to go. 29 now. 29 minutes to go. We've been doing this for 7.5 hours, trying to get hold of all of your tips, tricks, and hacks. This is Hack Friday. Thank you so much to everyone who's joined us so far. We've got 30 minutes to go. We might have one more phone call.
Oh.
We might have one more phone call. I'm waiting to see. We'll see what happens.
Oh.
We'll see what happens. Where are we going next?
Nice and well spotted. I've worked as a voiceover artist and on radio for around 20 years now. Give me a shout. You got my number.
Amazing.
There's another Janice.
So what was his name?
I don't actually catch his name.
Oh, it's anonymous.
Yeah, perfect.
Excellent. Well done, voice artist man. Excellent. Going to a gadget hack. We have done this before on the channel, but I think it's worth bringing back for this particular live on the basis that all I can think about now is the end of this broadcast and a glass of wine. So this is a way of vacuum sealing, and the hack I'm talking about in general is remove air. Okay. Not just from bottles, but vacuum seal and vacuum pack ingredients in order to store them. And I think that way, we've talked a lot about put it in the freezer, save it for another day, you've got this, save it. Not everyone has a freezer that's huge. I certainly don't. So you have to be very careful about how you freeze food. Minimising on, don't freeze containers that have air in them, because no one has space to be freezing air.
Oh, interesting.
So get rid of the air before you freeze it. It's why that plastic bag hack works, because it's really flat and there's no spare air. The same applies if you have got cuts of meat. We did this earlier, we were stretching out our chicken. We have not got time to use it all today. But all of this, put it into a bag, pack it, seal it, to get rid of the air and freeze it down. But you get rid of all the extra bits.
People at home don't have vacuum sealers. What can they use to get a similar sort of... Oh, Cush's eyes have just opened, he's running away.
I imagine to get a really large bucket of water.
Yes.
There we go. Great minds.
Okay.
So you can absolutely do it that way. Ultimately, it's about squeezing out the air so that things pack better. I wouldn't put that chicken into Tupperware. Because even though it's a portion, 2 thighs, Tupperware, you're basically wasting all the space around the thighs that is in the square block of Tupperware.
So even
Tupperware is good when it's liquids and it's filling the whole thing.
So even when I put things in bags and so on, you kind of squeeze the air out yourself. It gets you part of the way, but ideally you want no air there at all.
No air or air that's going to help you to stack things. What you don't want is odd shapes that are difficult to stack or boxes that are only half full, because half of that space is wasted.
Cush is now walking
Cush is
with
going
a
to try
sandwich
and
bag
demonstrate with a chicken thigh.
I'm by no means saying that this is my hack. I think I learned it from Kenji.
Two drumsticks.
Let's do 2 thighs.
Okay. Do a wing. That's all.
So, Kenji Lopez out, food god among food scientists and chefs and cooks, the creative food director for Serious Eats in the US. Religiously follow him, legend. So, chicken
As was
thighs.
mentioned in that previous comment.
Yeah, chicken thighs, 2 Ziploc bag. You can do 2, you can do 4. And then we're going to submerge this in cold water.
Cold water?
Yeah, so the bag goes in, the pressure of the water drives the air out. But I help myself, put a little bit of oil in. It fills all the little gaps up. So you put it in, push it down, and then you zip it up 3/4 of the way. And then you submerge the whole thing up to the zipper. And just before the zipper goes under the water, close it off. And you should get pretty good air out, fat pack. You know, if you're a bit more careful, you can get it nearly 90% there.
Wow.
And what you can do in that space, you put a little bit of oil, but imagine if those oils were infused or you had spice in there, they can be marinating in the fridge in that space, and or you can freeze them, and then when you bring them back out, they're just good. You're not...
Love that.
It's really important to save food, but I think sometimes, just because you use whatever you've got, you're often saving too much space.
The other thing is all you chefs do is you write your labels and your dates of when you froze it.
Yeah, or have a good memory. But yeah, ultimately when it's in the freezer and it's got freezer burn, it's difficult to see it.
Yeah.
One more hack. One more hack. One more hack. One more hack.
It lasts longer, and or, which was where I started, the vacuum van, pull the air out of the bottle so it doesn't...
57! No, 62! Sorry.
Once again, we have made a vital error in this moment.
Hey, mate, the shorts going to be looking great.
Why aren't you filming?
He's going to tell me at the end of this, we'll need to draw those again on Monday.
Yeah, he is. He's going to have to do it. Yeah.
There we go. So that's our crispy breadcrumb. It's got the lemon zest in there. That sits in my dry store along with all the spices. You'll probably see it pop up in a video soon because it's going to be on back here.
Oh gosh.
A very bubbly focaccia.
How are you feeling? Hopeful?
It's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, my recipe normally takes like 48 hours, so 8.
You know what fine stands for, yeah?
Fit.
Oh, okay, interesting. Not what I thought.
Infinitely. I'm dyslexic. What's the next one?
Any more suggestions? Anything else to try out while we're here?
We've only got 20 minutes left. There's a voice note. Oh.
We've got a voice note.
The one to mine one?
The most recent.
Storing lettuce. Oh god, okay.
One of the most important things that I do, and I learned this during the pandemic, was when I buy my groceries, the first thing I do is I peel heads of lettuce so that they are in individual leaves, and then I store them in a Tupperware, and they save for like 3 weeks. Because when they're all connected, they rot really quickly, but if you separate them, they live a lot longer, and I was able to avoid going to the grocery store as much.
No, is that right?
So
Why would that be?
storage of stuff is so important, and that is a great hack. Put it down immediately. Let's talk about lettuce in general. I completely agree. If you buy a bag of pre-cut lettuce, it's already been through the system, whatever. When you open it, you're letting out what is, they call it MAP, modified atmospheric packaging, and it's basically filled with nitrogen so that it doesn't rot. It doesn't have the stuff in there that bacteria need to rot.
Yeah.
The moment you open that, you let in air, oxygen, and then you leave it. And even in the fridge, it starts to go. And you're right, if some of it starts to rot, it's touching all the other stuff and it all goes. And you open up the bag and it smells like wet grass, the whole lot has to go. The way that I like to do it is very similar. I pick the lettuce, wash it. Bearing in mind I haven't bought it, I've grown it. Wash it. And I lay out a big tea towel, clean tea towel. And then all I do is I wash in ice cold water, which refreshes all that lettuce. I shake the lettuce, because you don't want it too wet, and get rid of most of the liquid, but then I lay it onto a tea towel. The tea towel absorbs the excess, and then I fold in the ends, a bit like a burrito, fold it over, and I put that tea towel, which is now like a long pillow of lettuce leaves, into the fridge. Tea towel is the perfect size to slide into the fridge, and I will just have that at the front of the fridge. What it means is that I can keep coming back to not a plastic bag, but a breathable tea towel that's got cold, wet lettuce, not wet, but kind of damp, and the whole thing stays super fresh for longer. I've done it with the stuff that I've grown, and she's absolutely right. What you might think of as an ingredient that lasts 3 or 4 days, because it's already old and it's in a bag that's been preserved, and the moment you open it, it starts to rot. This will last 4 weeks.
Wow, so similar to all your herbs and so on, that same technique.
I do the same with
brilliant.
kitchen roll and herbs, and we will probably do this at the end of today because we're not back in until Monday. Just get a kitchen roll like that, and once you've got some herbs, so everything I said earlier about don't cut off at the stem, you can do that with parsley and coriander because it doesn't grow back the same way. Basil, pick differently. But we're getting to the end of the day, we might not use all of this. No one's here to water it over the weekend. What I would do is take fresh herbs. If you buy a packet, 79p packet of fresh herbs, you use some of it, place it in kitchen roll, wrap it up, and then seal the bottoms. Hello! And that then gets damp and goes in the fridge, and that is my herb tip. Over to you, Jay.
We have another guest. It is Amethyst. Now, Amethyst, if you haven't seen our Charleston video yet from last week, Amethyst is a Charleston native. She's a top chef, and as it turns out, is very difficult to impress. So,
very true.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Like I said, still a little tired, just still kind of waking up from yesterday. A little bit of a turkey hangover, so.
Yeah, how was your Thanksgiving?
It was really, really good. It was really good. We probably made a little bit too much food, but there's nothing wrong with that. It means we got a lot of good leftovers.
Perfect.
What was your specialty? Did you do the whole thing, or was there a particular dish that you were like, I nailed it?
For the most part, I mean, me and my aunt pretty much split up the duties. This year, we did a little something different. We don't usually do like a turkey, a whole turkey. So we do like turkey wings. We did a pheasant. We did a duck, and we did a whole leg of lamb. So
not much.
An aviary of birds.
Basically, yes. Basically.
So Amethyst, this whole thing that we're doing at the moment is just trying to offer up and test some chef tips and hacks for saving money, reducing food waste, that type of thing that's going to help cut costs in the long term. Do you have anything that comes to mind that you think this bit of advice, no matter how small it is, remember you're dealing with, well, you know who you're dealing with here from experience. Right. Have you got any suggestions for us and our viewers?
I have a couple. Hopefully they haven't already been said yet. But I guess to start, before I'm even doing any hacks with the food themselves, my big hack is for when I'm grocery shopping, right? I always try to make a list in order of how the grocery store itself is set up, just to make my life easier, so I can get in, get out, and it just also helps kind of organize and keep yourself from picking up too many things that you probably shouldn't have in your cart. And then another one that we do, especially for times like Thanksgiving or when we have like big gatherings, is so we make things like, potato salad or different types of salad, seafood salad, stuff like that. And we'll have to boil water for pasta or for the potatoes, and we'll also throw our eggs in there. So it's just kind of like a time-saving trick. Instead of having 2 pots going, if the water's already boiling, you're going to put the eggs in there anyway. Why not throw them into one pot?
Awesome.
So that's one of them that we use definitely yesterday as well. And then I think kind of like a more common one that maybe people usually do is like lemons or limes in the microwave to get them a little softer and get the juices flowing in there a little bit. That's probably one of my other just kind of quick, easy hacks that I think a lot of people forget about, especially, you might have citrus just kind of sitting, I know I do on my countertops, and sometimes they get a little hard and dried out kind of quick, but you stick them suckers in the microwave and you're good.
Wow,
that's amazing.
3 bangers. Add them to the board.
That is incredible.
Add them to the board.
Amethyst, thank you so much. Now, we've been doing this for 7 hours and 43 minutes. However, in 17 minutes, I think that's right, isn't it? 17 minutes, we have the conclusion to our Charleston adventure going live on the channel. Can you give any clues as to how we got on in our final challenge in impressing you?
It was was a long time coming, you know, but I think everybody will have to wait and see what my decision was.
Oh, nice! Yeah, fantastic.
Let's just say you run a tight ship, I think
I
is
do.
probably a good way to describe it.
I do. I do. But we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
You never know.
We'll see.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thanks for joining us, and thanks for the advice as well. Unbelievable.
Of course.
We'll catch you soon.
It's great to see you.
See you later. Goodbye.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
See ya. Thank you.
Wow. So, in summary, yeah.
Number one was a kind of genius is not just have a plan and have a shopping list when you go to the supermarket, but make sure it's in the order of the supermarket as you walk around, i.e. put all the fresh fruit and veg together, then put all the dairy and cheese together, then put all your fresh meat and fish together, then your store cupboard, finish on the booze. It's normally the longest section of the list, but it's normally at the back of the store, and then think about toiletries, cling film, kitchen roll, all those things. Lay it out in your list like the store, and you will save so much time going around. We're talking about saving money today. What that does is avoid shopping fatigue, and this is something that has been done in studies. It's the reason they put all of the snacks and guilty pleasures at the end of the store, is because you walk in with good ambitions, and you walk in, you go, I have a plan, I'm going to eat really healthy this week, and you spend a lot of time checking prices, doing this, making a decision, this brand or that brand, they haven't got what I wanted, I'm going to have to change it, I'll do this, and by the time you get to the end of the store, you're at decision fatigue, and you just go, oh, go on, that'll do. Or, I've had a really tough time, I deserve this, and that's where they catch you. So, this suggestion as a hack of plan with a shopping list in the order just means you get around quicker and you don't fall into decision fatigue and therefore make silly decisions. Not silly decisions, but decisions that your better self is trying to avoid.
And again, probably for the last time today, that is why we're here today doing this. This is Hack Friday. Like Ben said, Black Friday, you might be saving up for something in particular, knowing that it's on discount today. You look at it, and then you realise you've been bombarded by 1,000 other companies trying to sell you stuff that you don't actually really need. We do believe just buy what you need and cook everything that you buy. And hopefully from today, we've given you plenty of hacks to, what's wrong.
Hear ye, hear ye. It is 46 minutes past 3, and you hold your horses, Evers.
You hold your horses.
You've had enough appreciation.
You keep your ego in check, because for the last time today, we want to do an appreciation applause. But it's not for Evers.
No.
It's not for Kush, although you've done a great job,
You've
mate.
done
well
an
done,
excellent
fantastic.
job.
And you, Emma, you've done an incredible job. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
But this is for you.
And all of the guests who have joined us.
Yes.
If we only could measure, we reckon about a quarter, at least, of the comments that you've suggested are all hacks and suggestions in their own right, on top of the few that pale into insignificance in comparison to the volume that you've commented. This has been such an incredible period of time. We're running out of time with you guys, so we need to do an applause. We need to be upstanding.
Everyone do it at home or in the office or on the bus or on the train, wherever you are, in your car.
All we ask is you just take this in and receive from us.
I always get your last clap. The other one that Amethyst said was about the microwave hack for lemons. I think so much of what we've been talking about today is about getting the most out of your ingredients. So it is about buying sensibly and wisely and buying the things that will do maybe 2 jobs in one or most economical in season, that kind of stuff. The second is storing it well so that you can use it before you have to throw it away and it becomes food waste. And the last version is getting the most out of food. We spoke about using the zest before you juice it, but Amazon's suggestion of putting it in a microwave just softens it, starts to burst some of those in the membrane. You get more juice when you do come to squeeze it. Really good. You can also roll it, but honestly, if you've got a microwave, the best suggestion. Brilliant. I did see, while that phone call was happening, a few suggestions about other ways of doing vacuum pack, which is really cool, and that is to use a straw. So you put a straw in, you can literally suck out the air and then seal it off. Don't do that when it's raw chicken,
juice, yeah.
obviously. But generally, if there are lots of things you're backpacking, it's another really easy way of getting that same suction. Not as good as a backpack, but a great suggestion. I saw loads of comments on that, so thumbs up.
Yeah, I think also, again, to point out the reason for today, Hack Friday. Also, we have our own Black Friday promotions that essentially will help you save money in the long haul. Psychic is full of a load of hacks, some of which we've done today, and a few more that hopefully make your everyday life and your relationship with food a little bit better, allowing you to think a bit more like a chef. That's spectacular.
It's an absolute...
I like how Kush does that and then just leaves.
Well, it's too hot to cut at the moment, but we will cut into it right at the very end. But you can see that's the bread. It's the sourdough focaccia, so it has that tang as well. We've also got the sea salt and the rosemary, the thyme through it. It has been gently proving all day. Then we did it the warmer proof for that final one. Then it was in the oven. You can see the gorgeous colour, but also these little bubbles that you get from sourdough that are popping up because it was still so live and active. So that will be the last 2 minutes as we cut into that just before.
Not only have you saved money on that than buying it, you can make money on that. Chop it up and sell it yourself.
You could make money. Honestly, if you were to cut that up, one down the middle, you'd go at least... there's at least 10 portions of focaccia that if you put a simple filling in, you would sell for a lot of money in a bakery. So,
and if you're baking fresh focaccia at home, a great tip to save it is cut it into these quarters or sixths, slice it, and then put it in a freezer bag in the freezer. Whenever you want fresh focaccia, take it out straight in the toaster.
100%.
Toasted focaccia.
And you'll know it's good, and you'll know it's got that little oil, because even from the toaster you can hear it sizzling.
Yeah, you'll hear the alarm go off.
It's so good. It's a hack.
It's a hack. Yeah. You want that as a hack? Yes, you got it as a hack.
He says that, but I do that. He made some... When did you make that eggs? We went away, didn't we? With the uni lot. Yeah. And you brought up a huge focaccia loaf, and it all took a chunk home, and I had slithers of it in my freezer for a good month and a half.
So we've been asking people how long they've been watching. There's a lot of 4, 5, 7, 6 hours, 3 hours. Yeah. So many of you have been watching for such a long time. Should we do a little bit of a recap? We can't go through everything, of course, but perhaps some standout hacks from you guys. The top hacks as we come to the top of the hour. The takeaways and revisiting the hacks to provide ultra value.
Our first hack was, I can't remember them in order. I'm going to give you the 5 things that I think we've demonstrated today that in the long run you can save the most money on. The first of those is to empower yourself with simple ratios that you can then personalise. We did it with porridge, we also did it with bread, but we do it as a ratio combination. That means that when you know the ratio, you can mix up the flavours based on the seasons of what you've got around, so you can eat affordably. And in the case of bread, focaccia, and porridge, avoid the trap of buying, meal deals and lunches for work Monday to Friday, because the money you save on getting breakfast on the way to work and at lunch, that money you can now put towards something you want to do at the weekend, because you're saving by cooking more affordably. Porridge was one, focaccia is another, soup was the other. But breakfast and lunch, plan ahead. That's my biggest takeout.
I think mine came very early on. There was one recommendation for microwaving eggs, which we've seen online and thought that could be a bit of a joke, because it's a hack that gets passed around. You go, it's probably just a silly idea. In action, with the help of the chefs, we were poaching eggs in the microwave, with each one with a different fat and a bunch of different flavours for each. And what was created from it were little eggy flavour bombs that you could put on anything. For me, that's something that I will be doing in the future, for less washing up, for utilising the ingredients that I've got and leftovers. That one worked perfect for me.
Yep, for sure. How about you two?
Spaff?
I think one of my favourites is, and this isn't necessarily a new one, but I think just low and slow. Yeah. I love low and slow, and buying big hunks of meat and just letting time do its thing. Hunks.
And when you say big,
a hunk of meat.
Where did you think of that word?
And when you say big, you're not necessarily just meaning big. You're meaning the cheaper cuts, the briskets, the lamb breast,
the tough cuts,
the tough cuts. And because I tend to do them on the barbecue, or I'll do it in a slow cooker, or I'll do it in the oven. I'll choose. And they each deliver a different thing. But then knowing that I've got this hunk of meat that I can then put into a number of different dishes, because there's always far more than you need in that moment of time. So how can you then add different flavours or put it into different settings that completely changes it up? That for me is a winner. And the lamb dish that we did, I think, was the exact along the same. Yeah, exactly.
Lamb breast was something that I've never had before. Like, didn't even know it existed, and you know, my spoon hack obviously went down so well with the audience watching, but I haven't actually eaten anything that tastes like that with that texture. It's not surprising, but it was still new.
Yeah.
And it took on so much flavour. I'm gonna get some of that. How much, actually, out of interest, do you know how much that would cost?
The lamb breast.
Yeah, sorry, lamb breast. Sorry.
Lamb breast is about £7 a kilo in the UK at the moment.
£7 a kilo.
The cheapest way to buy lamb. That was 800 grams of meat. After it's cooked at 600, it'll feed 6. So you're spending, quick maths.
Oh, you went backwards.
That's about £5.
So, yeah, it's about £5 or £6 for that.
And what? We must have got.
Oh, you'd easily feed 6 portions out of that. You'd no, a family of 4 and then 2 Tupperware containers for quick homemade ready meals wherever you need it. And we served it with a flatbread, which is easy, but it would equally work well with couscous, with quinoa, with grains, or dunked bread. It would be excellent with focaccia. But don't forget, it's already got all those lentils in it, so it is kind of a one-pot stew if you want it to be. You could bulk it out with more lentils. So the last thing is probably don't be afraid of using this as a microwave and some process.
Oh, you should use it,
It's
Ebbers.
because it's a microwave.
Definitely.
Food as a hack. So we've used smash, we've used gravy granules, we've used all sorts of flavour bombs that, like bacon frazzles, that just get you a little bit closer to fun food in half the time and effort. And you shouldn't be afraid or ashamed of using those. They're brilliant. They're hacks, they're cheats, they're tips, and that's all the thinking that went into Can't Be Asked 3.
And now I just want to say a few thank yous, because this has been quite a journey of the last 8 hours. Firstly, thank you for all of your amazing hacks. They have been astounding. We now have 68 so far.
One more hack.
No.
One more hack. One more hack. Yeah. If we don't end on 69, are we sorted food?
Okay, go for it. So, do you have one, or should I go to?
We've got one.
Finale, you've got one.
Kush has got one.
Okay.
We're going to demo the one
We're not going. We can't.
You've got 4 minutes.
Okay.
Come on.
So just wherever did that marmalade jar go back? I wouldn't be.
It's always marmalade.
So where's the marmalade? Yeah.
He's like a hairier Paddington.
All of your amazing Janice auditions, they're absolutely genius. Also, thank you for your donations. Like, we weren't.
I'm going to put this in the microwave to get more juice out of it.
It wasn't the point of this broadcast to raise money. We even forgot it was a feature of YouTube Live. But thank you so much. All that money you've donated will be going straight to a food bank. As that wasn't the point of this, it feels only right to help people who are less fortunate than we are right now, because times are really hard, and that's why we felt Hack Friday was important.
And I've actually seen our YouTube partner manager in the comments section.
Oh.
So if you're watching still, we're going to be chatting about how to make sure that YouTube doesn't get the 30%.
That's going to go down really well.
It will do, won't it? And if there's no way around it, we'll find a way of topping that up.
We have a cool YouTube partner manager.
We do have a cool YouTube partner manager, so
okay.
we will be fine.
Right, ready for our, I can't believe I'm saying this, ready for our 69th hack of the day?
Yeah. And that's before the alcohol. Right, basically it is the end of the jar hack. So if you have got something like a jam jar, in this case it's marmalade, with the last dregs of it, then we use marmalade quite a lot. It is great in marinades, it's great in so many things. It's very sweet, it's got the bitterness, the citrusness of orange. I've also just microwaved a lemon so that we can get more juice out of it. Watch how much juice.
Yes!
So much juice.
Nice
So you've got
nice to get it in
acid.
a jar.
You've got acid, you've got the sweetness. We're also going to go with fruitiness in the form of some gin.
Of course. Oh.
We're not plugging that, no.
We've plugged everything else.
It is the only time of year you should be eating strawberries as if it's been preserved in something like a jam or a gin. So we've got gin, marmalade, lemon juice, and to balance it out, a little bitters. Garnish! He doesn't stop, this man. And then, because it is in a jar, you can shake it. Now, if we had some aquafaba or an egg white, we do have some egg white. Oh, no, I was thinking it earlier. Basically, you can put
Get in. Right, we have
Excuse
1
me.
minute before our video goes
Come on.
live. Finish this now.
I'm going to shake it over this. I don't know if I've now put enough in the small martini glass.
Whilst Ben does that, also one more shout out. We have another video going live in less than a minute.
Yes.
Please, everyone go over, have a watch that video. Watch these guys get up to absolute chaos.
It's the end of our Charleston adventure. We're cooking for Amethyst. Can we pull it off? That is the big question. And as we do that, of course,
One more hack.
69
we didn't
hacks.
even plan this. We landed on 69. What?
Well done, everybody.
Genius.
Freaking amazing. Thank you.
I think we deserve some focaccia.
Well done.
Great work, team. Thank you so much, everyone.
That was epic.
Silly. So silly.
really, really silly. Do we get one final? Do we get one final bomb?
Yeah, what are we doing with our bomb?
Well, our bong is to the last of the top tips at the top of the hour, and thank you very much. And there is a brand new video for you to go and watch on the Sorted Food channel. Head over there now.
Bong. 8 hours. We couldn't have done it without you. Bongity bong 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 bong.
Hackage.